He was a nobody, a frog mocked for dreaming of swan meat. But then, he blinked, and memories of a dying Earth surged back. He'd already lived through humanity's end, and currently, he had 1 year to flip fate with the power to rewrite everything. His story starts now. In the coastal areas, fishermen came across a giant abalone so massive it needed more than 10 people to surround it, and suspicion linked its size to nuclear wastewater. An ancient tree inside a 5A-rated tourist zone had overgrown, its roots stretching 10 miles and pulling in waves of curious visitors. Cracks surfaced in the ground, possibly from underground power line failures, while other reports described giant vines plummeting from the sky and railways getting ripped apart across several locations, with injuries piling up. Meanwhile, a group of students gathered at a school where one of them brushed off the headlines as overblown, no different from the zombie rumor that swept a neighboring country a few years back, while others poked fun at the frenzy around a popular girls' breakup, only for someone to clarify that it was the school flower Su Ching-Ying. One person claimed the goddess had lowered herself by dating him since she had gotten into Chingcheng University, while he had failed to make it into even an average college, and someone else chimed in that their futures had never been on the same level, and figured his name was Fang Yi. Su Ching-Ying directed her words at Fang Yi, and he turned toward her with a puzzled look. She explained that she had weighed it all and no longer saw their relationship as realistic. High school love always ran into a moment like this, when they might realize they were never as right for each other as they had once believed, since sharing a lifetime demanded both bravery and parity. She told him they should split, and kept to herself that even if he pulled every move to win her back, none of it would sway her. But Fang Yi kept quiet, while someone wondered aloud why he had gone mute and whether the shock had broken him. Someone else added that because she was the school flower, he should be on his knees begging her to take him back. And another tossed in that a guy like him had no business aiming so high, likening him to a frog longing for swan meat. Then, without warning, Fang Yi replied with all right. Su Ching-Ying and the others around her reacted with visible surprise. Fang Yi mentioned that he would leave if she had nothing more to bring up, and she told him to wait, quietly wondering if he was genuinely putting on that aloof front. Fang Yi checked again if she had anything else to bring up. Su Ching-Ying replied that regardless of his mindset or approach, she would never return to him, and told him to grasp that clearly. But Fang Yi kept his gaze on her and didn't respond. He eventually added that she shouldn't inflate her own worth, tossing out the title of school flower. He claimed he had too much going on, while Su Ching-Ying stayed quiet, with a bead of sweat sliding down her cheek. Someone in the crowd mumbled whether things had really wrapped up that quickly and easily. Meanwhile, Fang Yi kept to himself that Su Ching-Ying and the rest completely lacked a sense of what was looming, unable to perceive how wealth, credentials, and social markers would soon be swept away like leaves in a storm. No one around him had a clue he'd changed, that he'd returned from a future catastrophe and now lived again in this point in time where Su Ching-Ying held no meaning anymore. He moved forward across the smooth ground. He no longer cared what others were whispering or how admired Su Ching-Ying remained, because everything familiar was about to collapse and reform. The real threat hung over the entire human race. That chain of events had started the night before, and he stared toward a far-off glow with half-lidded eyes, while fragments of light hovered in the air before him. The fragments revealed scenes of a red moon swarming with crows, a massive wave swallowing a ship whole. The fragments revealed scenes of a city scorched by lightning, a monstrous creature with countless eyes tearing through buildings. It revealed that the spiritual energy revival would begin in 361 days, 11 hours, and 59 minutes, and the world would undergo unprecedented and unpredictable changes. Fang Yi blinked in confusion. It continued that society's standards would shift, the age of spiritual practitioners would begin, and power would become the sole measure of judgment, and he stared up at the changes in stunned disbelief. He told the other person to wait. He demanded to know who the other person was. He flinched as the light flared more intensely. The system, originating from the end of the universe, relied on a supreme algorithm embedded with cosmic secrets and automatically constructed spiritual techniques based on the spiritual beings the user came into contact with, and the current count of owned techniques remained at 0. He extended his hand toward the floating screen displaying the system's data. He stared at the screen in silence, feeling at a loss. Suddenly, his head jerked upward with a stunned look as a massive creature advanced toward him. The towering being with glowing red eyes unhinged its jaw and surged out from the system screen. His eyes widened, fixed straight ahead. It displayed that his previous fate as a regular human mirrored the destiny shared by billions across Earth. He clenched his lower lip, sweat dripping uncontrollably. He wondered aloud if that person had been him in a past life. He quietly recalled the life of an ordinary person swept away by the flood, straining to survive the catastrophe ahead. He observed his homeland crumble and his people fall. In the end, he failed to escape the onslaught of mutated beasts. He perished in despair, consumed by a final burning urge for vengeance. His gaze reflected crimson light as the beast engulfed him whole. He figured the system might have picked him and handed him a shot to rewind the clock a full year before the spiritual energy revival kicked off. At this moment, barely anyone picked up on what loomed ahead. He reached for the shimmering shards. He planned to use that year to flip every spiritual energy event into a stepping stone. Right then, the system ran another evaluation. He widened his luminous eyes. The user synced with the system. A fresh route unfolded, and anything in existence could now serve as raw material to craft the system's techniques, forge rare abilities, sharpen exclusive arts, rise as an unmatched cultivator, and rescue the world. The next day, a news bulletin announced that the crisis humanity faced stood as the most severe and unfamiliar in history, meaning old patterns offered no help, and adaptation was now solely up to them. Fang Yi confirmed this was the turning point. The authorities didn't roll out comforting remarks or refute the strange events, but urged vigilance and awareness, quietly delivering a warning without the open declarations that used to get shut down before. A conference kicked off with people filling the seats and standing near the stage to tackle the growing threat. But this plain and measured tactic had long been a Xia country strategy to steal minds without triggering mass fear. And while draining and drawn out, it still beat the chaos, breakdowns, and looting tearing through nearby regions. Also, the system explained that anything strange could forge new powers, so he had to show up every time a bizarre phenomenon occurred. He stared at his phone, face set and focused. A phone alert instructed new Chingcheng University students to stick to sun safety guidelines due to record-breaking UV intensity and a major heatwave alert. On the side, one person wondered if universities were cashing in on media hype, while another claimed the temperatures could kill and threw in accusations that the news was fake and trending by payment. Fang Yi glanced up at the overcast sky and caught birds darting in wild patterns between the high-rises. He puzzled over how the weather could shift so drastically when Chingcheng University sat only a 15-minute drive away. As his phone quietly showed a UV index of 0, he flagged something off while scanning a notice about student registration carrying on as usual, though advising everyone to steer clear of the north gate due to high UV levels, followed by skeptical comments doubting intense UV on a cloudy day and calling the image edited. Fang Yi quietly noted that most people brushed off strange phenomena as jokes or stunts for attention, but he alone held the truth. His real break had finally come. Later, Fang Yi drifted toward the north gate of Chingcheng University, picking up that foot traffic had thinned out around there. He sweated through his shirt and drew heavy breaths while lifting one hand to wipe his face. He stopped in place and remarked that, something was clearly off. He spotted two people bolting away, one of them hollering about the unbearable heat while tossing out a sharp question about what that thing was. He crouched low and stretched his hand toward the ground. He pointed a finger at a small glowing orb. He fixed his eyes on the gleam with a stunned expression and jerked back. The system logged a critical spike in solar-type energy and announced that the solar attribute data template was activating as he hovered at the heart of a spiraling light field. He roared as radiant lines circled around his entire body. A huge flash suddenly flared across the street. One person tossed out a wild guess about hallucinations, another dropped a comment about a super saiyan, and someone else claimed it looked more like a divine envoy making a landing. This time, Fang Yi howled and let out choked groans while beams of light burst from inside him. He checked if the formation had settled as the pain came crashing down. After that, the system confirmed the formation's completion and granted him the golden sun breathing technique. At Chingcheng University, a massive banner flapped over the entrance announcing New Student Welcome Day, while students streamed onto campus in the warm morning light. New students queued up at the registration desk with their luggage, and one of them casually offered to carry Su Ching-Ying's bags. A bunch of guys jumped at the chance to show her the way to her dorm, and one tossed her a club flyer, tossing in a grin and a nudge about exchanging contact info if she was down. She turned them down gently, keeping her tone smooth and letting them know she had it handled. Nearby, a grinning couple chatted about how great it was to be attending school in the same city, gushing about how often they'd get to see each other, while Su Ching-Ying stood there in silence, her face unreadable as she mentally labeled them hopeless cases. Right then, a flare of heat and light exploded in the sky, drawing her startled gaze upward while some of the others barely looked up from their phones. A loudspeaker crackled to life with a warning about the North Gate being off limits due to high temperatures, and she drifted into the crowd, quiet and still, scanning the scene. Inwardly, she logged it as just one more weird incident in a string of them lately, and made a note to start digging deeper. At the North Gate, Fang Yi hit the ground with a blast, fire pulsing out across the road like a dropped meteor. His figure loomed in the middle of the scorched air, wrapped in flame and shadow. His eyes lit up like torches, fractures cut across his skin, and he let out a slow, steady breath. A radiant system prompt hovered in front of him, instructing him to activate the golden sun breathing technique, auto-unlocked without study, and tagged with 50 compilation points. Energy shimmered off his glowing hands as he stared at the message pulsing with power in front of him. His gaze flicked up toward the system screen while he tried to figure out what compilation points even were. He stayed locked in place, jaw set, clearly running the whole thing through in his head. Shrugging off the mystery for now, he figured it had to be good for something and filed it away for later. His breath eased out again as the tension slowly drained from his posture. Later, the sun climbed straight overhead, beating down on the roof of a campus building under a clear blue sky. Someone muttered that it really had felt cooler for a second, while others passed by with a mix of curiosity and unease. Near the school entrance, a new crowd gathered as someone in a coat cut a clean path straight through the center. The president of Chingcheng University appeared, grumbling about the crowd ignoring warning messages, then dropped a reminder to check in or lose credit. With the smoke curling through the air and students pressing in from all sides, the president and a group of guards closed ranks around a hooded figure as they moved across the campus. The hooded one issued a clipped order to reset the perimeter and fully seal the North Gate, and someone else responded with a crisp acknowledgement. At the same time, a system message popped up in front of Fang Yi, announcing that the Grade A polluted zone at the university's North Gate had been purified. The system defined those zones as aura-charged danger areas, recognized by the Xia nation government, laced with unknown threats, which raised his eyebrows as he started wondering if this was a solo act or something bigger. A sudden broadcast dropped a fresh alert telling everyone to clear out thanks to unauthorized personnel near the sealed zone. As Su Ching-Ying moved closer to the crowd, students around her started tossing around guesses about whether those uniformed people were military and what the heck was going on. Fang Yi clocked the growing buzz with a tense glance, realizing this wasn't going to stay low profile. Choosing to ghost the area, he shot forward without a second of hesitation. She slammed down onto the pavement a moment later, sending dust spinning around her. She didn't move, just stood solid with the sun flaring behind her through the smoky light. Then she crouched and pressed her fingers to the ground. Brushing across the surface, she scooped up a bit of residue and held it up for a closer look. She concluded on the spot that the blast had been triggered intentionally and started wondering if someone else had awakened to aura ahead of schedule. As voices urged students to clear out, she stayed locked in thought while the people around her shifted nervously. Su Ching-Ying, jolted by what she had pieced together, wrestled with the idea that something as intense as aura could be manufactured. Then she caught a glimpse of a figure moving in the distance, one that reminded her of Fang Yi. She shook it off immediately, scolding herself for being ridiculous, and pointed out that someone with his grades shouldn't even be at Chingcheng. At sunset, Fang Yi made his way back home. Lying flat on his bed, he kept wondering why the heat inside him still hadn't faded, even after soaking under cold showers and blasting the AC nonstop. He looked drained and slick with sweat, running through the possibility that if this kept up, sleeping properly would be a lost cause tonight. While wiping his face, he ran through whether the earlier mess might have caught unwanted eyes. He pulled out his phone to scan for news and spotted a trending article about the Aura Cultivation Association updating the ranks of cultivators. He remembered the association occasionally dropping cultivation guides online, though people used to toss it aside like it was fantasy content. As the memory of that figure crept back in, he weighed whether the one spotted at Chingcheng University had any link to this. He hit the open button on his screen and let the article load. The Aura Cultivation Association's document laid out 6 cultivator realms, stretching from Ghost Axe up to Transcendence, with detailed descriptions of each tier's abilities and a clear push for cultivators to gauge themselves. all tied to the unstoppable tide of aura recovery. As he scrolled through users dunking on the announcement, calling it a hoax or clickbait, he weighed the odds of it actually being dropped by the Xia Nation. He remembered that in his last life, the association hadn't even been on his radar, mostly because life as a regular survivor during the chaos meant having zero access to info like this. Perched on the bed, he ran through whether the association might actually be a quiet signal from the government for aura users to get moving, then circled back to running the golden sun breathing technique again. He shut his eyes and kicked off the breathing technique without a word. Locking in on his focus, he broke into a sweat while holding the technique steady with grit. As the flow deepened, aura wrapped around his body and lifted him smoothly into a floating cross-legged pose. With both hands covering his abdomen, he stayed centered, while thick streams of aura gathered and swirled tighter. A surge of energy spiraled out from him in a clean wave. His eyes lit up with a sharp glow as his expression locked into a sharper edge. As radiant power erupted around him, he raised his gaze and ran over whether the sensation might actually be real. Just as a message popped up, congratulating him on reaching the Ghostax realm. A system prompt flashed next, pointing out that he could use compilation points to forcibly embed compiled data into any object, showing that he currently had 50 to work with. Realizing he'd let the compilation points slip his mind, he read the system's note about unlocking emotional strength and activating a new feature titled Ignite the Path Ahead, then figured the compiled data meant the Yang-type golden sun breathing technique. While scanning the screen, he ran through the odds of embedding attributes into any object at will. Reaching for something nearby, he lined up whether it would count as a legit object for the embedding feature. The system followed up, asking if he wanted to burn a point to embed a Yang attribute into the cup, and when the glow hit, he let himself enjoy the win and figured he'd nailed the function. Grinning slightly, he made the internal note that this embedding feature basically let him enchant stuff with supernatural traits and figured that confirming would officially give the cup a Yang property. He worked out that dropping attributes into weapons like a gun or a blade could churn out a proper signature weapon, and took from the system that he wouldn't be boxed into using only one kind of trait. Sitting straighter, with a new edge to his face, he stared hard at a sword resting beside his bed. He locked in that building a custom weapon with actual supernatural force wasn't optional for what lay ahead. He settled on testing it with someone else first, and if the effect held, then he'd buy one meant for battle, since starting life over meant having tools to crush mutated monsters. That night, a bright glow spilled from a window in his towering apartment complex under the full moon. Out in the forest nearby, a clawed silhouette crept forward while watching the glowing window from the dark. The creature's face slid into view, packed with glowing red eyes, a snarling mouth, and sharp teeth, edging closer. Rising tall between the trees, the monster faced the building, its body half masked by dense leaves. Under the full moon, the night dragged on, quiet and uneventful. Inside, a dark bedroom washed in moonlight. A repetitive squeaking sound scraped through the silence near the bed. Fang Yi stayed awake under the covers, bothered by the noise and quietly groaning in frustration. With glowing red eyes narrowing, he tried pinning down where the rat-like sound had crawled in from. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and slid on his slippers. While pacing across the dim room, he figured it might be a neighbor's pet since it wasn't coming from his walls or plumbing. He remembered that ever since stepping into the Ghostax realm, distant sounds had been hitting his ears louder than usual. He stopped mid-step and listened closer, catching something off about how the noise now scraped. Peeking warily into the hallway, he picked up on the movement behind the sound twisting in an offbeat rhythm. A creature edged into view and triggered alarm as the source of the sound revealed itself. He recognized it immediately, a mutated beast warped by the anomaly, and even with his past life's memory dulled, the sight still sent something cold through him. High above the city, a helicopter chopped the air with its spotlight pinned on her figure, standing firm on a rooftop. She commented that the rabbit which ate the night spirit fruit hadn't been caught, and its speed had blown past any tracking limits. With a lollipop hovering near her mouth, she let out a small noise of consideration. She instructed the one on the other end to keep syncing new updates as they came in. Without a pause, she stepped off the rooftop's edge. She dropped fast, coat and hair slicing through the wind as she plummeted. Mid-fall, she twitched slightly, a new presence hooking her attention downward. She picked it up clearly, the unmistakable aura of the mutant beast. She slammed down onto the side of the building, ready to move. A voice came through reporting night aura detection again, noting that the target had entered a high-density residential area 20 kilometers away and calling for immediate pursuit with a caution on civilian risk. Her foot hit the structure with a heavy stamp. Suspended in the air, she warned the others to stay alert, explaining that the target had devoured a spirit fruit recently and hadn't finished its mutation, meaning it could still evolve further. Elsewhere, a man holding a drink glanced upward with a start as her silhouette flashed across the sky. Startled, he questioned whether his workload was finally making him hallucinate, while the boss nearby barked about whether the comic was done and what he was zoning out for. As her figure streaked past the full moon, the boss dryly noted they were on the 65th floor, in case he had somehow missed that detail. Back in Fang Yi's hallway, the mutated rat with glowing red eyes sprang at him, forcing him to flinch back. His eyes flew wide as he let out a sharp cry in response. A golden aura flared around him as he dodged solidly, the beast smashing into the floor where he had stood. He figured that since his breakthrough, his body had shifted so much that he could track the creature's movements clearly, each frame stretched like slow motion. His muscles were snapping fast enough now to react before the beast's attacks landed. He wondered why a real mutated beast had shown up this early and pulled from his past life memories to weigh the comparison. The creature hadn't fully evolved yet, and the night attribute was already ramping up its aggression and strength. He couldn't leave it alive, or the whole building would be torn into snack trays. He clamped a glowing hand around the beast's body. The creature chomped wildly while he locked in, their bodies struggling against each other. Still gripping the beast tight, he yanked with every ounce of force. He caught onto the weak point buried in its tail and hurled it outside. He twisted from the waist and jumped after it in one clean move. The landing broke into a window, glass fracturing and bursting outward from the impact. He sprang through the shards, chasing the creature up. A glowing fist drew back as he powered through the air. He drove the punch through its torso, piercing clean. The creature got slammed downward by the burst of light. It let out a guttural sound as a hollow hole bled through its body. Trembling in shock, he hit it again right in the mouth. He realized the beast had been trying to siphon off his yang attribute and reasoned that it was a dumb move because the power of the sun didn't pull its punches, meaning this rabbit was digging its own grave. A huge flash followed with a blinding explosion. In a nearby unit, a resident on his bed reacted with surprise, wondering aloud if that was thunder just now. He looked out and commented that nothing was out there. Meanwhile, Fang Yi landed with the beast bursting apart into raw fragments all around him. He noted that the creature behaved like a starving ghost, trying to gorge itself on the energy in his body. Then something rolled past. The beast's eye bounced across the floor. He stared ahead, dead serious, without a word. He stepped down hard and crushed the eye beneath his heel. He observed that despite clearly being a night attribute creature, it had kept attacking even against its elemental counter, the yang attribute, and figured it must have been starving. The beast mutations were already kicking in, and if he were still the same unawakened nobody from before, everyone here would have ended up as its warm-up course. If he planned to stand against monsters like this, he needed more techniques in his hands. Elsewhere, she ripped through the air, closing the distance fast. She landed. She froze. Eyes widened. She stood and stared down at the shredded remains of the beast. She confirmed that the target was eliminated and the body had been torn into fragments, and she said she'd collect the remaining night attribute first. Her hand reached out as glowing shards responded to her. She commented that the heat left behind was seriously intense while checking her hand. The high-purity yang attribute reminded her exactly of the incident at Ching-Cheng Northgate, and there was no way that was a fluke. She tapped her earpiece in an instant. She informed HQ that the rabbit was down, clarified she hadn't been the one to finish it off, and noted that a new forerunner with an advanced attribute had surfaced. Her handler asked if the mutation at Ching-Cheng University's Northgate and the incident with the rabbit shared the same cause, then pointed out that even if the person's aura only ranked as Ghost Axe Realm 1 star, the attribute itself was also pure yang, matching the Northgate's reading, and she confirmed the match. Her handler explained there was no record of this person in HQ's registry and stated that they needed to seize this chance to make contact. She responded with agreement, holding a yang flame in one hand and the residual night attribute in the other. She pressed the yang flame gently to her chest. Her handler gave the order to pause all current assignments, prioritize tracking the forerunner, and instructed to log everything, ideally persuading them to join the Aura Cultivation Association. She started peeling the wrapper off another lollipop. She gave her confirmation while placing the candy in her mouth. but she added that she'd need a milk tea first. Quietly, she wondered who this person actually was. She noted her handler was probably right. Someone this powerful had to be a serious master, and she absolutely needed to meet them. Later that morning, Fang Yi stretched in front of an open window and figured the day's momentum kicked off right there as the dazzling sunlight lit him up. While throwing on his shirt, he figured waking up early really did something for his cultivation. Sitting down to catch the morning sun, he centered himself and ran through the first steps of the golden sun breathing technique. His eyes lit up as he zoned in. He noted that ever since entering the ghost axe realm, he could now feel the breathing technique's aura curling around the divine axe. A little caught off guard, he checked whether that meant he had already broken through again. He shut his eyes with sharp focus while energy shifted across his face. With feet planted and fist glowing, he launched a clean strike using the strength he'd built up. As he hoisted the glowing axe, he caught how much lighter it felt than yesterday and reminded himself that cultivation worked like chopping wood, needing only consistency. He tightened both hands on the glowing axe and kept going with steady grit. He raised the glowing axe overhead with both hands, channeling pure strength into his swing. As he slammed the axe down hard, golden energy shot upward and made it clear he'd pushed into Ghost Axe Realm 2-star. His eyes lit with golden flame as he stood sharp and recharged. While tracking the energy moving through him, he noticed how much denser his body had gotten. Wrapped in swirling energy, he admitted his speed was wild, but figured part of it came from leftover power from that 1-star leap earlier. With legs locked and golden light climbing up his arm, he told himself it was time to level up slowly, one step at a time. Looking at a package stamped as authentic goods, he figured his progress was getting too obvious and it might be smart to train somewhere less exposed. In the association office, a man sitting at his desk picked up on something and let out a curious noise. Holding both his phone and a cup, the man pieced together that a solar energy spike had popped off again and suspected it might be the same guy pulling stunts. In a forest near the water, Fang Yi sat cross-legged beside his sheathed sword and worked with a glowing screen. A system prompt asked if he wanted to use code points to implant the Yang attribute into an item, and he confirmed it with no hesitation. He remembered that a figurine had gotten coded before but cracked under the Yang energy, which clued him in that not every prop was fit to be a real weapon. Gripping the blade, he felt its strength fall in sync with his own like they shared the same core. Once the system confirmed coding success, he figured the weapon felt solid and decided to put it through its paces. His eyes widened as the blade's power flared up without warning. Energy blasted outward as he rocketed up, blade pointed straight at the blast center. He landed with the blade still slicing and clocked the destruction left in his wake. Standing on a rocky slope, he registered that he'd almost started a wildfire. Seeing the smoke and catching the noise, he figured someone probably noticed already and made the call to leave. The agent, gripping a bottle and tearing toward the smoke, cursed non-stop as she closed in. She griped that she'd just gone out to cash in a coupon and grab milk tea but ended up missing the chaos, pinning her bad luck on Mercury being retrograde. Then, a hot spring entered her line of sight. Walking through the haze, she wondered what kind of mess the Buddha statue had stirred up and where she was even supposed to get it fixed. Looking stressed, she figured the cleanup team would chew her out again and blamed the whole thing on the guy's face being a magnet for disaster. She caught sight of glowing yellow traces on the cracked ground and eyed them warily. Locked in shock, she flagged what she saw as impossible. And still reeling, she remembered the weapon had carried just a 1-star Ghost Axe aura before, asked how it had jumped to 2-star overnight, and pointed out it now carried raw energy like a spirit weapon. Spirit weapons are standard weapons upgraded with elemental traits, which boost their strength to insane levels. She laid out that spirit weapons were super rare, with only 2 belonging to the association, and asked how he ended up with one when the core tech still wasn't finished or even out in public. With narrowed eyes and suspicion written all over her face, she kept processing what she saw in silence. Sitting on a rock with her drink in hand, she let out a nervous laugh and blamed herself for the slip-up, then turned her focus to cleanup duty, starting by lowering the stream's temperature. Meanwhile, Fang Yi noted his weapon now carried the Yang attribute, though the system hadn't clarified whether that was the only limitation stuck to it. The system granted him the ability to code techniques and left him mulling over the idea of stacking multiple attributes onto his weapon. After getting pinged by someone online who mentioned his browsing history and asked if he was a pioneer, he realized he'd completely overlooked setting any privacy controls. The person explained their trio had been working together since the anomalies began, and were now scouting for other pioneers. So he told them he was new. They followed up by asking about his cultivation and mentioned that even national team elites were still capped at the Ghost Axe realm, which he found pretty impressive. He ran the numbers in his head, questioning whether even legit military recruits were still sitting at Ghost Axe realm level. The person brought up a rumor about a fresh pollution zone and floated the idea of teaming up, pitching it as a safety in numbers deal with fair loot splits, which he echoed to himself, liking the sound of it. He told them to send the coordinates and mentioned he'd check it out, then got a data file titled Dark River Molten Dragon. He tapped the screen and watched as the compressed file began unpacking. The file explained that the Dark River Molten Dragon Zone had started from tectonic fissures before world mutations turned the water into molten lava. Noticing the zone had the same Yang attribute as his weapon, he figured this place could be a good fit. He confirmed in the chat that he was in for the team-up. In the Binmu district, someone asked Old Lee when his friend was supposed to arrive. Old Lee replied it wouldn't be long, and someone else thanked Zheng Xiaoya for the precise map and intel that helped them get there without hassle. Zhang Xiaoye acknowledged the thanks and said she was glad they came to explore together, reminding the group to watch each other's backs once inside. She privately noted it was disappointing that no standout pioneers had shown up this round, since she'd been hoping to recommend someone to the association. Many pioneers didn't even realize the association was a government agency, and joining as a proper member was no cakewalk, with most people never even locating the entrance. She thought back on the hurdles she'd cleared and the strings her family pulled, then sighed, figuring if this trip turned up nothing, she'd probably end up stuck with more overtime. And just then, when someone appeared, Old Lee blinked and asked if it was really him. Fang Yi introduced himself smoothly and gave a casual greeting to the group. Zhang Xiaoya noted he looked pretty young and guessed he might be Ghost Axe Realm at 2-star strength, observing that while his aura had power, it didn't pressure anyone, and instead gave off a steady warmth. With everyone gathered, the lead called for departure and the group gave their confirmations. Fang Yi said he'd take point and told her to manage the lighting, which Zhang Xiaoya accepted without issue. As they made their way through the cave, one warned about loose rocks, another jumped at a water drop thinking it was lava. Someone else commented it wasn't as hot as expected. Another guessed it was because they hadn't hit the pollution core yet, and the leader reminded them to stay safe and speak up if they got tired. Zhang Xiaoya reflected that even though he was the last to join, the group had already taken him in for real, whether because they were friendly or just knew the value of a solid ally. As he stepped forward, his foot came to a sudden halt. They arrived at a spot where one of them announced the location, and another reacted with shock at seeing actual lava. Fang Yi suddenly sprinted forward, prompting Zhang Xiaoya to throw out a sharp warning against reckless moves with danger so close. Fang Yi dropped to one knee and shoved his hand into the lava while others shouted over each other, accusing him of having a death wish and telling the group to yank him back. Then a massive burst of lava exploded upward, forcing everyone to stumble back in alarm. The system identified a world anomaly labeled Inner Flame, launched its analysis, and kicked ultimate computing into gear as it began running code. The system pinged Fang Yi about the Inner Flame running dangerously hot inside, carrying explosive bite that could wreck anything in its path. The Scarlet Flame sword technique only truly worked with the blade drawn, every slash setting off a roar of fire that wrapped the steel in heat, and even pulled lightning to dance along its edge. Once the sword drank in those flames, and battle intent lit it up, it blasted out terrifying force. Fang Yi grabbed his sword. He figured it was perfect, since it paired with his Tang sword like they were born for each other. He burned script points to graft the internal flame attribute into the Tang sword. One companion pointed out they should take a look since he seemed fine, and his weapon was soaking up the lava's strength. The Tang sword was smothered in lava. Another companion remarked he looked recovered, guessing it was just a minor cultivation slip, while another noted the spiritual energy they was steadying, so they should start cultivating and repay those two for saving them. Another mentioned feeling the shift in spiritual energy and that it flowed into him easily, while another agreed, saying a bit of cultivation would finally let him step onto the path before turning to Zhang Xiaoya. She told them she was only there to gather intel so they could focus on training while she stood guard, and they poured thanks on her. Moments later, the cave settled into quiet. Then Zhang Xiaoya spotted other pioneers heading in. The leader clicked his tongue, wondering aloud where the weaklings came from, then told them to clear out since the land was theirs now. She figured it was bad news with all three sitting at 1 star in the Ghost Axe realm, meaning they were too weak to go against them and couldn't risk it. She apologized, explaining they'd found the spot first and her friend was already drawing in spiritual energy, and suggested they could join if they didn't mind. The leader spat curses, mocking her for just stepping into the Ghost Axe realm and talking about us, ordering them all to get lost. She knew that with spiritual energy flaring back to life, it was survival of the fittest, and in this stage of wild growth, weak pioneers didn't deserve resources. But Xia Nation wouldn't let that law last forever. And, as an association member, she had to act. Fang Yi suddenly stepped in. He told the leader he was big and tough, but only good for picking on a little girl. He lifted his sword. Then he drove it into the ground. The leader's eyes went wide. Fang Yi told them to back off. His companions pressed him for what just happened. Fang Yi figured it came down to too many cultivators clinging to survival of the fittest, and that's why so many tragedies stacked up. But just talking and lecturing wouldn't put fear into those types. The leader shook, like his knees had turned to jelly. Fang Yi yanked his sword free. He told them to scram. The leader panicked over whether it was a second explosion and what sort of monster could cause it. He barked that they should run. One of Fang Yi's companions praised him as awesome, while another gushed about how insane that sword slash earlier had been. Fang Yi remarked that they'd just gone too far, and with everyone done cultivating, he asked if they should go. Zhang Xiaoya agreed and noted that the spiritual energy there seemed drained already, so they should move on. She figured if that sword strike had actually hit, there'd be nothing left but charred corpses. He had to be a top-tier pioneer with a high-level attribute and ridiculous talent, so she needed to report it to the organization. A few moments later, at the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association office, the secretary checked if Zhang Xiaoya was claiming another high-attribute pioneer had appeared, and Zhang Xiaoya pressed her on what she meant by another. The secretary quickly brushed it off, said it was documented, and told her to report immediately if there were any developments. She then ended the call. She asked the president, her teacher, if it could be that they were incredibly lucky to have 2 high-attribute pioneers in a row, and he replied that every high-attribute individual already holds high status, is respected, and soon becomes part of the centers of power. It was going to be rough, and he muttered that he wanted to resign. The next day, the sun blazed in the sky. One of the passers-by urged others to look because the guy cosplaying as Brother X was so handsome, and another marveled that the prop sword looked so real, and his presence so strong he wanted to ask where he got it. Another hyped him up as the man among men and ruler of men, the pinnacle. Fang Yi disguised himself as a cosplayer but still stood out like a beacon. Suddenly, he received a message. Someone wondered if Cultivation novels were turning real because golden light and purple energy were spilling outside a millennia-old cave. Another said a fellow photographer even caught a dragon flying past, and another claimed an anonymous source told them a man with a giant blade was cultivating there and chased them off. Fang Yi figured it was all the internal flame's fault, realizing he'd been careless because power bursting at 2,000 degrees Celsius was bound to cause a scene, and then he suspected old Li or Zhang Xiaoya might have revealed him. He had soaked up so much yang-type spiritual energy that one more round of the golden sun-breathing technique might push him through again. There was no time to dwell, so he bolted for the back mountain. 5 minutes later, behind Fang Yi's house, Su Ching-Ying was still tidying up the wreckage. She stabbed the shovel into the ground. She was a garden restoration expert, and she declared herself finally done. Suddenly, she picked up on something. She noted that with such overbearing energy, someone was in the mountain. But then she questioned who it was, and if they were on the verge of breaking through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. She asked if a Ghost Axe realm breakthrough could trigger such chaos and called it beyond monstrous. She judged it bad enough that she had to check it out. She wondered if it could be him, doubted it, then decided she had to catch him. Fang Yi's spiritual energy surged upward like it was about to punch a hole in the heavens. He sat in eerie stillness, hands moving in a blur that whipped through complex gestures too fast for the eye to follow. Threads of black energy slithered across every inch of his body like living ink. Above, a colossal golden axe shimmered into existence, dominating the sky. Meanwhile, Su Ching-Ying figured he had to be trying to wield the divine axe, and she mulled over whether this guy had been secretly grinding cultivation for centuries to handle spiritual energy with such steady precision. She recalled her own humiliation when she'd tried to break through to the 3rd star of the Ghost Axe realm. Blasted back by the divine axe's pressure, coughing up blood and bedridden for a week. and decided she'd rather not revisit that memory. Even with her own monstrous physique, she'd failed, so she couldn't help but question where on earth this freak had crawled out from. She judged that this overflow of spiritual energy, the razor-sharp control, the grip on the divine axe, and every strand of that power looked like they'd been tempered through endless trials, making him not just a freak, but basically a god dropped straight into the mortal plane. On top of that, while most pioneers would throw themselves at a breakthrough the instant progress showed, he moved forward with a slow, deliberate confidence like some veteran hermit who'd seen it all. She remarked that the divine orifice shifted toward the east. Fang Yi opened his eyes. The system hit him with the notification that he'd reached Ghostak's realm 2-star. Su Ching-Ying skidded to a halt mid-run. Her breathing came hard and uneven. When she glanced over, the spot of the breakthrough was already vacant. She muttered that she'd missed him again, though it had barely been 30 seconds, and she figured he'd already clocked her tailing him, meaning there was no way she'd ever rope him in at this rate. But then the realization clicked. She asked herself if he could really still be hanging around. Fang Yi pegged it might be her and figured she'd been shadowing him the past few days. She introduced herself as the captain of the Miao Squad, working under the Xian Nation Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, and also a pioneer, and explained she was there on official business to extend a sincere invitation. She'd been tracking his movements for 2 days straight, just to see if he'd join the official association, so she hoped he wouldn't hold it against them, and stressed that while their association wasn't public yet, they had the legit documents and IDs to prove it. She prayed that didn't come off wrong, and worried he might take it as harassment, telling herself to handle this with careful wording and a softer tone. He asked her why. She tried to craft an answer, wrestling with whether to be upfront, and decided there was no point trying flattery on someone like him. She explained that Xian Nation wanted to locate and unite the pioneers, gradually bringing them into a formal structure, while also giving them extra protection. Back then, pioneers were springing up everywhere without restraint, and while she knew the association might feel like a leash, in the end, they'd all have to face the resurgence of spiritual energy and whatever unknown enemies it brought together. He leaned in with a sharp edge in his voice, pressing her on what would happen if he flat out told her he wasn't willing, adding that trusting her completely right now was out of the question. She froze, her mind blank, and her mouth refusing to cooperate. Then she straightened, tossed her name into the air, and threw in that she used to be an athlete before the whole spiritual energy resurgence flipped the world on its head. She admitted she wasn't sure if he remembered, but that name was hers, and she urged him to put some faith in her. A faint recognition stirred in him, just enough for him to think he might recall her. It lined up with the truth he knew. Those born with better natural talent were more likely to become pioneers, so her speed wasn't exactly a mystery. Still, in his last life, Xian Nation's grand plan tanked. Humanity got wiped out, and now that he had a second shot and a system at his back, he'd join the cause eventually. Just not now, when the timing felt wrong. He finally told her that he did in fact remember her. He tossed out that he'd think it over, but for now she'd need to keep his whereabouts under wraps. Sizing up her actions, he figured the current Spiritual Energy Association wouldn't dare mess with a pioneer like him, which suited him fine. He could use her to his advantage. She agreed to cooperate, but warned that the association had already flagged his breakthrough anomaly, so she still had to file a report, and floated the idea of mixing truth and lies, which he greenlit without fuss. She told him to hold his position, but he was already gone like smoke. Moments later, Su Ching-Ying was making her report, grumbling that she'd failed to catch him again, and after so many attempts, it was obvious he was dodging her. Scrubbing the traces of someone that high up was draining, and she lamented her lousy luck, while the voice on the other end brushed it off and said to shelve it for now since they figured her being out on missions wasn't a bad thing. Recently, strange events had cropped up, and Su Ching-Ying pressed if they were reappearing. Those warped, vicious things were burned into her memory. Some radiated an icy malice, others were wild and savage. They thrived off the polluted domains born from the spiritual energy resurgence and mutating into beasts that tore humans apart or masquerading as disasters, endlessly killing and carving up territory. That cycle spawned new polluted domains, and if left unchecked, they'd carry catastrophic traits and keep eating away at the human world. Not long after, rain pounded the city. A jagged bolt of lightning ripped down from the clouds. Fang Yi moved through the downpour like it was nothing. The city issued a red alert for thunderstorms and heavy rain. telling everyone to stay inside unless necessary, and warning about severe flooding at the Yuhuang Peak scenic area, which was closed to visitors. One resident remarked they hadn't seen a storm this fierce in decades, while another joked about which powerful being might be transcending tribulation up there. Fang Yi didn't give the storm a second thought. He zeroed in on the rich thunder energy crackling in the air, grand and furious. He headed straight out of the city. The storm's heart was right where he was going. He bounded through the forest, springing from branch to branch in quick succession. Once at his target, he dropped down onto solid ground. The system pinged him. There was a polluted domain ahead, Yuhuang Peak. It towered at 1,545 meters, spread across 25,000 hectares, and was one of the city's top scenic spots. Its pollution level was a complete mystery. Out of nowhere, Fang Yi caught sight of a lightning strike. It plunged from the sky and slammed straight into him. The president of the association remarked that based on the sharp spike detected in spiritual energy concentration, Yuhuang Peak's danger level was climbing fast, and yes, its summit needed to be locked down at once to designate a fresh pollution zone. That incident blew up without warning, so Su Ching-Ying, who had been shipped out on another assignment, was dragged back in a hurry, and he pressed her for an explanation. She reported that at present, Yuhuang Peak's summit couldn't be approached because Thunder-type spiritual energy was exploding in a frenzy, and they were slapping an A-level pollution zone rating on it. At the pace it was escalating, the summit could hit S-level within an hour. So emergency protocols had to go live, yet by every scrap of Pioneer data they had, no one in their region could get near the place, herself included. Even a Ghost Axe 3-star Pioneer had a predicted death rate sitting at 100%. Han Li urged that they start sealing off Yuhuang Peak from the base and run patrols around the clock to block intrusions. The president agreed and stated they should choke off danger at the root, so the mountain needed a full lockdown. And with the pollution zone freshly formed and spiritual energy spilling everywhere, no one was to approach until the concentration eased, at which point further checks would follow. Meanwhile, Fang Yi was on Yuhuang Peak, and a savage bolt of lightning smashed into him. He figured that luckily, he had the golden sun breathing technique, but that alone couldn't cut it. And to rip out the purest thunder attribute, he had to head right into the storm's heart at Yuhuang Peak summit. With the surge in spiritual energy, humanity wasn't the only winner. If anything, the food chain could flip on its head, and anyone not improving would sink to the bottom, not to mention the weather swings. Even small rabbits and rats could turn into real hazards for humans. Things worse than exotic beasts would crawl out, some even leaving cultivators helpless, and though he wielded both the golden sun breathing technique and the red fireblade technique, covering yang and internal flame attributes, it still came up short. Previously, he had burned script points to forge both attributes into the tang blade, with the yang side bolstering defense and tolerance while the red fire edge spiked its destructive bite but leaning too much on weapons carved fatal openings, so the only real answer was to toughen himself until he could pick apart those vicious, cunning opponents and take control. The thunder power here was a prime ticket to toughen his body all over again. To climb higher, he had to hunt for chances in the shifting sky and earth. If not, then he'd be sitting around waiting for the coming disasters to finish him. He drew his sword in one smooth pull. He remarked that the thunder was digging in with crazy resistance. He growled as he threw every scrap of strength into his swing. But then, a scream ripped out of him as lightning slammed into his body. He spat blood and fought for breath. He realized that the extreme thunder attribute was raw divine punishment. It kept pressing down, outraged that he had stepped into its no-go zone, demanding he drop to his knees. He questioned how he could make it yield to him. He told himself to settle down and think it through since the system flagged that he had to touch the spiritual energy itself. So he muttered that he understood and fired up the golden sun breathing technique. A massive lightning bolt ripped down from the clouds to strike at him. He roared while forcing his way forward. He turned the fire against the lightning to push it back. Blood came up in his throat again. He locked in on enduring long enough to reach the summit and be remade through death. Moments later, he stood at the summit. He recognized that the thunder spiritual energy here was so domineering that even breathing left his muscles numb. It wanted him gone. A bright pillar of light slammed down from the sky onto the summit, glaring and absolute. The system promptly pinged Fang Yi, alerting him that it had locked onto an intensely potent thunder attribute and that compilation was underway. Meanwhile, in the city, one person blurted that he had never witnessed lightning on such an outrageous scale in his life. Another pressed if some god from a higher realm was in the middle of transcending tribulation and swore he caught sight of a figure in the clouds. And yet another nervously questioned what would happen if that lightning slammed into the city and whether it could punch straight through his own house. Back at the summit, the system flagged Fang Yi's success in acquiring the divine thunder-tempered body, granting him the power to summon heavenly thunder, hammer his flesh into divinity, become a god in body, and earn 5 script points. He mulled over how the thunder attribute ranked as a high-tier force honed for sheer offense and raw aggression. Yet unlike Yang, it reforged the body until it became living lightning, making it supreme in both attack and defense, and according to legends, ancient cultivators, overflowing with spiritual energy and technique, had drawn lightning into their bodies over years until their frames stood like mountains, unyielding and eternal. He declared that thunder was both his spear and his shield. He could feel, deep in his marrow, that thunder was more than destruction. It was refinement and rebirth, and he sensed it honing his muscles, bones, and meridians with razor precision. And despite the brutal forging, no trace of pain lingered. The system reported that it was pure thunder judgment force, the kind that wiped out all evil and pushed potency to 300%. He wondered aloud if he should slot it into the Tang blade as well. He weighed that while embedding thunder would strengthen it, the process could taint the yang attribute's pristine nature, and with too many attributes crammed in, the weapon might not endure. He concluded that he understood the solution and chose to embed it into his right hand instead. The system inquired if he wished to anchor the thunder attribute into that item. He confirmed without hesitation. A fierce satisfaction hit him as he watched lightning pour through the palm of his hand like molten power. The next day, Han Li trekked to the Yuhunang Peak summit with Su Ching-Ying and a unit of troops, and she remarked that the scene was nothing like they had predicted. Pollution zone Yuhuang Peak summit had plunged from peak to mild in just 3 hours, though the air still crackled with a heavy electric charge. Han Li, an army major, remarked that someone had been here, a pioneer. She pressed if there was another pioneer and whether they were still alive. She stated she could not pin down their attribute or time of departure, possibly because too much time had passed and last night's rain had washed away signs. So the safest bet was they left without harm around 8 p.m. last night. She asked him for the reasoning, and he explained that the anomaly kicked off around 6 p.m. The base was locked down by 7 p.m., so if they ascended before that, it would have slipped under notice. Lightning had reached its peak at 7 p.m., and when he pressed her about whether she had skipped using the association's prediction tools, he pointed out that the summit's pollution was projected to hit S level by midnight. Yet after 8 p.m., the energy spike sharply dropped. Also, he sensed that whoever it was possessed thunder-type powers, which explained their survival through the lightning tribulation. And for them, the anomaly had flipped into an enormous windfall. So he suspected that not only had the person lived, but their presence had shifted the anomaly itself, because the timing lined up too perfectly. And he speculated on whether they had stumbled into fortune or moved first, reacting faster than the official response. He concluded that the figure had vanished like a riddle, and if they carried hostile intent, the disaster could rival any anomaly, making it critical to locate them immediately. Meanwhile, Fang Yi sat in his apartment and sneezed. Back on the summit, Han Li asserted that from this point onward, they would track that person down no matter the cost. His codename would be, for now, Tyrant. Han Li remarked that they also hoped the association could lock in Tyrant fast, while they would quietly smother the news on their end and launch an immediate probe. The president of the association replied that naturally, though they had a high-level pioneer also trying to make contact with him. And then he turned to Su Ching-Ying and told her to report to Han Li. She blinked, caught off guard. She explained that it was the same pioneer who had wiped out the anomaly earlier in the A-level pollution zone near Chingcheng University's North Gate, all while she kept looping in her head that she was in deep trouble and couldn't let a single detail slip. She added that she had been trying to reach him lately, but his movements were erratic, mentioning how she once found the corpse of a mutated rabbit beast he had killed, and if her guess was right, he possessed the Yang Flame attribute. So she planned to get close and figure out how he had managed to cleanse Chingcheng University's North Gate. She sent up a mental prayer to her ancestors, reminding herself she had already spun the story with a careful mix of truth and lies to make it convincing, since staying silent would have backfired. Han Li confirmed it was indeed the Yang Flame attribute. He acknowledged the point, thanked her for the effort, and remarked that they needed young talents like her to push the old guard forward, to which she replied that he was flattering her, as it was simply her duty and she would keep giving it her all. Han Li added that they would also throw out smoke bombs disguised as natural disasters, so they should wrap things up here. Then remembered to mention he wasn't entirely on board with the president posting about spiritual energy online since it could be exploited, and while the president searched for a rebuttal, Su Ching-Ying felt a surge of relief that it was finally over. Meanwhile, Fang Yi was at home. He channeled the golden sun breathing technique into his soaked coat. The fabric dried instantly. He noted that after injecting the lightning attribute, he could still sense a clear transformation. His right hand seemed physically reforged by the lightning, now the toughest part of his body, which was a massive boost. He felt he was again brushing against the threshold of leveling up. But what truly caught him off guard was that the once aggressive lightning attribute, after being integrated, now acted like a tame kitten, completely under his control. He recalled how unlocking the Yang attribute and first running the Golden Sun breathing technique had been sheer agony. He wondered aloud if it might have weakened after absorption and noted that the system claimed it could deliver 300% critical damage against evil anomalies, making him impatient to test it. Without warning, his phone rang. He muttered a query about what now and remembered that ever since that incident he had set news and forum alerts to priority. The world kept shifting, so Zhan Nation always pushed danger alerts first to shield civilians. But the opportunities buried in those warnings were hard for pioneers like him to ignore, and even risking his life was worth it. He read the report about an explosion at a chemical plant, with no casualties confirmed. It stated city pollution was the cause. The investigation was still underway, and the timing during a shift change meant no one was hurt, urging citizens to stay calm and prioritize safety. Fang Yi remarked that with such a massive incident, it was hard not to suspect hidden layers. A citizen chimed in on the news, mentioning their house was right by the scene and admitting the whole thing gave off a super eerie vibe that was tricky to pin down. Then someone else jumped in, asking if it felt like a cold, evil aura, and they confirmed with a snap that yes, it was exactly cold and evil, nailed description and all. Then another tossed in a jab about whether the two of them were just spinning a ghost story out of a factory explosion, to which the first shrugged it off, saying theirs had blown too and only reeked. But another viewer shivered, claiming it was too scary, and that the photo's gloom alone was enough to drop their mood. Fang Yi figured that cold, evil aura was ringing a bell. He pulled up the memory of that monstrous evil thing from his last life. He'd been crouched behind a slab of concrete, shaking and wet-eyed, listening to the crunch of some unlucky soul getting chewed apart. The monster's focus slid toward him. It pushed out a warped alien sound. In the present, he mulled over the possibility it could be them, and reminded himself those things loved to haunt shadows and darkness. They might have started out as animals or plants, but after mutation they carried sharp minds, wild strength, and deadly precise skills for finding, snatching, and killing prey. Worse than the rabbit beast before, so he decided he had to move that night and cut off their evolution before it got any worse. He declared it was time to push his 300% credibility into a real fight. Meanwhile, rain hammered down over the power plant's district. The streets stretched empty, not a soul or car in sight. Out of nowhere, a pioneer squad blurred past at breakneck speed. The captain hit up HQ, reporting that their destroyer squad was on the tail of anomaly file number 7 Juye, but had lost track, since its specialty was dissolving into night and hiding its form. It gave off faint crackles when close and favored human flesh, so he pushed for a file update on the spot. With that kind of weather, he was sure it would start feeding. They couldn't let that happen. HQ confirmed receipt, logging the new Juye data. The elimination request got flagged as B priority with a 12-hour resolution window. Orders came to keep tracking, but prioritize safety above all else. The captain agreed. He figured 12 hours wasn't quick, but with Zhan Nation sprawling and anomalies flaring up everywhere, HQ was buried under the workload. Then HQ told them to hold on. Agents from the Spiritual Energy Association were nearby, and Captain Huang's team, Su Ching-Ying, was on site as a pioneer so they could ping her for backup. The captain called that great news, and while thanking them, urged speed since he'd heard stories about her feats. Su Ching-Ying cut in with a scoff, questioning when he'd gotten so famous. She prodded if he was the one keeping her stuck on overtime. The captain stressed Juye was a man-eater, so overtime didn't factor. But she poked back, asking if that was his version of requesting help. She claimed it sounded like the Destroyer Squad was strong enough to skip assistance, so Ying's squad wouldn't be tagging along. One of her squad mates called her harsh and pointed out they might get eaten, but another brushed it off, saying it was their problem and that their own mission was no walk in the park either. The captain blurted for them to wait, and after apologizing for coming in too hot earlier, he urged her to help track it down since she knew Juye's power, warning that without her tracking, even if they died, the entire city would follow. The Destroyer Squad and Ying Squad were perched on the roof of a building, scanning the surroundings with a hunter's patience. Su Ching-Ying pointed out in a matter-of-fact tone that Zhu Yi was right over there. Her tracking skill was locking onto its position with pinpoint, unnerving accuracy. Zhu Yi had a nasty preference for shadowy corners, damp hideouts, and a diet that included humans. The captain acknowledged her report and ordered the Destroyer Squad to kick off the operation. Zhu Yi jerked in alarm the moment it caught their movement. The captain announced that the target had spotted them and commanded the Destroyer Squad to fall into formation. Zhu Yi came to a sudden halt. One squad member cut off its path to the east. Others moved fast to secure the west, north, and south without leaving gaps. They declared with confidence that it was a total encirclement. The captain vaulted into the air, dropping down above Zhu Yi. He sheathed his hand in a razor-sharp burst of energy. He barked that it should rot in hell. The attack tore into Zhu Yi's side and slammed it back from the sheer force. In the next heartbeat, wings sprouted from its back. It unleashed a scream that scraped at the air. Su Ching-Ying warned them to watch for the sound waves and dodge. The Destroyer Squad broke away instantly. One member called out to check if their captain was all right. The captain assessed grimly that Zhu Yi was as dangerous as expected, and if they hadn't pulled back earlier, their bodies would be in pieces now. And with that destructive force paired with its nightmarish dark attributes, letting it remain in the city would be a disaster waiting to happen. Without warning, Zhu Yi pulled energy into its mouth. It blasted it into the ground. A gaping hole began to form. Su Ching-Ying explained that it was trying to dig underground to escape, while a squad member added that its dark attribute carried corrosive effects, capable of eating through structures. And although they lacked top-tier counter-attributes, even if it could melt the ground, it wouldn't be able to tunnel out instantly, so the Destroyer Squad's formation should stay intact. Meanwhile, the captain reminded everyone to stay sharp since their job was feeding real-time intel and guiding tactical calls. One squad member froze in fear. Zhu Yi's glowing eyes suddenly locked onto him. It blindsided him with a hard tackle. The captain ordered them not to let it get away, and to pursue. The Destroyer Squad lunged into the chase without hesitation. At the same time, Su Ching-Ying noted that the spiritual energy in the area had spiked, so she told them all to remain outside while she followed the others in, and they agreed. A short while later, Su Ching-Ying wondered aloud if this was the inside of the abandoned factory, and said she would check the spiritual energy concentration first. The captain asked if her tool was the association's new auxiliary device, and she confirmed it was, explaining that it showed the maximum abnormal energy level a regular team could handle was 50, and earlier, Zhu Yi's reading had been 48. They should hold off because the threshold had just blasted past 80 and kept climbing like it had no brakes, making it almost certain that place hid more than one nasty anomaly. They had no clue that a serpent anomaly had been shadowing them from behind, patient and predatory. They flinched in shock when the doors slammed shut behind them, without warning. Su Ching-Ying remarked that this was bad, pointing out there truly was another anomaly and that Zhu Yi had baited them into this spot on purpose, so they needed to pull back fast because lingering here was a terrible idea. They should aim for the door because if the enemy wanted to block them, it would have to show itself, and with their small number they could still muster enough force to pry it open together. But then she let out a sharp groan as a burning awareness of the serpent's gaze pressed into her from behind. She assumed it was her eyes reacting, but quickly corrected herself that it was her 5 senses and her entire body being invaded by toxic gas. She called out to the others to check if they were fine, yet it felt like no one replied, as though she was alone in that forsaken factory, though they should still be close. She just couldn't detect them, and they couldn't answer her. She ought to recall when Zhu Yi lured them into this place, which turned out to be another anomaly's lair, where she had faintly picked up a presence that was very likely a massive serpent. Unlike Zhu Yi's dark attribute, that black mist carried venom, and the moment they stepped into it, they were already poisoned. The toxic haze could dull their senses and burn through their spiritual energy reserves, so using spiritual attacks would only drain them faster. Her spiritual strength was nearly gone, and without that barrier, her body would soon be nothing but a corpse. She wondered what kind of anomaly had this level of cunning and sky-defying skill, toying with them so completely, and if this was truly how it would end. Suddenly, the ceiling split open with a cut, letting in a thin shaft of light. She was on the verge of blacking out. She spotted Fang Yi's silhouette framed in the light above. Her eyes slid shut. Meanwhile, Fang Yi had dropped through the opening. He hit the ground without a scratch. He remarked that it was a dark attribute anomaly. The serpent lunged at him instantly. He darted aside, cleanly avoiding the strike. Zhu burst into view and rushed at him too. He noted that there were two anomalies here. One acted as bait while the other delivered the kill, a neat setup, making it no surprise that the spiritual energy here was off. And since Zhu had such a habit of biting, it might as well sample the taste of lightning. He swung his sword at the serpent, slicing into it and leaving it wounded. He declared that it was its turn now, and pressed if it feared fire. The serpent lunged at Fang Yi with its sharp fangs, a swift strike that carried the promise of tearing flesh. He quickly jumped into the air to dodge it, muscles coiling and releasing like a spring under pressure. He remarked that it should watch the blade, voice edged with the kind of warning that doubled as a challenge. The serpent was alarmed, its eyes widening with an instinctive flash of self-preservation. He then swung his sword from its head to its body, the arc of steel cutting through air with vicious intent. Its body was partly sliced in half, flesh and scales parting under the force. But he was surprised when he saw that it was not yet down, still writhing with stubborn defiance. It was gathering the dark mist and regenerating its body, tendrils of shadow stitching wounds in unnatural silence. He commented that, as expected, there was a hidden move, his tone more knowing than impressed. But the serpent was surprised when it felt his lightning activate in its body, an alien force crackling inside it. It screamed in pain as its entire body got electrocuted, the sound sharp enough to rattle the air. He then scoffed, almost dismissing the spectacle. He noted that luckily he had sensed in advance that the serpent's dark aura was even more intense than Zhu Ye's. Earlier, while using the Tang blade and activating the power of inner flame, he had withdrawn the force at the last moment and used the blade as a medium to condense and channel thunder power into the serpent's body. As an anomaly with dark powers, Zhu Ye was eerie and sneaky but relatively weak, bloodthirsty but only capable of harming one or two people, not yet evolved. But that serpent was something else entirely. Suddenly, he hissed when he felt a sting in his shoulder, the pain sharp and immediate. He wondered if it was snake scales, suspicion already forming. He concluded that, as he expected, it was a cunning mutated creature and even its intelligence had evolved, as its silent sneak attacks were deadly. The venom had a paralytic effect, one that kills without a sound, but he could feel the sting, which must be due to the continuous flow of the golden sun breathing technique within him. The Yang Flame attribute could dissolve poison. The breathing technique heals and protects, and thunder power purifies, and those two combined allowed his body to feel distinct pain, warning him of incoming enemy attacks. But for others, even if they had some protective abilities, that poison might be incurable, and that serpent must have grown so massive in secret thanks to at least a level 3 Ghost Axe power and its ambush tactics. With Zhu Ye's cooperation, it was a perfect trap for elite pioneer hunters, and it must have devoured many, likely even several pioneers who never joined up with the official team. Finally, no matter how sinister or vicious it was, it would already be reduced to ashes. That inner flame was powerful, but the thunder power with triple damage was still more effective, so he guessed his combat skills were already among the best in the pioneer team. He stood there and watched his flame devour the serpent when a thought crossed his mind, pulling him from the spectacle. He approached the fire, its heat curling toward him. He then reached out to it, fingers hovering over the blaze. But then he realized that someone was still there, presence lingering like a shadow. Su Ching-Ying was coughing by the stairs, breath catching in fits. She was closing her eyes and pretending to be unconscious, the act as flimsy as a torn veil. He recognized her as the girl from the association and told her to drop the act. She was not very good at playing dead, and it showed. She recalled that, of all people, it was really him earlier. And then she laughed and explained that she just got choked by the stench and woke up. She wasn't faking. He remarked that she was surprisingly tough, since every one of her teammates lay drained and unconscious, yet she still clung to a faint defensive aura. because if her will had burned out completely, she wouldn't have picked up the metallic tang of blood or the sting of burning in the air. She muttered her thanks for the praise with clear reluctance. She admitted inwardly that a shred of spiritual aura still wrapped around her like a stubborn shell, and he had spotted it instantly, though she remained clueless about how he managed to take down both Zhu Ye and that massive serpent. He told her there was no need to keep her hands over her eyes, so long as she gave her word not to spill his identity. She noted that he carried himself far friendlier than the last time, and he mentioned that the night was wearing on, and since she and her squad were intact, he'd be heading off. She urged him to hold on, but he dismissed the idea, stating too many mouths were prone to talking, so the cleanup would be hers to handle. He slipped away through the roof in a flash. He considered it fortunate she hadn't caught him attempting to absorb that dark element earlier, because the crawling discomfort and bone-deep chill of it had been downright revolting. He questioned whether his body simply rejected the dark aura, forcing him to disperse it with inner force, especially since the system had stayed completely silent, but decided to drop the matter and mull it over back home. Meanwhile, Su Ching-Ying regretted not even catching a clear view of Fang Yi's face and figured he still kept his guard up against the association. She turned to the captain and told him to wake up as the fight was done. He stirred only after she slapped him across the face several times. He blurted that they had been ambushed. Then his gaze froze at the sight of the serpent's charred corpse lying before them. He demanded to know what had happened and where that overwhelming pure yang energy was coming from. And she pointed out that, as he could plainly see, a pioneer had stepped in to help. She suspected he was her mission target, given her original assignment to identify a pioneer with a rare high-tier attribute, the yang type. She hadn't pinned it down yet, so his identity stayed hazy, and in truth he had turned the tables, tracking her even as she watched him. But in that moment, he had been their savior. One of the destroyer squad members blurted out a question about what kind of monster could single-handedly defeat both Zhu Ye and the giant serpent. The captain suddenly remembered and demanded to know where Zhu Ye's corpse had gone. He instructed them to clean up the scene first and send the remains to the association. Then he stepped square into a chunk of Zhu Ye's flesh. He hissed sharply, calling it vicious energy. He asked Su Ching-Ying if she claimed his attribute was yang, adding that the residual electric energy was far too savage. She questioned if it came from Zhu Ye's body and observed that the thunder energy there was shockingly pure, a high-level attribute, and he responded that she better not tell him two high-level pioneers had appeared, one killing the serpent, the other Zhu Ye, before vanishing together. She knew that wasn't how it had gone, and puzzled over how she could explain there had only been one person. She reasoned that no one would buy the idea of someone wielding two top-tier attributes, because even one was enough to mark a genius, and a pioneer with dual high-level powers was almost unheard of. He was the Flame Walker of the Sun, also the Thunder Tyrant. She wondered just what kind of monster he truly was. Su Ching-Ying figured it was a lucky break that she had her squad waiting outside the factory, because if she had lingered too long inside, they would have raised the alarm with the association, and the association would have sent in investigative agents under the assumption they were coming to pick up corpses. One of her squad members blurted out that she wasn't dead after all, while she had already resigned herself to losing their captain forever. And another pressed her on what she would have done if the worst had really happened. The focus of the mission shifted into scanning the lingering spirit energy, tracing the remains of the clash, and piecing together how the fight unfolded. Then came the part of filing the full incident report to the association. One of the investigators addressed the captains and remarked that based on the analysis of the residue and energy patterns, they could reconstruct attack forms and even pin down the killing method. Their conclusion was that there was a 99% chance both anomalies had been wiped out by the same hand. The captain of the destroyer squad muttered that it truly was a dual high-level attribute pioneer, and he admitted they must have underestimated badly because either anomaly alone could have annihilated them, to which his teammate chimed in that the big shot had swatted both instantly. And even though they were all listed as Ghost Axe level, the gulf in ability was colossal. Su Ching-Ying reported that her target had resurfaced and the data had been refreshed, so she had to file a direct report to HQ. Moments later, she mentioned that both the Tyrant and North Gate of Chingcheng University were within her scope of monitoring. The association president replied that he understood and ordered her to suspend her mission for now. He had cleared the field, destroyed the anomalies, and secured the surroundings, which proved he wasn't hostile toward the association, and he was clearly not their enemy. His way of operating diverged from Han Li's, so for her safety and to keep the Tyrant's impression of the association favorable, she was told not to engage him for the moment, and she confirmed she understood, but added she had a theory regarding what took place on the back mountain before the Tyrant ascended in level. He pressed her for the theory. She admitted that back then she had felt a crushing aura in his territory and suspected the presence of a spirit weapon, which seemed implausible. Yet now they knew he was a dual high-attribute pioneer. He directly questioned whether he held a spirit weapon. He countered himself that it was improbable, because even with immense talent, gaining one without outside support was next to impossible, and investigators had not detected a third type of spirit energy on the site, nothing pointing to a spirit weapon. But she insisted that during her own encounter with him, she had sensed yang-aligned energy flowing from a spirit weapon. He speculated that perhaps the energy she felt came straight from his yang attribute. If he was already operating at the spirit creator realm, then theoretically, he could forge that effect alone. She reflected grimly that fewer than 5 such experts existed across the globe. The president pointed out that if this man truly commanded 3 attributes, then the entire pioneer world order would be overturned. Research held that attributes inside the body naturally repel one another, so hosting even 2 was rare, and no pioneer in history had managed 3 at once. If he did possess a spirit weapon, then the absence of a third attribute signature might even be fortunate, and he just hoped such a powerhouse would never one day flip to stand against humanity. Meanwhile, Fang Yi mulled over the fact that less than a year remained before the official spirit energy revival. Yet anomalies and disturbances were already flaring up. Even the anomalies themselves were turning more aggressive. Plenty of pioneers like him had started self-training, and once they had opened the pathway between flesh and the spirit world, they could sense shifts in the world with sharper clarity. Just like that crew in the underground river. Even without state recognition, these independents were usually pushing into at least stage 1 of ghost acts. At present, the government maintained a friendly stance toward wild pioneers like him, leaving both official and independent pioneers under a kind of mutual observation truce. The anomalies remained under government control, and pioneer clashes had yet to erupt into anything major. But despite creating the Spiritual Energy Association, the state still hadn't announced its existence to the public. Meanwhile, people kept going on about the instability and the growing dangers closing in around them, so it was obvious the government tried to both shield the public and drop quiet hints of alarm at the same time. But he remarked that the real issue sat right there, since he could already tell the government didn't have the guts to open the cultivation era for everyone, with a population that huge. Once the word spread, it would spiral into chaos, riots, and deaths in droves. And from how things looked now, the so-called pioneers couldn't handle that scale of unrest, meaning internal and external threats would only push collapse even faster. A softer hand probably worked best in that case because human panic outstripped the terror of monsters any day. And then he wondered bluntly if that riot had been staged from the start. He muttered to himself that what gnawed at him most was how the anomalies were mutating faster than predicted, and after brushing against that black mist, he realized they came from a sub-branch of the dark attribute, the sworn bane of pioneers. Yet those anomalies carried an intelligence far sharper than regular beasts, and not only did they savor humans, they treated a pioneer's body as an even tastier prize, sometimes even scheming together to bait traps and ambushes. While they weren't on the same nightmare level as the full dark attribute anomalies he'd glimpsed before, the kind that could wipe out nations or continents if he hadn't trailed them that day, that pioneer team and the recruiter chasing him likely wouldn't have walked away alive. Just that sub-attribute already oozed sinister filth, so the full dark attribute had to be absurdly dangerous. But since the system tagged it as temporarily cannot be absorbed, he wondered sharply if that meant he could claim it once he hit the right conditions. He figured that if he could turn the dark attribute, so lethal to humans, into his own weapon, that would be the ultimate twist, maybe even the key to flipping the war. Right now, he carried the Yang attribute's golden sun breathing technique, the Thunder attribute's 100-fold refined divine thunder, and the Yang sub-attribute's inner flame that fueled his red flame blade technique. Not only were those elite-level attributes, but the bigger advantage was how his techniques synced perfectly with them. Plus, with his Ghost Axe 3-star power, there weren't many pioneers who could match him, but even so, it still fell short. Out of nowhere, his aunt called him. He wondered why she popped up all of a sudden. His aunt checked in about his health lately and mentioned that his cousin was heading over to study near him, and she didn't feel good about letting her stay at some hotel alone, so she asked if the girl could crash at his place for a few days. He reacted with surprise hearing about his cousin. He only remembered her as a top student obsessed with studying, and honestly, he couldn't even picture her face anymore. He told his aunt it was fine. She could send her over since he had a spare room, and when he pressed her for the arrival time, she replied there was no need, because she would just send the address and the girl would show up herself. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was glued to her computer. She overheard her mother mention she'd have her bring some local snacks for Fang Yi, which he acknowledged with thanks and said he'd happily accept. She answered okay and added that Yi should get there in the afternoon the next day, so she'd leave it in his hands, and while he assured her it was no problem, he felt a jolt when he processed that detail. At the same time, Lin Yi was messaging her Martial Pioneer team about her arrival schedule and where she'd be staying. Her mother wrapped up by saying all right and that Fang Yi should take care and come visit next time. In that moment, she was browsing info on the influencer town that got renamed Death Town after 3 more vanished. She remarked casually that it was Yanghuo Town. Suddenly, her mother pressed her about whether she had packed. She replied yes, but admitted she didn't want to trouble her cousin, insisting the hotel was fine. But her mother snapped that no way, it wasn't safe, and she trusted her cousin much more. She reminded her daughter not to cause trouble at his house and to help when she could, and as she pressed her for agreement, Lin Yi conceded that she knew, so her mother shouldn't worry. She then closed the door behind her. She told herself she would just take it step by step, and whatever happened, dealing with her cousin was easier than facing anomalies. The next day, Lin Yi arrived in the city. She dragged her suitcase along as she headed toward Fang Yi's house. Her map flagged that she'd reached her destination. She murmured that this should be the place. Lin Yi pressed Fang Yi with a casual question, wondering aloud if he was her cousin. He came right back at her, asking instead if she was Lin Yi. She froze in place, giving nothing away. After a pause that dragged long enough to feel awkward, Fang Yi nudged the silence by, asking if she had come for the summer camp. And when she admitted yes, he mentioned she could reach out to him anytime if she needed help, and she responded with a quick okay and polite thanks. He handed her the spare key, noted that he would head back to his room, and pointed out hers across the hall, and she replied with an all right before apologizing for the extra trouble during those few days. She figured her cousin seemed easy enough to get along with, the kind who wouldn't bother sticking his nose into her business. Meanwhile, Fang Yi mulled over whether his senses were messing with him or if she really wasn't hiding her aura properly. Back when she sat on the couch like nothing was wrong, he had faintly caught a strange thread of spiritual energy, so he wondered if she had already stepped into the pioneer world and whether her summer camp excuse was just cover for chasing anomalies. Not long after, Lin Yi slipped her Martial Pioneer team a message. She mentioned that her cousin came across as pretty nice and unlikely to interfere with her moves, and when she asked when they would start operating, 81-year-old sultry woman told her to cool it and stay low because the place was messy, crawling with pollution zones, some already locked down by other pioneers. Scammed in online romance for 50 cents chimed in that she had heard about the Underground River incident, where 2 teams went head-to-head until some powerhouse sliced out a blazing sun with 1 strike and forced everyone else to retreat. And when Sultry Woman pressed if that was for real, she answered that it must have been an extreme yang attribute, a clear sign of a top-tier pioneer. Lin Yi reminded them that this was why they had to be cautious, since the revival of spiritual energy hadn't officially begun yet, and everything was still in the shadows, so no one knew how many monster-level pioneers Xia country was hiding, meaning they couldn't afford to draw eyes. She quickly decided to shelve it, figuring she had just arrived and shouldn't cultivate yet, because if her cousin caught her, explaining would be a nightmare. 3 days later, Fang Yi griped to himself that no one would have guessed living with his cousin would actually wreck his cultivation rhythm. Since meditation and breath control kept getting broken, even practicing the golden sun breathing technique felt risky, its dazzling glow hard to hide, and he couldn't believe he had never noticed how flashy it looked before. When evening rolled around, Lin Yi called him over, mentioning dinner was ready, listing tomato beef stew, cold cucumber salad, and corn rib soup. He remarked that it was all good and she had been thoughtful that day, so he should handle the dishes. But she brushed it off, saying it was no problem since she was staying there, and it was the least she could contribute. But he found the unnerving part was that she was too polite, nailed perfect manners, and threw herself into homework with almost obsessive neatness. Still, letting her carry on was part of getting her to drop her guard. He observed her in secret as she ate. That was the only way, he figured, to peel back the cover on her real identity. Out of nowhere, her phone rang. He probed lightly, wondering what was up, and if a friend was calling. She stiffened at once. He quickly diffused the tension, telling her he'd leave her to it, and was heading back to his room. She stayed wordless, caught in the moment. A few moments later, she pressed her team for what they had mentioned, if another major world shift was dropping tomorrow, and what time it would hit. And when they answered that it was set for 3 p.m., she reassured them with an easy tone that they shouldn't stress because she'd definitely show up. It felt fine to her, and she confirmed she would meet them at the entrance of Yanghuo town. And when Fang Yi caught that name, he instantly wondered if it wasn't that flashy suburban hotspot, just about an hour's drive from the city. He mulled over the fact that, as he had suspected all along, his cousin was a pioneer too. And thankfully, with the level she sat at now, she probably couldn't sense him lurking. But she was already holding a 2-star Ghost Axe Realm rank while still in high school and might push through to the next stage soon, so he brooded over whether her talent was so overblown that it had twisted her personality into something slightly eccentric. He speculated that the whole summer camp excuse was nothing but a smokescreen, and the world shift was her true reason for turning up. Convinced that she had sniffed out the shift and latched onto it as her pretext to come here. Every single world shift landed as both a chance and a toolbox for him to scrape up new techniques to sharpen his power. He wondered which attribute might spawn inside Yanghuo town this time. He then decided that no one else mattered because whatever showed up, it belonged to him. Meanwhile, Lin Yi kept mulling over the odd sensation. She puzzled whether it was only in her head or if someone's eyes were actively fixed on her. The next day, Lin Yi made her way to Yanghuo town. She linked up with her team right at the town's entrance. Online romance teased her about whether she'd been crashing at her cousin's place the past few days and pushed on whether he was hot or not. Lin Yi admitted that he was a decent guy, but as far as looks went, he was plain and average. Definitely not her flavor of influencer pretty boy. Online romance slipped into sour disappointment, and sultry woman burst into teasing laughter that rang with sharp delight. She poked at them with a playful nip, tossing out the reminder that Lin Yi once brushed herself off as just one among the ordinary masses. Their leader cut in without warning, voice steady and deliberate, declaring that since everyone had shown up, they might as well cut to the real business. Lin Yi suddenly pressed with sharpness, asking if she was right that the girl wasn't coming again, and the leader confirmed flatly that it was still only the 6 of them. She wasn't making an appearance. Sultry woman remarked with an easy shrug that the girl had always cloaked herself in mystery, and they were long used to it, so they might as well move along. Meanwhile, Fang Yi kept his quiet perch on the second floor of a restaurant, eyes trained on them below. He judged with calm precision that his cousin's squad carried a low-key air in how they set themselves up. Even the weakest body among them already sat steady at the 2-star Ghost Axe realm, and the earlier speaker carried himself at the 3-star. From the way they chatted, there was also some powerhouse tucked into their roster who barely ever surfaced. And then, the real anomaly loomed heavy above that influencer-choked town, waiting on the mountain. He described it with blunt awe. A vine crashing down from the heavens like the beanstalk straight out of the old Jack and the Beanstalk tale. The vine broke into random stretches around Yanghuo town at wildly unpredictable times, shredding every scrap of info they'd normally rely on, making it impossible to piece together. It was clearly a world shift, but not the messy type tied to wild weather tantrums or crumbling ground. It was a freak anomaly blinking out of thin air, drifting lazy and slow, leaving behind 0 damage. It didn't crack with thunder or burn with light. It only floated in mute silence, fading and reappearing like a ghost. A few moments later, Lin Yi and her team trekked onto the mountain path. Sultry woman asked bluntly if this was the real deal staring them in the face. She admitted with a shiver that if she hadn't caught sight of it herself, she never would have bought into its existence. Suddenly, online romance urged nervously that maybe they should hold back and not move closer, and Lin Yi pressed her sharp for the reason. Online romance froze in place, her body stiff and trembling with raw fear. She confessed in a thin, rattled voice that only after staring straight at it did she realize something felt horribly wrong. her whole body chilled to the bone, and she nervously asked if they'd seen the whispers on the internal forums. She explained she knew someone from that other team, and the last time the vine surfaced, they had reached out to touch it, and those pioneers were leagues stronger than she was, not some small fry by any measure. But after going there, every one of them vanished without leaving a shadow. She whispered with dread-soaked certainty that she could feel the same fate curling around them now. Not even bones would remain to bury. Online Romance admitted that she once figured she could just roll with the Forerunner's gamble, either haul big or die with nothing left behind. But the instant she locked eyes on that thing, a raw fear slammed into her. Her gut screamed that back then she had bumped into a top-tier heaven and earth anomaly, something brand new, unknown, and ridiculously strong. She wasn't anywhere near ready to throw her life into that hole yet. She wanted out. Sultry Woman stayed silent while Lin Yi remarked that she was right, because all of them felt it. That wood attribute vine carried this bleak aura, and she couldn't pin it down. It was like drowning in the endless river of time, everything fading, every living thing erased. That was why it gnawed at them with such unbearable dread, like it would chew their life away bit by bit. She reached out and clasped Online Romance's hand. She told her flatly that this was the road of martial pioneers. Meanwhile, Fang Yi grumbled inside that it reeked of crushing death energy. After all those days staring down anomalies, only that dark attribute one topped it, and still this vine came off nastier. Yet they actually chose to cultivate right there. Pure guts. It was obviously a plant that should scream vitality. Yet instead, it felt hollow. Not truly alive, more like a corpse dressed up as living, stripped bare of spirit. Then Lin Yi rallied everyone, warning they didn't have time to dwell, and since danger was a given, they should just sense the energy there. She instructed them to stick where they could see one another and not drift too far, and they agreed. She figured that way they might squeeze out a bit more safety. She then sealed herself in a glowing orb of her own energy and slipped into meditation. Fang Yi considered it decent, cautious work, sensing and cultivating at a safe range, not too close but not too far. Classic top student move, picking the perfect spot for rewards without tipping into recklessness or timidity. Out of nowhere, a blast of fierce energy erupted from Lin Yi. Fang Yi wondered if she was already breaking through, since she brushed right up against 3-star level, and he grudgingly admitted his cousin's talent was outrageous. At that, Sultry Woman exclaimed that it was Ghost Axe 3 stars, praising Lin Yi's brilliance. Without warning, the vines surged at them. The team leader instantly caught on. He warned them sharply it was bad news because the vine was closing in, and Sultry Woman demanded if it had actually spotted them from that far. The others shrieked for help as the vines coiled and dragged them in. Online Romance urged them to move fast because if they hesitated, they were done for. Lin Yi's breakthrough stirred too much noise, and they couldn't afford to let the vine bind them, because once it did, that bleak aura would latch on and melt them in an instant. The vines rammed against Lin Yi's barrier, and cracks already splintered across it. Sultry Woman declared with heated defiance that they couldn't leave, warning she'd be dragged into trouble. But Online Romance pressed her in exasperation, demanding what she expected him to do if she wanted him to burn his spiritual energy shielding her, and reminded her with sharp reproach that she chose this cultivation ground herself, recklessly forcing her rank forward. He pressed her if she intended to grind down his life just to climb higher. Sultry Woman urged everyone to cool their heads, but the leader cut in bluntly, claiming life and death sat in fate's hands. Wealth and honor were fixed by the heavens, and if they refused to flee now, they'd share her grave, while she was far too young to gamble on impulse when they barely even knew each other. She lashed out without hesitation and slapped him hard across the face. She flung her words at him with scorn, telling him to scram then because she refused to desert a teammate. On the other side, Fang Yi simmered with unease, thinking that his cousin likely hadn't even grasped the danger she was standing in. She remained just a student after all, and that vine's might was monstrous, leaving doubt if his strength could measure up to saving her. But the clock was running out fast. He reminded himself he had sworn to his aunt to guard her, and a promise sworn could never be tossed aside. Meanwhile, Sultry Woman strained desperately, clashing against the vines. Yet her struggle ended when one caught her leg. The vines surged and bound her entire body tight. At the same time, the vines lunged forward with piercing force. Fang Yi burst in and swung his sword down. Sultry Woman screamed Lin Yi's name with raw desperation. Online Romance turned back, tears glimmering in her eyes. Fang Yi hurled his flaming blade straight into the vines. It detonated with a violent roar, scorching everything in the area when it struck the ground. He dropped down, lowering himself upon his sword. He steadied his stance atop the hilt, balancing like a daredevil. The leader voiced his suspicion, asking if the vine was retreating, while online romance wondered aloud if its attack had finally ceased. But then, fresh vines burst out of the firestorm. They whipped toward Fang Yi, but he swept them away with a burst of blinding radiance. The leader blinked in awe, questioning if he was also a pioneer. Sultry Woman reasoned it must be an extreme yang attribute, which explained the sheer dominance, since only such elevated forces could brazenly shove back a desolate vine. The leader's thoughts churned bitterly, recalling how he prided himself on talent, reaching Ghost Axe 3 stars in record time, while across the country, only a rare few pioneers could match such speed. He measured again, realizing that not even that mysterious prodigy could overshadow Lin Yi's level, which was merely on par with his own. But if monsters like this walked among them, he brooded over what place they held. He asked himself if they were nothing but dim stars glinting faintly to frame the blazing moon. He ground his pride down and corrected himself, muttering that the boy crushed not just him, but every pioneer alike. He shuddered to grasp what kind of existence that might be. Meanwhile, the system rang in Fang Yi's mind, reporting detection of an extreme wood attribute and launching an autocompile. The process completed flawlessly, awarding him everlasting vitality, a technique that could devour life force from every direction to mend injuries at frightening speed. He marveled that such a wood attribute skill packed staggering potential, and with living energy around, it was near to an endless engine eternally recharging. Fang Yi had his eyes shut tight while he absorbed the writhing vines clinging around him, letting that eerie vitality sink into him. He then snapped his eyes open with a quiet focus. He figured it made perfect sense that this vine could only thrive in such cruel terrain, because anywhere else, the life force for dozens of miles would probably be sucked dry in no time. Deprivation. It's lethal. The desolate nature of that power hit hard, a brutal force that brazenly plunders the life of others. Out of nowhere, Sultry Woman offered him heartfelt thanks for pulling them back from death's edge. She remarked that without him, they'd all be corpses, and pressed him on how they could possibly repay him. A few moments later, she mentioned that Lin Yi had come around, and the team leader responded with caution, remarking that it depends, because if she still held on to reason, she wouldn't tear the team apart. And instead of wasting time on that, they had better focus on that mysterious man. Lin Yi, still gathering herself, asked what had happened to the rest of them. She then registered that those blazing yang remnants had been overwhelmingly strong, because even from a distance, the scorching heat pressed her down like a weight. The team leader followed up by remarking that she should let him recount the whole mess to her properly. A few moments later, Lin Yi returned home. She mulled over whether someone that terrifying could truly exist as she recalled their team leader's blunt description, practically a monster. The same vine they had hacked at endlessly without success had been forced back by a single slash from him. He then pointed out to her that the vine had completely recoiled into the sky, unwilling to creep anywhere near them anymore. It was pure intimidation, because even after he left, the vine behaved like a caged chicken, nothing like the wild beast from before. Suddenly, Fang Yi turned to her and remarked that she was back already. He observed that she looked a bit pale. She admitted that studying still left her feeling drained. He noted she was pushing herself and urged her to get some rest. And when he casually asked if they should order takeout for the night, she agreed. She then reflected that breaking through consumed far too much mental energy, and every time she channeled her spiritual power to wield the divine axe, she had to give everything she had, a strain harsher than pulling all-nighters for an entire month. Fortunately, she was no longer a mere ordinary person, so staying up for days wouldn't break her down. And as she wondered if it all counted as a desperate struggle, she recognized that cultivation was the destiny of pioneers and the world itself was already shifting drastically. A simple life like her cousin's was forever beyond her reach. Suddenly, she jolted in surprise when Garen dropped a message in their group chat. Garen urged her to notify them immediately if she spotted any further traces of that powerful figure, and she figured this was the first time Garen had ever bothered to speak up in that chat. She fired back with a reply, pressing her if she believed the man who rescued them might actually be the same one who had skyrocketed to fame at the Dark River Molten Dragon. and why such a towering big shot would bother saving them if it truly was him. She spun images in her head of what that big shot must look like, piecing it together from the dramatic descriptions she had read online. On the flip side, Fang Yi wheeled out his bicycle. He figured it was perfectly fine to let Lin Yi stay in the hospital for now. Meanwhile, his focus needed to shift toward figuring out how to evolve next. The desolation attribute leaned more toward plants, but at its core, it carried the nature of corruption, and he worried that putting it on himself could spiral into nasty side effects. Not only that, it might clash with the thunder attribute already in his possession. So the smartest path forward was finding something akin to that eerie ghost vine, since the reason it dangled from the heavens was its instinctive pull toward the rich spiritual energy of revival. And in that instinctive choice, it birthed the attribute of desolation. He then declared that he already knew where to head. He pedaled off toward the mountain. Moments later, he rolled into the city forest park. He murmured that what he needed was a plant that could resonate powerfully with his spiritual energy and show closeness enough to be chosen as the lucky one. He shut his eyes. He poured his desolate energy into the surrounding nature. He picked up on the plant's subtle response to the spiritual energy. The feedback was strong, yet still insufficient. He needed much more. Out of nowhere, a radiant flower glowing faintly on the ground snagged his focus. He wondered if this was the one he'd been searching for. He extended his hand to poke at it. The petals curled and clasped tightly around his finger. Then they loosened again, opening up with a flush of color like it was somehow sentient. He judged it as brimming with spirit. Though clearly nothing more than a wildflower, it played like a greedy little pup, clinging to spiritual energy and, after gulping down the aura, even pressing forward to nuzzle at his fingers. He noted aloud that across the entire forest, nothing reacted more intensely to his spiritual energy than this flower, making it the perfect vessel for the desolation attribute. So he decided this was the one, and challenged it if it was ready. He then pushed his desolate energy straight into the wildflower. The system triggered, asking if he wished to forcefully implant the desolation attribute into that object, and he confirmed without hesitation. A heavy, desolate aura burst out of Fang Yi and rolled across the space like a tide no one asked for. He blinked in surprise when his gaze fell back on the wildflower. Its petals looked plumper, rounder, no longer fragile. Its stalk swelled thicker, carrying extra leaves that had sprouted without warning. It gave off a glow again, soft yet unsettling in its persistence. Its roots pushed deeper, greedily anchoring themselves, drawing energy from every corner of the surroundings. Fang Yi muttered inwardly that this was no ordinary pull but a terrifying desolation force, the grip of some demon's hand. Only 3 seconds, and the flower had already nearly emptied an entire circle of the city forest, too domineering to ignore, and still the spread went wild and unchecked. The wildflower shot upward in rapid growth. He muttered that he should abandon it, because if this kind of rampage continued, the Spirit Chi Association people would swarm in. This was the city center after all, and sooner or later the spike would catch their attention. And given the revival, plants like this were walking straight into danger. After he slipped into the park, he had noticed more cameras than usual, and the whole place had gone eerily empty, stripped of visitors. He then pressed the question of whether it still hadn't stopped absorbing, whether it was somehow surviving without roots. He remarked that compared with the earlier reckless devouring, the current absorption had slowed a lot, and it struck him as insane that even after being torn from the soil, the flower's spirituality hadn't dimmed, when just before his choice, it had been nothing but an ordinary weed. He wrestled with the thought that maybe the flower began evolving after being granted an attribute. Maybe some evolutionary shackle had shattered, when suddenly the cameras blared a warning about abnormal values breaking the limit, and dread hit him that he had triggered surveillance. He cursed under his breath that it was time to leave. Meanwhile, over at the Spirit Chi Revival Plant Research Department, alarms landed, and they questioned what on earth had caused the abnormal values to spike like that. Their leader ordered everyone to strap on wristbands and storm into the park, locking the zone down so no outsiders slipped in. Moments later, one member checked his wristband and reported the fluctuation had surged to 30. He exclaimed that it was horrifying, because at Xincheng University's North Gate, the readings only swung between 8 and 10, while even the Dark River Molten Dragon barely reached 25. And another chimed in, agreeing that once Spirit Chi anomalies go over 10, the military intervenes, yet that Park's numbers had never once broken past 10 before. One member crouched to inspect the ground. He murmured that everything seemed off since humidity, temperature, and sunlight were perfectly normal, yet all the plants had been leached of life within mere seconds. He demanded to know what attribute could do that and urged the group to push ahead because the source had to be deeper in. But the teacher cut him short, warning not to approach. He told them flatly not to touch it. It was the desolation attribute. He then pressed if they had ever heard of the vine that drooped from the sky. They responded with unease, asking if he meant the demonic vine, already marked as an A-level mutation. He confirmed, explaining that its danger ranked it as A-level, and the reason it slaughtered so many pioneers, leaving bones scattered, was its desolation attribute, which sucked the life from everything in reach, hoarding all for itself. One member paled and trembled. He asked the teacher if stepping forward would have killed him instantly had he not been stopped, and the teacher replied that plants awakened with desolation create dead zones, and anything crossing the boundary has its vitality consumed. He recalled reading of another desolation plant in Xia country, in the ancient tree-forbidden zone of Kong City, where a rotting giant tree corrupted the whole forest, and any creature that neared was impaled on the spot. With the shift of heaven and earth, he cautioned, plant mutations couldn't be underestimated, and for now, desolation stood as the fiercest known attribute, and beyond the vine and the ancient tree, another desolation source had just awakened. Han Li suddenly declared that he already caught wind of the situation. The teacher instantly recognized him with no hesitation. Han Li instructed that every researcher must suit up and trail along into the contaminated zone. Everyone geared up exactly as they were told, not daring to miss a step. They marched into the contaminated zone right after. One of them remarked that no desolation sources were detected. Another pressed that it was said only the vine could actually move around. And another reported that the aura was fading fast, with concentration plummeting to 25 in barely 5 minutes. Han Li urged them to investigate, and Su Ching-Ying promptly agreed. Both crouched down and pushed their energy forcefully into the ground. The two currents of energy flowed in the same direction without deviation. That current led them straight to the place where Fang Yi had torn the wildflower from the soil. Su Ching-Ying demanded to know what that was. Han Li declared that the source had been dug out. The teacher retorted if it had been dug out and snapped that it was impossible. But Han Li countered that if someone really pulled it from a desolation forbidden zone, then that person's identity carried alarming suspicion. Su Ching-Ying admitted she knew what he was getting at, but she pointed out that no traces of that top-level cultivator's spirit power lingered. While Han Li revealed that based on big data screening and heavy analysis, they uncovered a suspect whose movements matched both mutation cases. He passed the data into her hands. She identified that it was Fang Yi. He confirmed that all his info would be sent over, adding that he was very likely the pioneer she encountered earlier. So what to do next was up to her association. She responded that she understood. 2 hours later, Fang Yi sat back inside his apartment, where he managed to tuck the wildflower into a pot. It was a docile little white flower, and he muttered that it was his first time raising one. Still stunned, he didn't even have a proper flower pot. Now, it had its own home, so it shouldn't cling to his hand anymore. And with its desolation attribute, it could cultivate itself, already shaping up to be his dependable assistant. He considered that with Desolation's peculiar powers, it would be handy in battle, and even unleash unpredictable tricks. And since it looked plain enough, even if Lin Yi laid eyes on it, she wouldn't suspect a thing. On the battlefield, looking ordinary was the sharpest disguise. He concluded that strength only made up part of the picture, while the true edge came from who carried the most hidden cards. Out of nowhere, his phone blared, showing a call from Wang Liang next door. He guessed that had to be his childhood buddy who left for the army 3 years ago. Wang Liang was his neighbor, and from elementary through middle school, they were desk partners, with a path lined up for high school together. But he had abruptly chosen the army instead. He picked up the call and teased the brat, asking if he had come back. Wang Liang confirmed and pressed if they should grab a drink at their same old hangout spot. Fang Yi questioned if it wasn't too sudden, but Wang Liang affirmed it was and hinted that he had a massive secret to spill, warning he better not faint when he heard it. He hung up afterward and dropped his phone onto the table. He gave a report, insisting he had followed their instructions, but pressed whether they could guarantee his safety if he wasn't the person they suspected. Jilan drummed her finger on the table with a sharp rhythm. She snapped that he should just complete the mission and steer clear of anything extra. And if he wasn't the one, then as his friend, he better deliver him a word of advice. Wang Liang and Fang Yi clinked their glasses and tossed out a casual cheer. Fang Yi figured while staring at him that the goofy Wang Liang must have gone through hell in the army, since the guy looked way more seasoned now. Wang Liang remarked that those 3 years in uniform had slammed him with plenty of life's weight. And while he pressed Fang Yi about how he'd been, Fang Yi admitted it wasn't bad since he landed in a vocational college, which worked out fine too. He mulled over how, in his last life, he never even got another glimpse of Wang Liang, and during those chaotic times, reliable news had been impossible anyway. As a soldier, he probably threw down his life somewhere in some faceless skirmish, and Fang Yi wondered if this time around, he could twist fate for his old friend. Wang Liang suddenly leaned in and asked whether he had stumbled on anything weird lately. Stuff straight out of a movie. Zombies, monsters, that kind of madness. Fang Yi reasoned that it added up, since folks in the army would surely be looped in on spiritual energy's revival. But the sly way he pitched the question made him wonder if Wang Liang was probing him, so he pressed him on what he was actually aiming to say. Wang Liang stressed that it was fine as long as he hadn't run into anything, because the truth was he came not to console him, but to drop a warning. In months or maybe a year, diplomas and money they valued now would crumble into worthless scraps. The whole world would be flipped upside down. Fang Yi figured ordinary soldiers must have been muzzled with gag orders, bound by strict agreements, forbidden from even breathing a word about spiritual energy's revival. So in reality, he was already tagged by the military as a suspicious element under surveillance. Wang Liang, being his childhood buddy, had been dispatched to probe him. Wang Liang reassured him not to stress because as long as he never leaked a word of this, he'd be safe. And Fang Yi figured he'd just play dumb and stay uncooperative. Yet even with the risk of breaking regulations, Wang Liang still extended a genuine warning, urging him to watch out for anomalies. Right then, Wang Liang's phone went off. Jilan barked through the line that he had 10 minutes tops to report back on an emergency recall, to head to the target spot, and Wang Liang answered with a crisp yes. He quickly turned to Fang Yi with an apology, stressing the mission was urgent and he had no choice, so he had to head back already and couldn't stick around to see him off. But Fang Yi hit him with a sharp question about whether it tied to spiritual energy's revival and insisted he should take him along. Wang Liang froze for a beat. Fang Yi pressed harder, urging him to bring him along, tossing in whether this whole meeting hadn't been orchestrated by his superiors too. Wang Liang started to speak, but Fang Yi cut him short, stressing he shouldn't worry, because even if he didn't know every detail of his orders, he knew Wang Liang wouldn't hurt him. He figured, besides, he needed to dig into it himself. Whatever the army was handling had to connect to heaven and earth changes. Yet since the Spiritual Energy Association already handled anomalies, he wondered what role the army was playing right now. Just as well, he aimed to uncover the truth. Moments later, they rolled into the military spiritual energy restricted zone number 19. Fang Yi registered with shock how thick the spiritual energy there felt, the density already beyond any polluted zone he'd ever known. Wang Liang reported his credentials and an official confirmed his clearance, waving him through. Fang Yi tagged along right behind Wang Liang. What slammed them next was a sudden explosion. Fang Yi reeled at the sight of multiple soldiers wrestling to subdue a feral hound. They had its neck pinned down, but the beast still lunged and ripped into one of them. Fang Yi pressed if it counted as a fusion attribute. Jilan, a 3-star Ghost Axe Realm officer, confirmed with clipped certainty that he was right, explaining that the twisted blend of darkness and flame had made the hound violently deranged. Several soldiers had already ended up gravely injured. She then called out to Wang Liang, and as he responded that he was present, she pressed if he had dragged an unrelated person into the restricted zone without clearance. He started to justify himself, but she cut him short, snapping that he should drop it because the situation was dire, and he was the last piece they needed. So he had to get over there and hold the line, to which he answered with compliance. She then wondered if it was Fang Yi, judging that he looked painfully ordinary, and his spiritual energy only faintly stirred. So she questioned if he could really be the one, but pushed aside the thought because it wasn't the moment. She then remarked that since he was Wang Liang's friend, she'd let it slide, but warned him that this was a restricted zone. So once he entered, his life and death would be his own burden, and everything he saw must stay buried, to which he acknowledged with understanding. She then summoned Zhang Mi and Li Yu. They rushed ahead without hesitation and struck at the hound. She then leveled her rifle and squeezed the trigger. A surge of aura burst out in a searing beam, and the hound let out a hideous howl as it took the hit. She remarked that its mutation had worsened. She warned Li Yi to stay sharp. He froze, stunned, and Jilan blasted its temple to shatter the attack mid-charge. She ordered that he not underestimate the beast and maintain distance, because they had to finish it off before evolution sealed in, and they all responded firmly. Fang Yi registered that they were a razor-trained unit, comrades who trusted one another, bound by discipline and coordination, each indispensable, and together they could unleash a force far beyond their solo limits. But his instincts suddenly jolted. He shouted that they should run, declaring they stood no chance. The hound erupted with a crushing wave of dark aura. Jilan ordered the alert level raised and the mutation grade of the restricted zone updated, forbidding any retreat, and they answered in unison. She warned them to stay wary because the hound had fully bonded with the darkness attribute, completing its mutation. The hound cast a sinister glare downward. Wang Liang froze stiff with terror. Jilan barked his name. Fang Yi registered that this was bad. Wang Liang managed to leap aside just in time, narrowly evading the hound's strike. Jilan rallied all units and declared that the variant hound in Restricted Zone 19 had fully mutated and evolved, so it was being reclassified from C level to B level, and the combat plan was being updated. Suddenly, Wang Liang hacked up blood. Fang Yi pressed if he was all right. He admitted that he was, insisting he had only funneled spiritual energy into the restraining collar and suffered backlash. He told him not to fret because they were the officers and soldiers of Zone 19. Fang Yi stayed quiet, though his face betrayed heavy concern. Meanwhile, Jilan rammed her rifle into the ground. She called the squad and declared that the tactics or methods didn't matter. Even at the cost of their lives, they could not allow a B-level variant to break out of the restricted zone. But then she reeled when Fang Yi charged past her. She snapped at him, demanding to know what he was trying to pull. Fang Yi remarked that the hound carried itself with ridiculous arrogance. He charged without hesitation, even though its claws slashed toward him with murderous intent. He slipped past the claws and vaulted over its head with fluid precision. He declared that it should let the divine thunder refine it until it exploded into nothing. Raw lightning burst from his hand as he slammed its skull into the ground with brutal force. The shockwave rattled the soldiers nearby, shaking their formation. One of the men pressed if he wasn't mistaken, pointing out it was a B-level anomaly that even Jilan couldn't handle alone. Wang Liang pressed Jilan if maybe his brother was the real target, and she admitted that none of them had been wrong. He really was the Tyrant. Back in the fight, Fang Yi questioned if the thing still wasn't dead, and with a blunt tone that there was no helping it. He called out to Wang Liang and Jilan, ordering them to retreat. She calculated that a B-level anomaly normally required formation, cooperation, and readiness to bleed, yet he alone could crush it. She puzzled over what kind of monstrous power that was. She had to concede that it was the most extreme lightning attribute imaginable, and even across Yan Nation it ranked top tier, leaving her to dread how terrifying he might become once spiritual energy fully recovered. He lifted his fingers toward the sky, channeling lightning through them. She flinched in alarm at his move. Dark clouds churned overhead, and a colossal lightning bolt took shape in their center. Fang Yi turned his back on the hound. He dragged his hand downward, and the bolt split the air, blasting the beast behind him. Jilan judged in that instant that he lived up to the title Tyrant. One man cursed, claiming his neck turned icy and his skull buzzed, while another groaned why lightning felt 10,000 times more dreadful than darkness, swearing he could handle corrosion but never strikes like that. Fang Yi then called Wang Liang over, announcing it was finished, and Wang Liang barked that the brat nearly scared him into an early grave. He hadn't expected his big brother to be that frighteningly strong, and Fang Yi jabbed back if he repaid kindness with enmity, since he beat the dog and then beat him. Wang Liang apologized, admitting he dragged him in because orders weighed like mountains and maybe he was a pioneer. But Fang Yi shot back if after 3 years, he still treated him like a stranger, not knowing who he was. Suddenly, Jilan stepped toward Fang Yi. She expressed her thanks for his help. He gave a genuine smile. He told her not to mention it, to take it as him saving a friend. She explained that she had forgotten to introduce herself, that she was Jilan, responsible for guarding Forbidden Zone 19, and since he saved 19, she hoped he would share contact information for her truthful report. He agreed casually, while Wang Liang reeled at the sight of an officer saluting his childhood friend. Jilan admitted that Fang Yi's strength surpassed many pioneers the army specially recruited, so she sincerely wished to invite him to join the Xia Nation's army. Though, as just a zone guard officer, her authority wasn't enough. She also reasoned in private that what shocked her more was his realm should be Ghost Axe stage, 3 stars, yet his power already matched or even exceeded a spirit-forming venerable. Fang Yi teased if she meant she wasn't worthy to invite him, and she confirmed bluntly that yes, there was no shame in that fact. They had only acted on higher-ups' orders to understand him, not to throw him at the anomaly, and she believed those higher-ups would personally extend the invitation. He remarked that it wasn't really that serious, tossing in a casual tone, and admitted he actually respected all of them a lot, because not everyone had the guts to sacrifice themselves just to protect others. Before that day, he had never once witnessed with his own eyes how soldiers fought, and earlier, he didn't quite know how he should phrase it, but truthfully, they had managed to stir something in him. She thanked him, her voice steady but carrying a quiet weight. He offered that if anything troublesome cropped up in the future, she could go ahead and call him for help, just like back in peacetime when they once did for ordinary people. But he added one blunt condition, that it must not interfere with his cultivation and it must never shackle him. She showed her surprise, but she kept her lips sealed. He mentioned the time was nearly up and that he ought to take his leave, to which she responded with a simple all right, then reminded him that she and Wang Liang still needed to handle the hound's corpse, so she would send someone to escort him back. He then realized in that instant that he finally grasped the true role of the military. The army camps itself in spiritually dense and hazardous zones, partly to temper themselves in abundant energy to ensure priority combat strength, and partly to draw a hardened line of defense between ordinary people and the creeping anomalies. Jilan then called Wang Liang and declared that his friend couldn't be described as just not simple anymore, because what they had seen that day was merely the faint tip of the iceberg of his terrifying strength. Yet even that glimpse had already left them far behind, and a pioneer who soared to that level so quickly proved that he possessed unprecedented perception, meaning that fortune, courage, and ability all coexisted in him without compromise. Wang Liang pressed her, asking if they couldn't offer him better treatment given all that, and remarked that if she felt she wasn't the right person to recruit him, then she should let him, his childhood friend, take the reins instead. But she cut him off, saying it was enough, and ordered him to hurry up and help her clean the field, and he quickly complied with a crisp yes. Meanwhile, Fang Yi had already returned to his apartment, quietly cultivating. He reflected that although his identity had been exposed in that incident, he hadn't unleashed any powers besides lightning, and judging by their stance, maybe that detail wasn't entirely a bad thing. At least now he understood that the lightning attribute was not only extremely rare but possibly unique, and because of its restraint over darkness, the military coveted it deeply. To draw him in, they wouldn't suppress him or resort to threats. Instead, they would hand him influence, the fastest road to power, and direct access to the most advanced information. He also now understood clearly the split between the Army and the Spiritual Energy Association. The Army served as night watchers, blades in the shadows, the steel shield of the nation. The Spiritual Energy Association filled in the cracks, cleaning up whatever slipped loose in the cities and keeping civilian life as steady as possible. The authorities used forbidden zones both to shield ordinary people and to hint at the coming revival of spiritual energy, which was a double-edged strategy, all the while buying civilians precious time so they wouldn't be wiped out and displaced by anomalies from the very beginning. His golden energy suddenly swirled and compressed in his core. He marveled that it was truly worthy of being a spiritually saturated forbidden zone, because even suppressing desolation power had never made him feel close to breaking through. Yet after just lingering there for a short while, he felt spiritual energy spilling and flooding his body. It was a clear sign of an imminent breakthrough. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was wondering if her cousin had come back yet. Otherwise, she could test whether her cooking had finally improved. She froze in alarm when her eyes caught the sudden burst of golden energy ahead. She stood terrified, her chest tightening. She wondered if it was the fluctuation of someone dancing dangerously within the Ghost Axe stage. But then she rejected it, because the aura felt overwhelmingly terrifying. She wondered if it could be that a pioneer was right on the edge of breaking into the spirit-forming stage. Lin Yi figured that it shifted, and she knew it wasn't the Ghost Axe stage. She mulled over whether that overwhelming surge belonged to the spirit-forming stage. If such a fierce pioneer really stood at her side, it meant something massive was unfolding. Meanwhile, back at the military base, alarms screamed as their system flagged an anomaly spiking at 99, pinpointing a spiritual power fluctuation magnetic field 5 kilometers southeast of the city. Han Li pressed for details and barked that it was an emergency, urging all units to push toward the target district. Su Ching-Ying weighed how a surge this violent had slipped through unnoticed until now, reckoning that the reading carried enough force to wipe an entire city off the map. One man speculated if a fresh spirit-forming stage pioneer had surfaced or if it was the opening act of a looming catastrophe, while another threw in that maybe it could be both. Han Li declared they needed to call in headquarters support right away. Short of unleashing massive destructive weapons, every advanced tool and resource should be rolled out. Abruptly, a soldier hailed him with news that the alarm was cancelled and the anomaly neutralized, since it turned out to be a pioneer breakthrough. Elsewhere, in his apartment, Fang Yi exhaled heavily. He now stood at the spirit-forming stage, 1 star, and as he questioned if he had really broken through just like that, he remarked that nothing much seemed different besides a strange lightness. Out of nowhere, Wang Liang pinged him. He urged him to check the article because insider chatter confirmed it tied to an anomaly inside a polluted field, marking the 2nd time. Fang Yi pressed if he meant that freakish high temperature by the North Gate last time, and whether it linked now to a playground fire, and Wang Liang admitted he'd heard that too. Adding people claimed a pioneer once purified Chingcheng University's polluted area, but for some reason, the anomaly returned, though he warned not to spread that he told him. Fang Yi replied that he understood and planned to report to his superior, but Wang Liang reminded him bluntly that his strength was off the charts, so much that even his officer confessed she couldn't cover for him, meaning he needed to tread carefully. Fang Yi conceded that was exactly why he kept wary of the military and the Spirit Chi Association, because flashing too brightly never ended well, which was why his Sunflame attribute and Scarlet Flame sword skill remained tucked away. He assured him not to stress since he would stay cautious and still had hidden trump cards. Just then, Lin Yi announced she had returned. She asked if he had eaten, and mentioned she brought him food, and he thanked her, telling her to set it down since he would grab it later. She then mulled that her cousin carried an upright character with no bad habits at all, and the only blemish on him was a streak of laziness that clung stubbornly. He lounged endlessly at home, skipped college altogether, and glued himself to his phone all day, though she figured whether he actually attended or not might not even matter in the long run. But even so, those pioneers dashed about without rest, chasing after opportunities, while forced to conceal their identity from ordinary people, and yet her cousin floated along carefree, as if untouched by the weight of the world. In the same district, a startling spirit-forming stage had surfaced, and the pioneers who caught wind of the disturbance would spread word fast, though she brushed it aside, since when the time came, she intended to shield her cousin, a gesture of thanks for letting her stay. Meanwhile, Fang Yi mulled over how last time it had been scorching heat tied to fire and sun attributes. And in the video, the blaze spread with vicious speed, flames leaping up violently. All the trees and flower beds ringing the playground reduced to ash, the area sealed off, and the video clipped short too abruptly. Yet it already looked far more devastating than the anomaly at the North Gate. He puzzled over how that sun attribute disaster might differ, and concluded that if he truly wanted to inspect it firsthand, he would need to reach out to Jilan. The next day at Chingcheng University, a reporter pressed about hearing the campus had caught fire that couldn't be extinguished and demanded to know if it was true, while another probed about casualties and why the news hadn't reported it. They pressed further on student safety and the flammable materials present on campus. They then pointed toward 2 figures strolling in with authority and demanded to know who they were. They complained about being locked out and demanded to know how those 2 had simply walked straight in. Jilan then pressed if it was heavenly fire that could burn so fiercely, and as Fang Yi pressed her about that name, she explained it was the official term. It erupted without warning, ignited instantly, impossible to put out, stopping only once it consumed whatever it craved, and she challenged him if that description fit well enough. She then declared she was heading to the principal's office and pressed whether he would wait or follow, to which he replied she should go on while he stayed put, and she cautioned him to be careful before parting, saying she'd see him later. Fang Yi then stepped toward the blackened playground. He noted that the charred ground already lay cold, and as he considered whether or not a trace of heavenly fire's energy lingered, he conceded that of course it couldn't be gathered and he had been too naive to expect it. Suddenly, Once he recognized her, she pressed if it was really him and demanded to know why he had shown up there. Her friend chimed in, asking if he was that ex-boyfriend she mentioned who only managed to enter a junior college, and she confirmed flatly. The friend then remarked that she understood maybe he still harbored feelings for Su Ching-Ying, but reality had already made itself plain, so he ought to let it go. He froze in confusion, and he pressed himself whether he actually carried any feelings for her. Suddenly, one of the students spotted Su Ching-Ying and blurted out in surprise, asking why there was some guy hanging around her. Another chimed in cluelessly, saying she had no idea and figured he was just another unlucky fellow drooling after the school beauty. Another cut in with doubt, swearing he had never seen him before and pressing if he was right that this stranger wasn't from their school. And another grouched, firing off complaints about security slipping again when they were supposed to be on high alert, annoyed that some outsider managed to sneak in and stick to them like glue. The friend snorted that Su Ching-Ying was already the crowned school beauty, so he better get his head straight. And while she pressed if he realized how many guys sharper than him were chasing after her, she snapped that he didn't even make the cut, so he should back off because this was out of his league. And on top of that, the school was locked down, and while she grilled him on how he managed to get inside, she warned that if he didn't give her an explanation, she'd go ahead and report him. Meanwhile, Su Ching-Ying fumed inside, recalling if he hadn't once thrown that line about her regretting breaking up, and now, what was he pulling here, glaring at him in silence and branding him a hypocrite? All of a sudden, Jilan cut in, calling Fang Yi by name and bluntly asking if she was his friend. He shrugged that they were just old high school classmates, nothing close to friends. Jilan then swept her eyes over them and let a smug little smile curl on her lips. Su Ching-Ying bristled, thinking that this woman carried a heavy presence, and wondered sharply who she was and why she seemed to know Fang Yi. Jilan leaned in discreetly, dropping that she had just spoken with the principal. The Heavenly Fire mess was far uglier than they imagined, and couldn't be laid out cleanly right then, and the principal wanted them to check the original ignition site. And for now, Fang Yi was tagged as a military-assigned special advisor, so he had to come along too, to which he waved off that it was no problem. Suddenly, security barked out orders for everyone to clear out, since the playground was off limits, banning anyone from getting close. Su Ching-Ying immediately picked out their principal. She marveled that he was always buried in work and almost never showed his face. They whispered that even the vice principal barely got a meeting with him, and some swore they had never seen him crack a smile once. And she wondered if he only turned up now because of Jilan and Fang Yi. The friend gawked that the principal himself appeared and muttered if maybe he was there to drag off those two intruders. The principal then strode up and stopped in front of Fang Yi and Jilan. He addressed Fang Yi directly, confirming if he was Advisor Fang, the one Jilan had introduced. He confessed that he had been drowning in the school's bizarre anomalies lately and fretting that the students might get hurt by the fires. So it was a relief that Fang Yi had come to lend a hand. He urged that the playground incident be left in his care. Su Ching-Ying froze in shock. Security instantly reinforced that anyone not involved should back away, and that no gawkers were allowed. One of the students rubbed his eyes, blurting if he was hallucinating and declaring that the principal at his age was bowing to a young man like that. Another quickly declared that the guy had to hold some kind of special standing, and it explained everything once you looked at the treatment he was getting. Another fired off with mockery, asking who had just claimed he was Su Ching-Ying's suitor or ex-boyfriend. Another scoffed that there was no chance of that because even if she were chasing him, it didn't mean she could ever reach someone like him. Another pointed out how none of them saw the young man even glance at her, the so-called school beauty, the entire time. At Chingcheng University, the principal remarked that once the golden sun at the north gate finally broke apart, he figured the storm had basically rolled past with its fury spent. Then, just a few nights back, a playground suddenly erupted in flames. The fire trucks were useless against it, and only dumb luck spared the students since no one wandered the grounds at night, so they managed to rope the blaze off fast. One burning playground could still be brushed off with excuses. But when the second and third grounds also ignited, anomaly after anomaly piled on, and he personally witnessed fire crashing down from the sky with a crimson blaze hanging in the air like a cursed omen that refused to fade. Fortunately, the later playground fires were beaten back, though that very first one clung on as the stubborn outlier. Fang Yi caught the suffocating stench of scorched air. He pressed if the basketball hoop marked the true ignition point, and the principal admitted he nailed it, adding that only the flames there had never gone out. Fang Yi swung toward Jilan, pushing for an answer. She remarked that he should treat it like a crude, anomalous spirit power detector, and once the threshold slammed past 10, ordinary people needed immediate quarantine since fragile lives wouldn't hold up. Anything over 10 carried the weight of a death warrant, but she suddenly shot the question of whether it had already spiked that high. Her voice turned grave as she laid out that once the threshold climbed too far, it could swallow not only Chingcheng University but the whole city in ruin, so the response had to be brutal and fast. Send 3 3-star Ghost Axe stage and 7 2-star Ghost Axe stage soldiers, lock them into formation, and make sure their spirit power ran clean and their cultivation flawless. Yet Fang Yi abruptly vaulted the fence and stormed headlong into the burning playground. He hurled his body straight into the inferno. The anomaly threshold instantly skyrocketed to 110. Jilan exclaimed that it spiked again, and a threshold of 110 already locked the event as an S-level nightmare, while the principal panicked that Fang Yi had thrown himself inside and pressed on what should be done now. She muttered disbelief that he would dare plunge in alone, and noted that even being the strongest pioneer in the restricted zone didn't erase how recklessly suicidal the move was. Meanwhile, Fang Yi stood unwavering at the center of the basketball court, utterly untouched. He recalled with a sharp edge of confidence how last time his Yang attribute had shielded him from thunder, so heavenly fire ought to be stoppable as well, yet while it guarded his flesh, it still couldn't cut through the primordial flame or set off the deeper functions of a forged technique. So he hardened his resolve to shove himself right up close to the heavenly fire itself. The manifestation of the heavenly fire lunged at him with vicious hunger. He extended his hand toward it like he braced to take the strike head-on. He released his golden sun protection in a flare. He held his stance firm as the heavenly fire snapped its jaws wide, ready to swallow him whole. He hissed through clenched teeth when the flames licked across his body with scorching bite. The system chimed in a cold tone that raging heavenly fire attribute fluctuations had been detected. He muttered that it sure lived up to its name, wilder and heavier than the choking desolation of death, but he was going to absorb it no matter what. The system promptly declared it was initiating ultimate computation, composition already underway, and then pronounced composition complete. He had just obtained the Heavenly Fire Attribute Technique, the 9-Dragon Heavenly Fire Sealing Technique, crafted to purge evil and bind wickedness tight. The forged technique demanded no practice and instantly unlocked without delay. It immediately kicked off, extracting the attribute in full force. Then came the notice flashing that the Heavenly Fire attribute had been successfully acquired. Markings crawled alive across Fang Yi's face in burning patterns. He unleashed the skill with fierce will. The 9-Dragon Heavenly Fire Sealing Technique. 9 blazing chains tore out from his back. They coiled around the Heavenly Fire manifestation, dragging it down into merciless binding. On the sidelines, Jilan murmured in awe that it was unmistakably the aura of a seal. She had once watched senior military pioneers lock down a restricted zone, and though their method had looked different, the essence of sealing radiated the same weight. Meanwhile, Fang Yi drove the seal to retract with a thought. The chains instantly shrank like constricting serpents. The manifestation was compressed deep inside the binding, thrashing wildly but unable to break free. The system chimed again, promptly confirming the seal was complete. He flung the bound seal straight into the hoop. He declared in blunt warning that the Heavenly Fire had been sealed there for now, so the principal must never unseal the playground, never renovate it, and never let anyone close, because only then would the Heavenly Fire stay contained. The principal assured him with calm weight not to worry, that the playground would remain sealed, and besides, the school had plenty of other playgrounds to spare. On the other hand, Jilan stayed quiet while absorbing every detail, her gaze steady and fixed on them. Fang Yi threw out a light jab, remarking how Chingcheng sure lived in ridiculous luxury, with 7 or 8 playgrounds stacked around, and the principal fired back by cracking a joke about him being quite the comedian. Then just when he geared up to politely probe if Fang Yi needed anything, Jilan cut him short and dropped that she had something pressing to lay out for Fang Yi. The principal brushed it aside like it was no trouble and urged them to go on, while Fang Yi pressed her with a sharp note, demanding what exactly she meant. She leaned in with bite, claiming he knew damn well how to mask himself, and he shrugged it off with a careless wave, tossing out that it was nothing much, just that the Heavenly Fire ran wild and gave him headaches to rein in. but she slashed through the dodge, warning him not to fake ignorance because she was calling out his habit of burying his real talent and cultivation. Still, she admitted pioneers hiding cards wasn't odd, especially those carrying power like his, and though she lacked authority to push him, she confessed she hoped he'd at least hear her out. In this chaotic stretch of an era, the Xia nation was wheezing for elite talents like him, and she spelled it out without sugar. Once spirit energy roared back fully, he would stand as the flesh and blood version of nuclear deterrence. So, whether it was the military's restricted zones or the Spirit Chi Association, both would claw and bleed to claim him. And she made clear she wouldn't blink if foreign powers tossed fat bribes to sway him. Of course, she didn't bother with fake selflessness and bluntly admitted her own angle. Since if he joined the military, their restricted zone would harden into an unshakable fortress. So she pressed him to start weighing it now instead of choking when the decision slammed down. He shot back with curiosity, poking at why both she and Wang Liang kept acting like he didn't belong in their restricted zone, even hinting that he wasn't worthy. She answered with no frills, pointing straight to the legendary military unit, a force so overwhelming it almost felt unnatural, and she figured he'd find that lot far more tempting. He perked at the mention and pressed if it was a top-tier division. She confirmed casually, though admitting she hadn't laid eyes on them herself, only catching scraps about how they'd been buried in missions lately, which made him brood over how the nation's fiercest divisions stayed so locked down that officers elsewhere only caught whispers. She slammed the exchange shut, insisting they'd talked enough and should get moving, while the principal piped in that he would treat them at Xinjiang University's cafeteria, and Fang Yi silently pegged the school as staring down a mountain of trouble that hinted at terrifying anomalies crawling far beyond what pioneers could currently tackle. From Jilan's blunt tone, those pioneers must be spirit-forming stage beasts like him, maybe even fiercer, and the looming day of spirit energy's revival was racing closer, while he himself sat far from ready. He turned inward, scheming how to wring every drop from the heavenly fire attribute he had just seized on the playground, realizing it burned with chaos and ruthlessness, spreading without boundary, nothing surviving its advance, an eternal wildfire forged to wipe out endlessly breeding anomalies. He locked it in. It meshed like a perfect blade with his scarlet fire sword technique, and piling on extra boosts was nothing but profit. The more fuel, the uglier the blaze. Fang Yi wandered into the back mountain with the ease of someone treating it like his backyard. He froze on the spot in genuine surprise when his eyes caught the path completely sealed off. He figured nothing unusual should have been tucked away here. Yet the blockade told a different story, and he reasoned that the military couldn't possibly know this was his cultivation and testing spot, since the only ones who kept track of his routine were the folks over at the Spiritual Energy Association. He muttered that if they had just gone ahead and turned the whole area over for him alone, then fine, he would gladly treat it like his private playground. All of a sudden, a chilling presence slithered up from behind him. He bristled at the nasty thought that some filthy intruder had crept into the back mountain. He realized the aura carried the same menace he had clashed with in the factory, only it came off weaker this time. A monkey hung off a branch, staring him down in dead silence. He concluded that the creature had grown smart enough to weigh his power before lunging, so he figured he might as well give it a demonstration worth remembering. The system chimed in, pressing if he wanted to fuse the heavenly fire attribute into the Tang blade, and he picked yes, without a flicker of hesitation. He unlocked the skill, heavenly fire burns never extinguishing. He grinned inwardly, curious how this new force would collide and mesh with his scarlet flame blade art. The monkey jolted the moment it realized he had marked it. He declared the beast would make the perfect testing target. The monkey shrieked with raw fright. It bolted in sheer panic, squealing like mad through the trees. Fang Yi remarked that the boost felt damn good because this fiery force wasn't just doubled, but even heavier than the original Scarlet Flame Blade art. And the blaze didn't singe a hair on his own body at all. The chill biting the air reminded him that he ought to chase down that pest. At the same time, a streamer ranted to her audience that she wasn't a scammer, swearing she had always been ridiculously lucky since childhood, and she teased them to just get the point already. She gushed that even though this was her debut stream, the content practically wrote itself. But user 123456 cut in to accuse her of straight-up baiting. Urban Legend Spicy taunted that if she was genuine, she should march to Xinjiang University's North Gate and record the so-called heat wave. and he'd fire off a rocket because nothing else mattered. Then professional hoaxbuster barged in, spitting that the only hot thing was the blaze at Ching-Chung University's playground. Clips kept vanishing into thin air, and the Heavenly Flame footage was 100% raw with zero editing, and if proven fake, he'd eat crap upside down. The streamer spotted the monkey barreling at her out of nowhere, and panic jolted through her system. She jerked back too slowly, and the beast smashed her flat into the dirt with crushing force. Her phone skidded into the dust and split apart with a sickening crack. Her viewers blasted the chat in a frenzy, with Urban Legend Spicy needling her about what goofy stunt she was pulling, while professional hoaxbuster sneered that the acting kicked in too suddenly, and the effects looked like bottom-tier fakery. They had zero idea she was actually wailing in torment, her body twisting with raw pain. The monkey shrieked madly and drooled as its grip closed like a vice on her throat. Out of nowhere, Fang Yi's strike cut through the air, blazing like fire right behind the crazed creature. The viewers erupted into outrage, hurling curses and demands about what they just witnessed, while others gushed that the visuals popped like Hollywood-grade spectacle. The stream's count rocketed upward, spiking to a blazing 13,054. The streamer scrambled desperately back onto her feet. She lunged for her cracked phone with trembling hands. She blurted that she captured every bit of it on camera and that someone stood tall in the heart of those flames. It had to be an immortal dropping in to rescue mere mortals. Her clip detonated across the internet with 13,596,254 views, smashing its way to the very top of the hot list. At Ching-Chung University, Su Ching-Li's friend rang her up, urging her to look because an immortal had descended. Cultivators were real, and the heavenly fire wasn't some hoax. But Su Ching-Li cut her off sharply, snapping that online videos were nothing but trick shots and flashy effects. Still, her head twitched despite herself, and she sneaked a wary glance over her shoulder. Her friend pushed harder, insisting she nailed it and swooning that the man came off impossibly handsome. Su Ching-Li scoffed that the video reeked of fakery and was fully staged, though her chest knotted up, burning with denial, swearing it couldn't be him, refusing to accept it, convincing herself the resemblance was just a cruel trick, because if it really was him, he would have been Ash long ago. Bitterness simmered in secret as she feared he'd grab this chance for payback, and she cursed in her gut that she would never cave, no matter what. Meanwhile, Sultry Woman threw the question at Lin Yi and pressed if that figure looked the least bit familiar, teasing that it felt exactly like the pioneer who had hauled them out from the vines. And Lin Yi admitted she felt the same, adding with quick urgency that she had only just uncovered news of a great master who shattered through the spirit realm nearby, and she whispered the thought that maybe, just maybe, those two were the very same person. At the same time, Zhang Xiaoya phoned Old Li and probed bluntly if that could actually be Fang Yi, blurting that he looked even stronger yet again, and Old Li cursed with annoyance and barked that the blade stance lined up without a doubt, and that they had indeed latched onto the right thigh, back then. Over in the Spiritual Energy Association, the president commented with a grim edge that the city's disaster just kept ballooning and pioneers were running short. They brought up that the military had already opened deep negotiations with Fang Yi, and Su Ching-Ying interjected with absolute conviction that he would step in to lend his strength. Meanwhile, Jilan pressed with sharp insistence on what kind of freakish monster could force anomalies into trembling 3 times over with a single glance, and he wondered in disbelief how many towering attributes the guy had piled up to storm his way into the spirit-forming stage in such outrageous time. Han Li replied with an edge that it had to be 3 or more. And with that kind of blazing potential, their usual displays of deterrence came off like cheap clown tricks. So folding him into their ranks was the only path forward. She asked with icy composure if he meant the higher-ups had decided to act with their own hands, and he explained they had indeed resolved, though the leaders didn't seem keen on lowering themselves to reach out to Fang Yi directly, since every past top pioneer had been groomed straight out of the military's own stable. She should dig into exactly what weaknesses he still carried, whether unrefined weapons, missing equipment, or cultivation resources that fit his path, and she should also clean up the mess from the live stream blowback and the leaked video. Su Ching-Ying reflected with cool clarity that the entire spiritual community of Xia Nation now had its gaze nailed tight on Fang Yi, while Jilan privately admitted he sparked genuine anticipation for his next moves. On the other hand, A lady reached toward her teacher and reported in hushed tones that Sha Nation might just have found a new beacon of hope. With someone that formidable stepping into the open, the chances of his awakening had ticked upward again. A day later, Fang Yi lounged in his apartment. He mulled grimly over how, after the uproar of the other day, nobody would have guessed that a reckless streamer had snuck up the back mountain to broadcast live, just chasing some shallow clout. But the video had already been scrubbed off every corner of the net, and the streaming account hammered with a ban. So clearly the military or the Spiritual Energy Association had stepped in to crush it. Suddenly, he caught the oppressive silence. He muttered in unease whether Lin Yi hadn't come back all night and hadn't even sent a message, and what in the world was going on. He judged with a tightening gut that it didn't line up, because that girl never struck as unreliable. And when he dialed her number, the cold recording snapped that the line was out of service. He concluded with a grim edge that this was bad, and he had to track her down. Meanwhile, Lin Yi pressed Sultry Woman on how long they had been trapped here and if she could pin down any kind of estimate. Sultry Woman guessed weakly that it had been around 10 hours, though she admitted she had long lost track, and she apologized with heavy guilt for dragging her into this pit, confessing she had believed at first it was just ordinary shadow phantoms. She groaned through clenched teeth as she clutched her wound. Lin Yi told her curtly that was enough. She should ditch the apologies, because at the end of the day, he just wasn't strong enough, and she should keep her head sharp and preserve her strength. She then wished aloud with aching longing that she could stand tall like that towering powerhouse. The two of them failed to register that a phantom was already creeping right behind their backs. Lin Yi warned that she should be careful, her tone edged with urgency that cut through the chaos. She blasted a beam of raw energy that carved the air apart with brutal force and sliced the phantom's head clean off. Sultry Woman pressed if those had once been people trapped to death in that place, her voice uneasy with dread she couldn't hide. Lin Yi explained that they had twisted into abnormal walking corpses and the thing was playing with them, trying to assimilate them too. Sultry Woman snapped that their attacks were useless against the black mist. Their spiritual energy kept draining fast, and they couldn't even pinpoint where the anomaly lurked. It felt like the thing wanted them to burn out every drop of power. It was treating them like rats in its little game because inside this domain, it seemed utterly invincible. She stayed strung tight with nerves, every muscle aching under the weight of tension. She suddenly shrieked and called out to Lin Yi when she spotted the eyeball glaring down at them from the sky. It pulsed grotesquely, throbbing with sick menace. It split into more of itself, multiplying like a nightmare that refused to end. Sultry Woman cursed it savagely, spitting that it should just die already. Lin Yi warned that the thing was starting to lose patience, so she must not let her guard slip. But she flinched hard when the presence pressed in from behind, icy and merciless. Another eye locked onto her and shattered her focus in a heartbeat. She braced for the end, unable to hear Sultry Woman anymore, convinced they had all been swallowed by darkness. She apologized inside, regretting her own reckless choice to act alone, too smug in believing the two of them could close the mission by themselves. Well, the cultivation path had always been steeped in peril, and she figured maybe she would vanish someday, in some nameless corner. She wondered what the world would even look like then. What kind of roles the hidden pioneers beneath the earth would rise to play. She reflected that after the sweeping tide of spiritual energy revival, she might never witness it again. Then suddenly, a blinding light tore open the suffocating dark like dawn, ripping apart a storm. She reeled in surprise when she recognized Fang Yi, the figure breaking through the black tide. He remarked that he barely made it, his voice ragged but steady. She questioned if it was her cousin, disbelief choking her words. He landed hard, unleashing a storm of lightning that shredded the black mist from the area in a savage display. She realized it was truly her cousin who saved her, and the thought hit that maybe he was never ordinary at all. She quickly warned him to watch his back because the anomaly's body loomed there, waiting to strike. He drew his tang sword in a flash, the blade sparking with killing intent. He judged it the perfect chance to test how heavenly fire would burn against a dark attribute foe. He unleashed his skill, Red Fireblade, tearing reality itself open with ferocious heat. The roaring flames consumed the anomaly in an instant, leaving nothing but scorched silence in their wake. Meanwhile, Sultry Woman muttered toward Lin Yi, tossing out a question if they had already kicked the bucket. She spat out another curse, demanding to know what kind of madness that sea of flames was and whether they had been dragged straight to hell with the anomaly. But Lin Yi urged her to calm down and keep her eyes open, because they were clearly still alive. Sultry Woman pressed hard if they were actually alive, and when she turned to confirm with Fang Yi if he was their savior, he cut in coolly that it was already handled. He let out a weary breath and mentioned he hadn't even managed to grab breakfast yet. Sultry Woman froze on the spot, realization slamming into her. She shot at him if he was the same one who had saved them back in Yanghuo Town with those death vines, and he teased back, wondering if it was really that easy to pin him down. Lin Yi chipped in with a quip, asking if she meant the fire attribute powerhouse who saved them was actually her cousin. Sultry Woman barked in disbelief, pressing if that top-tier monster was really her cousin. And didn't she always claim her cousin was nothing special? Fang Yi lingered there, scratching out an awkward smile. Sultry Woman declared flatly that he was the life-saving powerhouse who once split the wasteland with a single strike, smashed through their leader Ghost Axe's defense, and even drew Jialan's attention, while Lin Yi staggered at the thought that her cousin was that level of fire attribute force. Yet earlier he had casually erased the black mist with lightning attribute. Oh, that was impossibly pure. The blend of thunder and fire dwarfed her own aura, and she spiraled into wondering if he was some super genius juggling dual high-level attributes, maybe even that godlike figure rumored to have broken through to the spirit-forming stage in their domain. Fang Yi finally remarked that enough was enough and admitted it was him, and he pressed them if he was right that they already knew the dark attribute anomaly wasn't some ordinary pest, why only the two of them were still standing, and where the rest of their squad had disappeared. Sultry Woman remarked that online romance seemed to have gotten really sick, and since she used to sneak missions away from her family, naturally she couldn't come, while their leader apparently had a tougher mission, and the others weren't exactly glued together. Lin Yi admitted she underestimated it back then, figuring smashing through Ghost Axe wasn't much of a problem. Fang Yi remembered clearly that those teammates all had their own selfish agendas, and it looked like that squad wouldn't last much longer. Sultry Woman grumbled about teammates in those days, but when outsiders came up, she still defended their honor. So it turned out she carried some loyalty after all. And his cousin had always been sharp, so she likely sensed it too. He remarked with casual confidence that Lin Yi and her friend already recognized his identity, and he trusted both of them without hesitation. He floated the idea of forming a team, but hammered in that no one could let a word slip. Sultry Woman demanded if it was legit, then burst out with excitement, swearing he shouldn't stress because her lips stayed sealed, and she lucked out thanks to Lin Yi. Fang Yi curved his lips into a friendly smile toward them. Lin Yi figured that with a pioneer as powerful as him, he had probably already noticed she was one too, and he had been quietly shielding her all along. On that lonely cultivation path, realizing there was a dependable relative who gave without calculating felt downright joyful. She remarked how great it was, and while thanking him, she teased that she would fry up 2 extra eggs for him at dinner. Her phone suddenly chimed, and she noted that Jialan had just thrown up a new mission. In the message, she relayed that they should head into the extreme dark zone to gather mission items, but they'd better think hard before signing up. Fang Yi asked if it was dark attribute territory, and pressed if she knew about the extreme dark zone, and she confirmed yes. It sat at the dark attribute border that Xia Nation strictly forbade, where the dark power boiled so fierce that pioneers always skirted it. Most city anomalies right now bled out from there, and the authorities hadn't pushed deep inside. Rumor had it, brutal accidents had gone down within. He said he got it, and he pressed if they ought to ask her for more task details, and if she would even bother to reply. But Sultry Woman cut in sharply that no. Jialan stayed cryptic and never spilled more than a couple of words. He figured that since the extreme dark zone was locked down tight by Xia Nation and had eaten many lives, yet she could throw missions there. She was either some reckless rogue spitting on the rules, or her background was anything but ordinary. Maybe military, maybe high rank in the association, and he leaned toward the latter. Lin Yi replied right then, and as she declared she wanted in, she pressed what exactly the mission demanded. Jialan replied it was to collect lost marsh flowers, and she reminded them the reward this round was richer than before. But the extreme dark zone brimmed with danger, so she requested they only enter in teams. Sultry Woman pressed what was up with her, and if she had actually dropped a detailed reply. Jialan explained the mission might tangle with an S-class anomaly, and the death rate spiked high, so they should think it over. But if they had strong, reliable pioneers, they could sign up. No rush. Back at the military base, she wrapped it up with a note that it hinged on whether that person was willing. Meanwhile, Fang Yi noted if she has strong and reliable pioneers, then that was blunt to the point of throwing shade. She might as well have declared, "I know you. Pioneers like you can't resist," and pressed if he dared to step up. He then remarked it sure looked like she was hinting at him. That extreme dark zone carried weight, and he genuinely wanted to dive in and see it for himself. Jialan's colleagues voiced their doubts about their squad, but she fired back in a laid-back tone that it was fine. Because if Fang Yi truly stood as a pioneer worthy of Zhao Nation's trust, then he would definitely show up. Her colleague pushed harder, pressing about what would happen to that whole batch of pioneers if he didn't appear, and she coolly tossed out that if he failed to come, then it simply meant fate hadn't aligned the path yet. She pushed the angle further, probing whether they also believed the mission to gather the lost marsh flowers had been crafted just to shove strong pioneers into lethal grounds as disposable sacrifices. She remarked bluntly that taking on something like the lost marsh flower, a savage 9 deaths 1 life ordeal, carried a meaning that cut opposite to how it looked onto the surface. She declared with steely conviction it was the unavoidable road to protect Zhao Nation's strength. And only by snatching those lost marsh flowers could they guarantee the survival of wave after wave of pioneers. Meanwhile, Fang Yi rode a rumbling train with Sultry Woman and Lin Yi, carried along the same road of fate. Jialan hammered in that whether they spoke of the future backbone of Xiao Nation or the ones who had already marched ahead, life and death still dangled in the balance for top-tier core combat power. No matter the brutal cost, they had to bring back more lost marsh flowers. As the only pioneer of Zhao Nation who had brushed against the Varja realm, the teacher absolutely had to be healed and awakened with it. She stressed hard that the existence of a Varja realm powerhouse, after the revival of spiritual energy, packed weight no less catastrophic than nuclear weapons of that era. And it had stood as Zhao Nation's ultimate bargaining chip both before and after the revival. So even if it devoured a few Garans, a few squads, or a wave of pioneers, the sacrifice counted as worth it. But her colleague cut in, reminding her that while the mission carried weight, so did her own body. She snapped back with a sharp sting, demanding whether her body was really so crucial. She admitted with a softer crack that yes, it was, because her life had been clawed back and handed to her by her teammates. She then froze in sudden horror as her own words sank through her skull like ice. She muttered an apology, admitting she shouldn't have lashed out, and her colleague waved it off as nothing but a slip of the tongue. Before checking if her headache had returned, she brushed it away quickly, insisting she was fine, that it wasn't time for medicine yet, and that she only wanted to shove the memory back down since it belonged locked in the past. She remembered her captain barking the order that the sword-bearer squad pull out at once, for the teacher, for Zhao Nation, for every single life on the line. The extreme darkness zone had been nothing short of a nightmare, and the mission for the lost marsh flowers, her captain had intended to dump the burden entirely onto her back, but she flatly refused, throwing it in his face that she wouldn't walk away from them. He pressed her to make use of their gifts and claw her way back alive no matter what. Now, in the moment, she forced herself to recall how they had poured every shred of spiritual power into her, blind to the cruel catch, that once stained with blood or plucked incomplete, the lost marsh flowers turned worthless. An hour and 45 minutes dragged by before Sultry Woman piped up, griping about how many more kilometers loomed on their march. She poked at Lin Yi with a sly grin, ribbing if she couldn't just take to the skies since she was all muscle and might, but Lin Yi shot her down with a clipped edge, pointing out that spiritual energy hadn't thickened nearly enough for a human body to fly. Not even pioneers could manage that. All at once, Fang Yi froze mid-stride, his eyes narrowing on the path ahead. He pressed the blunt question if the extreme darkness zone waited just beyond. He grimly remarked how the place oozed with dark attributes, and though checkpoint after checkpoint had been stacked against it, the vile aura still seeped through, worming into their marrow. Sultry Woman cursed that it was a sickening stench, 100 times fouler than the anomaly they tore apart last night, then spat again that it was 1,000 times worse, while Lin Yi urged her to steady herself because the destination loomed before them already. Fang Yi's lips curled faintly as he remarked that it wasn't half bad, that they ought to lift their eyes. He hadn't counted on the staggering sight of so many pioneers gathered there. Lin Yi seconded the thought, figuring it wasn't just the lure of fat rewards, because same as what she and sultry woman stumbled on, the dark attribute reeked of danger, bloodlust, and pure hostility toward humans. Inside the city right now, more than one outbreak or riot had already been sparked by these dark attribute abominations. He confirmed that very truth. He had already crossed blades with dark anomalies twice before. One had been a grotesque rabbit-like beast, though its bulk and warped hide made it closer to a giant sewer rat than any field hare. And the other had been a monstrous serpent that slithered through the candlelit night in the hushed factory shadows. Its mind outpaced the freshly twisted rabbit beasts, clever enough to scheme encirclements and spring killing traps, cutting down nearly every member of the Spiritual Energy Association. Most crucial of all, just as Lin Yi snapped out, these anomalies showed ruthless cunning, slipping deliberately past the city's border defenses. Nobody had the faintest clue what foul trick they used, yet the infestations inside the city kept multiplying, gnawing at control with every outbreak. So they had no option left but to push forward. Meanwhile, Su Ching-Ying and her squad loitered near the zone's entrance, hanging back like they owned the spot. She spotted Fang Yi right there and nearly choked on her own spit. She cursed under her breath, blurting if he'd seriously shown up too and had the nerve to drag along two girls. Suddenly, one of her teammates hollered for her, and she slapped a hand over her mouth, whipping her head aside like she'd been caught. She silently begged Amitabha and the Great Buddha that Fang Yi wouldn't catch sight of her, but Fang Yi went and called out if he was right in thinking they were Team Su. She admitted it was him, that he really showed up in the extreme darkness zone too, which sounded like great news, though she'd already gotten the army's synchronized files on him. Sultry woman then pressed Fang Yi about who that girl was and teased if she might be Lin Yi's sister-in-law. Su Ching-Ying instantly insisted it was all one big stupid misunderstanding. Fang Yi replied that of course not. She was nothing but his errand runner, Captain Su of the Spiritual Energy Association. And Su Ching-Ying fumed because that somehow grated even worse than the teasing. Right then, a pioneer barked that they were nothing but brats with no shame, bragging loud enough to shake the walls. These so-called pioneers kept getting younger, full of bad manners, not even offering elders a proper greeting, still clowning around without a clue where they stood. So he only hoped once inside the extreme darkness zone, they'd at least learn how to rely on one another. Sultry woman shot back that her temper wasn't the gentle kind, but Fang Yi shook his head at her, holding her back like he already knew trouble would follow. She retorted that the uncle should just mind his own business, since someone here could get scared stiff any second. The uncle twisted his head when a vehicle rumbled up close. He remarked that the car had arrived, so they ought to check it out. Jailan stepped out coolly and pushed the door open from the inside. The pioneers cried out if that was really Jailan. They shouted it truly was her, voices crackling with disbelief. Sultry woman asked who she even was, saying it looked like some big overblown show. And Fang Yi remarked that she probably carried the authority meant to unlock the gate for them. Jailan cast a glance over her shoulder before swinging the gate wide open. She then planted herself square in front of it. She conjured a stone that floated above her palm like it weighed nothing. She announced that everyone had arrived. The massive barrier sealing the entrance simply evaporated. She declared the gate wide open. Jailan remarked that they could head in already, but she threw in one sharp reminder. The withered bloom they pick must be whole and untouched by human blood. If it fails that condition, no one gets a reward. And if there are no doubts left hanging, they can start. Old Dung cursed under his breath, grumbling that she wouldn't go herself and was just tossing them into danger without even death pay. He pressed what kind of attitude that was. And another pioneer muttered that he should quit complaining, since if they die, the higher-ups would just report them missing. He scoffed and barked that wouldn't that basically mean they're admitting to killing them if the officials suddenly wired a fat sum to his family. Meanwhile, Su Ching-Ying remarked that the middle-aged guy should be similar to Fang Yi, sitting at Spirit Forging Realm 1-star. And besides him, several others standing quiet seemed pretty strong too, though their aura might be concealed, but the rest were solid cultivators around the Axe Realm 2-star or 3-star marks, each squad looking evenly matched. Fang Yi noted that the mission looked brutal, and that they'd actually pulled together so many elite pioneer teams. But he wondered if that man earlier was Spirit Forging too, since his aura didn't seem particularly fierce. On the other hand, Jailan's assistant reported to her that the head count was wrapped up, And for the Extreme Dark Zone run, there were 37 Axe Realm 2 stars, 12 Axe Realm 3 stars, and 3 Spirit Forging 1 stars. Jialon commented that it sounded fine and told them to move to the monitors, adding that she had arranged everything so they should relax. After stepping through the portal, everyone got dragged into the Extreme Darkness Zone. A suffocating dark aura smothered them, and Sultry Woman gagged hard. Fang Yi mentioned that they should stick together since the darkness attribute there would mess with vision, and if they didn't keep close, they'd end up scattered and lost, to which Sultry Woman blurted an apology and admitted that she couldn't hold it in. She was about to puke. Su Ching-Ying remarked that it was fine, explaining that it was just the reek of decomposing bodies mixed with brain fluid, and she wasn't the only one sick. Anyone would be. She gestured for her to look because even those guys up front at roughly her level were retching like crazy too. The darkness attribute naturally restrained pioneers. She could treat it as some twisted contamination. And inside the extreme dark zone, the anomalies were hyperactive. Fang Yi listened as she went on. She explained that in the usual anomaly rankings, B-class ones matched Axe Realm pioneers and stayed within controllable damage limits. A-class anomalies lined up with the Spirit Forging realm and were often born where auras churn or pile up, like there. S-class anomalies equaled the Vajra realm or above, nearly always bringing catastrophe. But she pointed out that within the extreme dark zone, darkness attribute anomalies got an extra boost, so a B-class elsewhere would climb at least one tier there. Sultry Woman admitted she hadn't known that, and it was news to her. She nodded in understanding, and when she checked if she was holding up, Lin Yi chimed in and asked if she hadn't been polluted. Su Ching-Ying had already advanced to Axe Realm 3-star, and she commented that they were worrying too much, since she and her squad often handled similar cases, so they were used to the foul air. And lately, she had pushed herself enough to mutate her water attribute into ice. Sultry Woman pressed if she didn't feel the same drain since they were equals in level, and pointed out that her aura had dropped the moment she stepped into the black mist, worse than last time. Su Ching-Ying confirmed and mentioned that plenty of masters had died there, even military elites above Spirit Forging 1-star, so they had to stay alert, urging that the mission came first. And Lin Yi agreed, noting that the silhouettes ahead were already fading and they should catch up. Meanwhile, Fang Yi figured his body hadn't suffered much since stepping in, so maybe his enchanted sun and lightning attributes repelled the darkness. Or perhaps because he had advanced into Spirit Forging realm, his aura was simply stronger. Elsewhere, Old Dong muttered that the extreme dark zone's anomalies weren't much of a big deal. He roused his brothers, declaring that they had to snatch that withered bloom and show those young ones what real power looked like, while one of his brothers chuckled that he did well and urged that they should charge. On the other hand, Lin Yi was coughing so hard that Sultry Woman started getting seriously worried for her. Fang Yi figured she was still just a kid trying to tough it out. Lin Yi blinked in confusion when he patted her back a few times. She then mentioned that the nausea and that icy, gnawing corrosion inside her suddenly melted away, replaced by warmth, soft as winter sunlight. And Sultry Woman remarked that this was exactly the kind of power that belonged to the Spirit Forging realm. Lin Yi commented that the fire attribute felt wonderfully warm, rare, and high tier indeed, and since hitting the Axe Realm 3-star, she had sharpened her sense of elemental flow, her wood and grass attribute thriving at absorbing the aura of dewdrops, while Su Ching-Ying's water had mutated into ice, which was pretty unusual too. But Fang Yi corrected that it wasn't fire, it was sun attribute, admitting he'd forgotten to explain that the person who extinguished the flames at Chingcheng University's North Gate and Stadium had actually been him. Still, those two anomalies were separate cases. Sun and heavenly fire attributes weren't quite the same. Su Ching-Ying pressed if he was really admitting that outright, and whether he now possessed 3 rare high-tier attributes already. He considered that he also held a desolation attribute, but since the tree that stands tall in the forest is the first to be felled, he figured some cards were best kept hidden, so he merely responded vaguely. Sultry Woman mentioned she hadn't broken through Axe Realm 3-star yet, so her grasp of elemental resonance wasn't sharp, but roughly, she leaned toward the metal path, and she swore that once they got out, she'd quit teasing him forever. Then half-joked by asking if he could use that sun attribute to warm her a little too. He replied easily that it was fine and promised to keep her warm for a full day. One of Su Ching-Ying's squad members squinted and demanded what in the world they were doing, patting each other like that. Fang Yi suggested to Su Ching-Ying that her squad give it a try too, and as she mentioned that it didn't feel half bad, one of her members quipped about what he was waiting for, while another quickly made the same request. The three of them ended up sighing in relief and soaking in the comfort that came from the shared warmth. Then, out of nowhere, an anomaly began staggering toward them. Fang Yi warned that everyone should stay sharp because something was approaching. Su Ching-Ying demanded to know what it was, glancing toward sultry woman and saying that it stood right in front of her. But she froze, unable to react, and the only thing she managed was a sharp curse. Su Ching-Ying barked for her to be careful since it was an A-class anomaly. She would take care of it herself. She then unleashed a wave of raw power toward the creature, yet it faded like smoke in the wind. She remarked that it carried that level of danger and asked if it just vanished like that. Fang Yi caught sight of the corpses starting to gather around them. They were boxed in. He ordered them to move aside. His eyes burned bright with intensity. He swung his sword hard, releasing a surge of ferocious heavenly fire energy. The corpses shrieked in agony, protesting that it was too hot and begging him to stop burning them. He told the others they were safe for now since that particular wave of anomalies had already dissipated, warning them not to fall for those countless staring eyes because only two were real. He just hadn't expected the local anomalies to evolve far enough to mimic human voices, and Su Ching-Ying muttered that maybe they'd learned after devouring too many people. Even the weakest of them had been fattened by the extreme dark zone into A-class strength. So, without stepping into the spirit-forging realm, there was no chance of meeting them head-on. Meanwhile, Jielan marveled that 2 A-class phantom beasts had been smashed in a single strike. Even for her, she'd need to trade several rounds before finishing them off. On the other hand, Lin Yi pointed out that if things were as Su Ching-Ying claimed, then they'd better stick even closer together. Otherwise, she believed the anomalies might disguise themselves, slip among them, and strike again the moment their guard dropped. So Sultry Woman needed to get up. Sultry Woman was thinking that the monstrous oppressive aura was worse than that of cat demons or zombies. Even brushing against it could burn her alive, and she wondered if it was the pressure between realms, feeling as though she couldn't even breathe. Suddenly, a strange sound rippled through the air. Lin Yi urged them to listen and asked if it didn't sound like ocean waves rolling ahead. Then, the ground trembled underfoot. The pioneers in front came sprinting back in panic. One shouted that they should retreat and quit fighting because that thing was far too sinister. They yelled for help and cursed while calling it ghosts. Another blurted that it was the same horror that had torn through that legendary unit, leaving heavy casualties. It was the Dark Tide. A pioneer called out for help, desperate for anyone willing to lend a hand. Old Dong barked out a sharp demand to know what that Dark Tide was, and snapped that just because the regular army couldn't deal with it didn't mean he couldn't either, grumbling that those idiots must have forgotten everything that belonged to him. But his swagger faltered when a wave of dark aura surged skyward, towering over him like a living storm. He spat a curse and growled that something was seriously wrong with the anomalies there. They weren't just A rank anymore, not even S rank, and he muttered that he couldn't afford to let them corner him. The other pioneers shrieked, scrambling and thrashing as the Dark Tide dragged them under with brutal force. Su Ching-Ying gasped that the darkness was choking her, pressing if they were all beyond saving and whether escape was still possible, while Fang Yi pressed her for an answer about what the Dark Tide actually was. She explained that it was the peak manifestation of dark attribute power, a corrosive tide that consumed everything, even the anomalies inside it. But their plan should have avoided the tide's active day, and she demanded if everyone ahead of them had really been wiped out. Lin Yi stammered that it had to be the Dark Tide, recalling she'd only ever read about it online, and those posts claimed it held enough power to erase an entire city-state. She turned to Fang Yi and asked if they should pull back for now, and whether retreat was still possible. He urged her not to lose her head, insisting that the spirit barrier held back dark energy, and that if things got bad, they could merge their power to reinforce it, which would hold long enough to weather the surge. Su Ching-Ying challenged what he was even thinking, snapping that the Dark Tide itself was pure dark attribute energy, and with their strength, there was no way to stop it. The elder in the spirit-shaping realm earlier had been swallowed whole. He retorted that if it was condensed energy, then he would just tear it apart. She blinked and asked if she'd heard correctly that he meant to destroy the Dark Tide. He plunged straight into the raging waves. He cloaked himself in the sun attribute, using its radiance to keep the darkness from devouring him. He muttered that it was exactly as he suspected. Those anomalies, instead of merely being A-rank beasts twisted by the energy, were more like fused, enhanced composites. He figured their progression went from B rank to A rank, from A rank to S rank, and that the overall caliber of the Dark Tide anomalies might as well be SSS rank, which explained why they could casually consume a top-tier, spirit-shaping realm pioneer. He then concentrated his lightning attribute into his palm. He darted through the shadow, striking down every anomaly that lunged his way. Out of nowhere, one lunged from behind. Blazing fire flared from his eyes, searing through the dark. He figured that even with a reinforced weapon, a spirit-shaping realm fighter would have struggled against that B-rank monster, the Candle Serpent. Yet here, in the Dark Tide, an A-rank composite anomaly went down in a single hit. Then, his gaze caught Old Dung. He squinted, thinking the figure looked familiar, wondering if it was the same guy from before, and called out to check if he was still alive in that chaos. Old Dung let out garbled noises, and Fang Yi figured he was still reacting, meaning his spirit energy hadn't been swallowed whole by darkness yet. And even if his foundation in the spirit-shaping realm wasn't as solid as his, he was still a proper cultivator of that realm, so a flicker of hope clung to him. He then called out to the divine thunder. He unleashed his 100 refinements. The weird distortions vanished, and Old Dung crashed to the ground unconscious. Fang Yi remarked that it was fine, that the old man could still be saved, though barely hanging by a thread. But right after, the distortions around them surged back. He muttered if it could regenerate endlessly, wondering if that was the nasty quirk of anomalies above S rank. He remarked that he might as well test it. He cast his spirit barrier. Release. The system flagged an extremely potent dark attribute, but it was too bizarre, so the extraction attempt tanked. He admitted that even with spirit-shaping power, he still couldn't pull dark energy, and just as he suspected, the dark attribute played by stranger rules than the rest. He gave a crooked grin. He figured if he couldn't wipe it clean or absorb it directly, he'd just have to carve another route. Too bad he hadn't dragged his little white flower along, because with its desolation power, he could have fought darkness toe to toe. He mulled over what else he could use, then recalled there was something right before his eyes. Meanwhile, Sultry Woman turned to Su Ching-Ying, wondering if she'd ever seen something like that, and she replied her knowledge didn't stretch that far, so she hadn't. Sultry Woman followed up by asking if the Dark Tide was still frozen. Lin Yi piped up about the barrier, saying it felt off since even facing ghost finds hadn't made her that uneasy. Yet here, in this eerie place, her cousin had been inside too long, and worry started eating at her. Su Ching-Ying noted his barrier was still active, only flickering faintly, so they'd boost it with their spirit power. And anyway, if someone like him went down, the rest of them would just get dragged under too. A spirit-shaping realm. Cultivator wielding several insane attributes, she figured his real strength might already match a 3-star spirit-shaping expert. And they, stuck in the Ghost Axe realm, couldn't possibly bail someone like that out. Lin Yi chuckled that her sense of humor was lethal. Su Ching-Ying pressed if she meant it. And as Lin Yi replied her teammates claimed the same, she prodded if she was feeling any steadier. They flinched when a fierce blaze suddenly erupted out of the Dark Tide. Fang Yi unleashed his 9-dragon heavenly flame seal. He called for the dragons to ascend. Sultry Woman turned to Lin Yi, declaring that was her cousin. Lin Yi exclaimed that the technique was outrageously badass. Meanwhile, Jielan questioned if the heavenly flame served as a sealing force. She wondered aloud if he'd just locked the Dark Tide away. Fang Yi let his lightning attribute surge through his arms. He fused it into the seal and lifted it high. He then executed his 9-dragon edict. He hurled the blazing sphere straight into the ground. He triggered the seal. The fire coiled fiercely, squeezing the Dark Tide into its heart. It kept shrinking tighter and tighter. Fang Yi remarked that they were safe for now, lucky even, since he stumbled upon someone still breathing, and he pressed what they should do with him next. Lin Yi replied that he was fine, and she felt grateful. While Su Ching-Ying declared that he should hand the guy over to her squad, she questioned why he didn't seem thrilled after sealing a high-level dark attribute, recalling that he once claimed he would erase the Dark Tide, and since he actually pulled it off, it felt unreal. He explained that it was just a temporary seal, that the dark attribute there was spilling over, and they needed to hurry to retrieve the lost tempering flower before the seal unraveled. She acknowledged it and said they'd bring the survivor back to the Spirit Association for treatment. She inquired about the ones up ahead, wondering if none made it out. And he replied that aside from that one man, everyone else was swallowed by the dark attribute, regardless of their cultivation, leaving behind not even rags or bone dust. Sultry Woman breathed out that they'd been alive just minutes ago, but were gone already. And maybe she was heartless, but she was honestly relieved she hadn't watched them die firsthand. Moments later, Fang Yi instructed Lin Yi and Sultry Woman to move on with Su Ching-Ying, since the real threat still came from that black pool, saying he'd guard the rear, and they agreed without argument. Then the system alerted him that an intense dark attribute fluctuation had been detected. The scan finished. It launched the ultimate computational process and began compiling. He was absorbing the dark attribute. The system announced the compilation's success. He gained a dark attribute technique, Boundless Dark Realm, a sealed, misty space where spiritual energy corrodes under dark influence, severely crippling any existing power. He remarked that basically, if he used it, the corrosive dark attribute would drain his opponent's spiritual power and slowly cut their energy flow. And he wondered aloud if stacking it with his other attributed techniques would amplify the weakening even further. He mused that way. He could crush even anomalies more twisted than the Dark Tide, no matter their rank. Suddenly, Su Ching-Ying pressed if he didn't sense the black mist knitting itself together again. She froze in terror. Catching the spiritual surge, she realized he might be breaking through again. Yet she reasoned that nothing big had just happened to spark it. She figured there was no way, and as she considered that he might have absorbed the Dark Tide's power, the one rated S level with no upper cap, she deemed it impossible. During the early alert phase of spiritual resurgence, every pioneer knows the dark attribute ranks as the most dreadful of all, born from the festering emotions and hidden malice within every living being, which is why the authorities outright banned its absorption. Officials once attempted to purify and refine it, but the cost proved devastating, leading to dark attribute anomalies being cataloged separately. Their classifications range from D to S, yet even a D class could torment a pioneer freshly stepping into the ghost carving stage. As for the Dark Tide, certified as an S-class anomaly, it could swallow 10 soul creation stage pioneers without effort. Before the ban, some pioneers had dared to absorb it, but even a ghost carving stage, 3-star, who inhaled just a trace of C-class dark residue, went berserk from backlash. His flesh decayed, his mind shattered, and he's still rotting away in an asylum to this day. Meanwhile, the dark attribute wrapping around Fang Yi faded away in a slow, smoky retreat. He then remarked that Jielan should show herself, since she had been lurking around and watching for quite some time. She remarked that if she was right, he was the one who sealed the Dark Tide, and she pressed him about what he had been doing earlier and whether he had been absorbing dark attributes. He confirmed it, and Su Ching-Ying figured he had basically admitted it without fuss. Jielan pulled a gun from inside her coat with calm precision. She leveled it straight at Fang Yi. Sultry Woman demanded to know what she was up to. Lin Yi grew tense and uneasy. Su Ching-Ying remarked that if she remembered right, Fang Yi was the military's prime recruitment target, and their spirit association tried first but got blocked. So she challenged Jielan on what her angle was. Fang Yi commented that it felt odd, and when she wondered aloud if their mission wasn't about finding the lost tempering flower, he pointed out that she seemed desperate to complete it, yet strangely upset they hadn't all died there. Jielan kept quiet. Sultry Woman reminded her that they had always trusted her, but then she challenged why Jielan hadn't acted if she was already there. She emphasized that if it weren't for Fang Yi, they'd be dead, and while she could overlook that for herself, Lin Yi was still a kid. Yet Jielan just stood by, and now she was acting confrontational. Jielan told them to calm down, saying his teammates clearly liked him, then casually congratulated him for passing. Sultry Woman demanded to know what he had supposedly passed, and Su Ching-Ying echoed the question. Fang Yi asked if she came just to test him. Jielan replied that it was sort of true since with talent and power like his, she didn't want to rely on cold reports. She wanted to see firsthand what kind of person he was. She added that she would also answer the earlier question about why she didn't step in. Sultry Woman blinked in disbelief. Jielan explained that pioneers could only live by the law of the spiritual resurgence world, and they were all the same. That was their fate, life or death, fortune or disaster, shifting in a breath. But they were fortunate, she said, because someone strong and dependable had shielded them. And when she asked if they hadn't noticed how nothing had attacked them that whole time, she revealed it was because Fang Yi's sealing of the dark tide had terrified everything nearby. The dark tide thrived on bullying the weak and fearing the strong. She told them to move out, promising to lead them to the lost tempering flower. Since she knew the terrain better than anyone, Fang Yi figured she seemed a bit unstable, while Su Ching-Ying mentioned that her squad once fought the dark tide too, and she alone had survived. He pieced it together. Her rank, her rigid devotion to missions and rules, and the loss of her team had left her with a streak of self-destructive obsession. But some stubborn faith kept her functioning, and seeing him seal the dark tide must have tipped her balance. He suggested they let it go and just give her a break. Sultry Woman asked whether she was hurt, and he confirmed it, explaining her spiritual barrier was severely damaged. So, though she was Soul Creation Stage 2 stars, her barrier had dropped at least 2 levels. That meant she was in rough shape. Jielan halted mid-step. She thanked him and remarked that her injury didn't matter. After a while, they reached the mass graveyard at the extreme dark zone. Jielan walked in front as their guide. Fang Yi spotted skeletons scattered across the ground. From their tattered uniforms, he could tell they were military. Jielan announced they had arrived. It was the mass graveyard. She told them to look carefully because there lay the lost tempering flower. Her expression darkened instantly. She strode directly toward the flower encircled by strange anomalies. She declared that she had finally found it again. Fang Yi sensed something off. He urged her to snap out of it. He hurled a fireball straight at her. Jielan snapped back to her senses when she caught the rush of Fang Yi's attack slamming toward her. She registered how fierce it felt, pulsing with that rare yang attribute she barely encountered. She threw him a sharp look, measuring the flow of the fight. She then questioned whether her earlier preparations were still lacking. Lin Yi called out to her, checking if she was fine, while Su Ching-Ying urged her to stay with them since the dark attribute had already sunk into her. For the missing tempering flower, Fang Yi would handle it well enough. Fang Yi strode ahead, and the darkness around him thickened like a storm gathering. He caught sight of the lost flower gleaming faintly in the dim. Then, a fox demon burst from the ground. It lunged straight for him. Its gaping jaws spread wide to tear him apart, showing the disturbing swarm of anomalies writhing inside. Fang Yi unleashed his divine lightning. 3 sharp bolts speared through the fox's body in a flash. Fang Yi gauged how many anomalies the creature had devoured to twist into that form and wondered if it had once been another S rank. He figured he had to finish this fast, snatch the flower, and rush back since time was running thin to seal the dark tide. And as he checked if the thing still clung to life, he told it to endure his next move. He activated his limitless dark domain, Unfold. The fox got trapped inside a floating orb of shadow. Dark anomalies crawled into shape and chained it tight. The system pinged Fang Yi, declaring that the S-rank anomaly, the half-corrupted fox demon, had been dropped to B rank because of the limitless dark domain's unique dark attribute. He remarked that it fell 2 whole ranks, guessing the S-rank's cultivation had been shaky from the start. He drew out his fiery sword. He believed the fight was done. Meanwhile, Su Ching-Ying wondered what that strange energy was and if it truly counted as the dark attribute, since it carried an unfamiliar feel. To which Lin Yi agreed, saying she didn't sense that same foul, cold, and crushing aura. Jielan explained that it was because it came from Fang Yi's domain, born from his mastery of the dark attribute, a domain he forged alone without guidance. She reflected that shaping a domain through spiritual power was a staggering feat, and before, only their master had managed such a thing, while aside from him, no more than 3 people in the world held that ability, 2 of whom were rumored to be hidden in the M Nation. Back when her master foresaw calamity looming over the capital, he unfolded his domain to suppress it, yet the outcome turned disastrous. Suddenly, Su Ching-Ying exclaimed that it was moving, that it was forcing its way out, and Jielan noted that he moved with shocking speed. Fang Yi announced that this should be the final threat haunting that mass grave. He advanced toward the lost flower. He knelt and eased it free from the soil with deliberate care. He figured that marked the end. Jielan stood frozen for a heartbeat. She confirmed if that was the lost tempering flower and remarked how tiny it appeared, to which he affirmed and reminded that their mission was done, so they needed to retreat quickly, since the dark tide wasn't any ordinary anomaly and could burst open any time. Besides, they had a tag-along to mind. Jielan acknowledged his effort and thanked him warmly, saying the mission would have been impossible without him. and as she expressed her gratitude to everyone, she ordered that they move out. The group retraced their steps toward the path they'd come from when Jialan turned to Fang Yi again and told him that she was genuinely grateful. Elder Wu, the only King Kong realm venerable in the Xia nation, was hanging by a thread, and the lost tempering flower was the sole remedy that could pull him back from the brink. So he ended up surviving after all. He grew curious when he caught wind of the King Kong realm, the name alone stirring something sharp in his mind. A short while later, Sultry Woman mentioned that she could finally glimpse daylight again, relief flooding her tone as they stumbled out alive, and Lin Yeryi remarked that it felt good to breathe open air again and urged them to leave. Outside, one soldier exclaimed that they truly got the lost tempering flower, while another muttered that he hadn't dared believe Jialan's claim about it being found. Someone else asked who the real finder was, and Sultry Woman teased that they should just check the crowd waiting for them. Lin Yi's eyes darted to the vehicle parked ahead. She wondered aloud if it was from the Star God War Zone, the most elite combat unit in the Xia nation. And when Sultry Woman asked whether Jialan held a high post there, she instantly worried she might have come off too casual. The Star God War Zone stood unrivaled among the 10 great war zones of the Xia nation, and during the Age of Peace, its members were the nation's most glorified heroes, the cream of its strength and intellect. After the spiritual energy recovery, their natural edge surged, and with endless resources, the forbidden zones they protected turned into priceless sanctuaries for cultivation. Fang Yi passed the lost tempering flower into Han Li's hands. Han Li gave him a small, knowing smile. He then motioned for his men to salute him, catching Fang Yi off guard. Han Li stated he would rush the lost tempering flower to the hospital himself so she could relax, and Jialan agreed that was good, saying she'd head there soon. She lingered for a moment, watching the vehicle pull away. Fang Yi turned to her, curious if she was part of the Star God War Zone, and she confirmed it. His strength, achievements, and feats had already spread throughout their ranks, and it wouldn't be long before his name was known across the war zone. And she couldn't deny that his sheer power could crush their finest squad without effort. If he ever felt inclined, she proposed that he join them, promising the richest cultivation resources and a doubled reward bounty for him, his teammate, and the entire spiritual association squad. As he expressed gratitude for the offer, he admitted he knew they were the mightiest force in the Xia nation, but preferred to walk his own cultivation path. So he had to decline. She explained that with the massive shifts reshaping their world, what their nation valued most and dreaded most were dark attribute anomalies, their numbers rising fast, twisting the balance and threatening to spiral out of control. Their spread kept growing like a malignant wound, ready to erupt into disaster at any moment, which was why they poured everything into creating forbidden zones to contain them, and why the Spiritual Association held each territory under tight watch. She wasn't trying to coerce or guilt him. She simply believed that someone of his caliber deserved to understand the reality. He acknowledged her words, saying that if he ever crossed paths with another anomaly, he wouldn't just stand by, even if strangers were at risk, so she needn't worry about that. She remarked that meeting him had been a genuine pleasure. She offered him a token, urging him to take it. She explained that it granted him access to any forbidden zone for cultivation and that the gates of the Star God War Zone would always remain open to him. Then she mentioned one more thing, asking if he'd be willing to go see Elder Wu. Fang Yi pressed Jialan if she meant the King Kong realm venerable, and she confirmed with a calm nod that yes, he is her honored teacher, so she figured the two of them should probably meet, though she wasn't sure if he would even agree to it, admitting it was just her own small thought, and that she genuinely wanted to be his friend. Fang Yi slid the token into his pocket with a faint motion that showed quiet acceptance. He remarked that fine, more friends meant more paths to walk, so he would make that trip with him, telling her to take it as a friendly gesture from one companion to another. He believed he could purge the lingering toxins within her that had been tainted by the dark attribute, saying it with a certainty that left no room for hesitation. She wondered if the lightning attribute could truly heal, thinking that all she felt now was a tingling numbness crawling across her skin, and the spots that were once cold and aching were turning warm, the pain melting away completely. The wounds that had been corroded by the black mist were closing up. The battered organs deep inside her felt like they'd regained their old strength, and even her meridians and veins pulsed as if rinsed clean. Every trace of poison in her body was wiped out by that rare lightning attribute, and the sensation was unbelievable. Almost like waking up in a new body. Fang Yi then inquired how she was feeling at that moment, and she replied that it felt amazing. The dark attribute lingering in her had vanished entirely, though she corrected herself after a beat, saying it was more like it had been shattered to dust. Meanwhile, one of the medical personnel questioned whether a first-level spirit creation realm could even suffer such severe wounds, and if old Dung could still be saved. Su Ching-Ying suddenly snapped at them, demanding why they were still there and why she had the distinct impression that Jielan's injuries had already disappeared. Jielan explained that the rare, pure lightning attribute had fully cleansed the remnants of the dark attribute from her body. Su Ching-Ying remarked that it was the lightning attribute of the Tyrant, the kind that could destroy enemies and rescue allies. And Fang Yi turned to her, asking what she was staring at. Without warning, she addressed the medical team, calling them over with brisk authority. She went on to declare that she wanted to discuss with Fang Yi the idea of cooperation. And when he pressed her on what she meant, she explained that combining his spiritual power with their medical instruments could potentially save more pioneers suffering from dark attribute corruption. She requested that he demonstrate it one more time. He asked her if that would be enough of a display. One of the medical personnel murmured that it seemed viable. It truly did, as such a pure and potent lightning attribute might actually overpower the dark attribute completely. Jielan jumped in, explaining that Fang Yi had directly transmitted it to her earlier, and the dark attribute on her body had been crushed. So she suggested that maybe they could just have him make contact with the wounded pioneers, mentioning she also remembered a comatose practitioner from the spirit creation realm. Su Ching-Ying refused, reasoning that not every spirit creation realm body could endure that surge of spiritual power. And the medical team agreed, adding that while Jielan's injuries had been severe, their latest check showed them reduced to only minor wounds. To heal that unconscious person from before, the needed lightning spiritual power would likely be 10 times what Jielan required, and it would already be remarkable if he simply survived and regained consciousness, though full recovery was beyond reach. Fang Yi replied that fine, then asked if he understood correctly that the process was like a blood transfusion, how exactly he would transfer his spiritual power, and how they intended to collect and apply it. And the personnel gestured for him to follow. He mentioned that he could place his hand inside and then release his spiritual power, and Fang Yi agreed with an even tone. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was silently marveling that she never imagined Jielan was a high-ranking officer in the Star God War Zone, and that her cousin had somehow made that elite force extend an olive branch and show him open favor. The cool, distant Jielan had even taken the initiative to befriend her cousin, and earlier she had seen her offer her personal token to him as well. Suddenly, Fang Yi caught that she had her eyes on him, quiet but sharp. He tossed a casual question about how she was doing, and she replied that they had already settled in fine. She and Sultry Woman planned to hit the training grounds again and start taking on missions, figuring they couldn't keep leaning on him forever. Otherwise, they'd stay stuck, and she figured she couldn't keep being dead weight, so she had to match his pace as fast as she could. Fang Yi agreed easily, reminding her to keep herself safe. She figured the kids were finally stepping up. Su Ching-Ying mentioned that they'd head out first and that she'd catch the two of them on the next mission if fate decided so. And as Fang Yi nodded, Jielan commented that they should swing by Elder Wu's place. Moments later, Su Ching-Ying grumbled that those people were so high and mighty they didn't even bother showing up. Fang Yi had been poached by the Star God War Zone, leaving all her effort from those days feeling pointless, and one of her squad members tried to calm her down. Su Ching-Ying figured the spiritual association system was still a tangled mess, and in both headquarters and its branches, too many of those in charge strutted around like they were more important than the military's top brass. The elite squads were scattered like loose sand. Getting them to even acknowledge Fang Yi was a small miracle, and it was already lucky the troublemakers hadn't shown up to stir things further. Meanwhile, Fang Yi and Jielan made it to the Star God War Zone's medical base, stepping into the top ward. He asked if this was Elder Wu, and she confirmed, remarking how strange it was that a King Kong realm powerhouse looked like nothing more than a shriveled old man. He had looked worse before, like a half-dead corpse, and even after using the lost tempering flower, he hadn't stirred. Fang Yi pressed her about what had happened. She explained that a dark attribute natural disaster had crashed down on the capital, twisting the celestial phenomena. The sky split open with darkness, and to stop the anomaly from swallowing the city, her teacher had sealed the rift with his own body. Everyone had already used a special method to pour their spiritual power into him beforehand. They had determined the anomaly surpassed S rank, and while the dark tide they had faced was already terrifying, the raw destruction of that calamity was several times stronger. If it had landed unchecked, the entire capital would have been wiped out, and even nearby cities wouldn't have survived. With the capital's importance, its fall would have thrown the nation into chaos. Her teacher forced his domain to suppress the S-rank anomaly, but they hadn't expected that it would take every shred of their strength to fight it, and the disaster turned out even worse than they had guessed. Her teacher was eaten away by the dark attribute, and if he hadn't been a King Kong realm venerable, he'd have been reduced to ash or turned into fuel for the darkness itself. Fang Yi remarked that he had saved the city from ruin, calling him a true pioneer. He reflected that many pioneers had stood before him once, letting him become humanity's last survivor. And maybe in that old life back then, he had already burned himself out in the same way. Jialan suddenly demanded to know what he was doing to her teacher. He told her not to tense up, since the lost tempering flower had already worked, but he still wanted to see if he could clear out some of the stubborn dark attribute inside to help him wake up faster. She reminded him that this was an S-rank natural disasters residue, but then she recalled how he had obtained the lost tempering flower. She muttered that maybe she should just let him try. Maybe he was the miracle itself, though he had to watch himself because that darkness was worse than the one in the dark tide. Otherwise, her teacher wouldn't still be barely recovering even after using the flower. He replied that he understood, already feeling the immense weight of that darkness within. Even dulled and bound by the lost tempering flower's purifying power, it still pressed down like a living storm. She urged him sharply to focus. The darkness had started to seep into him. He instantly called up his yang attribute to shield himself from the invasion. But as his eyes snapped open, he found himself standing somewhere completely different. He wondered if the darkness had dragged his mind back to the past. The massive eye demanded to know who he was, and he figured maybe brushing against the dark attribute festering inside Elder Wu's body had already warped his mind enough to make him see things. He remarked that it didn't matter since he was only there to wipe it out, and he mused that the anomaly wasn't as unbeatable as it wanted him to think. But then, it blasted him with dark lightning, catching him wide open. He instantly triggered his golden radiance, breathing art, protective form. He darted aside in one fluid sweep, barely sliding past the strike. He commented that the creepy lightning packed the same punch as the divine thunder he once absorbed on Jade Emperor Peak. There were swarms of dark aspect insect anomalies, and he admitted that, illusion or not, each one carried the same savage bite as real monsters from the dark tide. He guessed there were thousands crawling all around him. He summoned his blazing sword in a flare that cut through the murk. He muttered that he had no choice now, time for pest control. He lunged straight at them. He barked that his flames should rise. He swung his sword in sweeping arcs, setting the swarm ablaze. They burned out quick and scattered into nothing. He reasoned that it had to be an S-class mash of anomalies, though maybe the illusion or the missing tempering flower had dulled its edge. It felt more like A-class at best, and he wondered if those were the same nightmares Elder Wu once fought. If the man had really faced a city's worth of horrors. He suspected it could have been even nastier, and then he unleashed his boundless dark realm. The anomaly blinked in confusion at the sudden bloom of the domain. It demanded if he was truly human. He just clicked his tongue in annoyance. Then he expanded the domain. The anomaly staggered as its power got drained away. It warned that they would be back soon. Fang Yi concluded that it must be a leftover consciousness of the dark attributes anomaly. And since it mentioned we, he figured it wasn't alone and wondered if other cataclysms might crawl back too. He muttered that he should bounce first. His awareness snapped back to reality. He immediately drew the dark attribute out of Elder Wu's body. He used his lightning attribute to pin it down. Then he sealed it away inside the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire sea. Jialan pressed if that was the dark attribute clinging to Elder Wu's body, and he explained that the darkness inside him had to be the leftover of that calamity-class anomaly. It still carried terrifying power, but between the drained tempering flower and Elder Wu's non-stop sealing, its corruption had thinned a lot. Elder Wu really proved himself Xia's foremost pioneer, using his own body to suppress that abyssal force without rest, and anyone else would have died 10 times over. And Jialan admitted that he truly did save his life. Fang Yi responded that it wasn't all his doing. Without the lost tempering flower softening at first, he could never have purged the darkness from his body, and she remarked that while the lost tempering flower kept him alive, his strength made full recovery possible. Fang Yi clenched his hand into a fist, tension flickering through the motion like static that wouldn't settle. He remarked that the process should have been fully neutralized by now, though impatience traced the edge of his tone. Still, he mentioned there was one last thing she needed to know, because inside that psychic illusion earlier, the leftover darkness from the calamity had felt like a threat biding its time, promising to return, so they had to stay sharp. And when it did, an old man freshly back on his feet shouldn't be leading the front again. She replied that she already knew, and had picked up whispers of the same rumor, voice steady but wary. He pressed about that rumor, and she explained that the military and the spiritual association's monitoring divisions constantly compiled both sides' aura anomaly records, locking the data under layers of classification to block any leaks. Word was that those projections hinted Jia's current power reserves wouldn't even last through the first year of full aura resurgence, though no one wanted to swallow that kind of prediction. He commented on the monitoring anomaly data, saying it sounded too sanitized and official, and she agreed before casually tossing the question back. Did he actually buy into the rumor? He then mulled over whether his rebirth had nudged the future at all, remembering that he had once lived through 3 years after the aura resurgence began, by which point Blue Star had already been a wreck. He went on to tell her not to dwell on it since Elder Wu should be waking soon, tone soft but final. She shouldn't stress over it because if the calamity came back, he vowed he would fight right beside her, no hesitation. He reflected that sooner or later their clash with the calamity would happen anyway, but this time he planned to twist its fate to a different ending. Moments later, Fang Yi found himself back in his apartment, the shift disorienting but brief. He figured that after tangling with 2 S-class anomalies, he was practically brushing against the spirit forging realm, 2-star tier. With the aura resurgence close and his dark attribute fully awakened, it still felt short somehow, since the anomaly from that illusion, even crushed under countless layers of suppression, had power that bled through anyway. He suddenly caught sight of his flower by the window, swaying like it had picked up on his restlessness. He muttered that leaving it behind last time had been his blunder, though dragging it around everywhere wasn't exactly convenient. He regretted not letting it flex and grow stronger, so he suggested they go stretch their roots a little. Soon, at the back mountain, Fang Yi remarked that the Spirit Association's Botanical Research Center wasn't half bad, sounding almost impressed. Even though the world was barely entering the first wave of spiritual resurgence and nature's recovery had just started kicking in, most burned trees had already grown back, and they'd even planted a fresh batch. He planned to thank Su Ching-Ying and the rest for that one day, mentally noting it. A small sip was fine, but the flower shouldn't overdo it since its appetite could probably strip every forest on Blue Star Bear. He set the flower down carefully with a kind of quiet affection. It immediately drew in the life force from nearby trees, greed humming through the air. He figured that was enough for now, his tone faintly amused. He remarked that it was good enough and they should shift to another spot to keep absorbing more. Among all plant types, or rather wood-type evolved beings, he wondered how high it might rank, since anything carrying a desolation attribute like that could easily pass for A-class. There used to be a bunch of animals scattered around that mountain, but none had shown up that day, probably spooked senseless by the desolation energy leaking from it. Then, a sharp scream sliced through the quiet. He murmured if that sound belonged to a wolf, instincts sharpening. He noted that the wolf pack was evolving, and a faint thrill flickered behind his calm. Fang Yi pressed if he was right about it being the Wolf King, tossing in a dry remark that it looked about done cooking its evolution. The Wolf King let out a howl so deep it seemed to gnaw through bone when its transformation hit the finish line. Fang Yi caught the thick surge of spiritual energy bursting from it and figured it might be jumping into A-class anomaly range. The wolves swept in tight around him like a closing tide. He reasoned that after evolving, the Wolf King's wood attribute had probably sharpened into a toxic edge, maybe from soaking up dark energy during the process. It looked like the dark attribute had been running wild lately, and though he doubted it alone could shove the Wolf King into dual attribute form, it still packed A-class force. He urged that they crush it fast. Even if it sat at A-class, the real nightmare was the flood of wolves, and with the city spread right below the mountain, if they broke loose, the destruction would be unthinkable. They needed to move now, he figured, because he wanted to see how brutal its desolation attribute truly was, and whether that alone could carry them through without extra hands. The Wolf King lunged at them, all teeth and speed. Meanwhile, the destroyer squad, joined by a cluster of pioneers, had gathered at the mountain's base. One of the pioneers reported the Wolf King's evolution was finished, its aura going berserk, and when he pressed for contamination levels, the captain shot back that it was 90. The pioneers pulled back in alarm. The captain warned it wasn't slowing down. The level kept climbing, and its base power already sat near the late ghost carving realm, maybe scraping the spirit forging realm 1 star, way too strong, and the rest of the pack ran between ghost carving 2 and 3 stars. The pioneer grumbled that they were too few to win, since even he had barely hit ghost carving 3 stars himself. Another muttered that it was the dark attribute again, explaining why the contamination spiked so high. The captain caught on, remarking that the Wolf King had evolved dual attributes, a twisted mutation almost never seen in anomalies. The contamination level slammed into 100. He declared that even if they couldn't win, they couldn't let the beast succeed, because if those monsters finished evolving, the whole district below would be wiped clean. Savage by nature and now juiced by evolution, they needed backup fast and had to alert the Spirit Association since things were only getting worse. But one pioneer urged them to wait, asking if he could feel the ground shaking. Another muttered if it was an earthquake and how the wolves' evolution could cause that, but the captain snapped it was another anomaly. The contamination level exploded to 1,000. The captain muttered that it was the power of desolation, and the pioneer pressed him on why it was there. The captain barked that they had to run for safety right now, while the pioneer griped if it was the airborne ghost vine that had vanished earlier and cursed that it gave no warning at all. The captain pressed hard that they had to move fast and clear everyone out of the area. Yet one of his squad members urged him to hold back, explaining that the desolation power wasn't pushing toward them, though he still demanded to know what exactly it was. The captain speculated that it might be burrowing deeper into the mountain, and the squad member affirmed it, mentioning how off it felt because the threat seemed to have vanished, then questioned if they still needed to report it. Vines were now creeping steadily up the rough slopes of the mountain. Blooms exploded open along their twisting lengths. They wondered out loud what kind of flower it could even be. At the same time, Fang Yi angled the blossom toward the Wolf King. The Wolf King swung its claws in savage arcs, slashing to shred every blossom coating the ground. Fang Yi remarked that those spirit blossoms would keep regenerating and multiplying until they drained every last drop of energy from them. The Wolf King still had spiritual energy flaring around its body, giving it some endurance, but the rest didn't have that luxury. The vines were already leeching the life right out of the other wolves. They were sucked bone dry until nothing but skeletons clattered down across the dirt. The flower's color shifted into a vivid crimson. The Wolf King roared and hurled a fierce beam toward it. The flower swallowed the attack whole and shielded Fang Yi in the process. Fang Yi scoffed at the move, throwing out a taunt that the Wolf King couldn't even recognize the desolation attribute of those spirit blossoms that had already sunk deep beneath that forest. It had turned into a boundless ocean of blossoms, born from the mountain and destined to return to it. It had gained sentience through evolution, though he wagered it had never once heard the saying, "Wildfire never truly dies. Spring winds will always make it bloom again." Still, it wasn't doing badly since it even managed to locate the original bloom. He addressed the small flower directly and challenged what move it planned now that it had seen the truth laid bare. The Wolf King charged with raw fury blazing in its eyes. The flower expanded grotesquely in answer. It anchored itself and readied to absorb the Wolf King's onslaught head first. It engulfed him completely. The Wolf King strained and fought to rip free from its crushing grip. It clawed and thrashed with desperate strength. Fang Yi then pressed whether it intended to let the dark attribute consume it whole. The petals opened wide, revealing serrated fangs within. It devoured the Wolf King without mercy. He was trapped and dragged helplessly into the core of its petals. Fang Yi noted that it was a surging tide of desolation energy, quietly mulling over what force could possibly create that. He reflected that he never imagined fusing the desolation attribute into those spirit flowers would let them craft their own cultivation art without his hand guiding them. And he declared that no anomaly could ever slip free once drowned by that sea of blossoms. Even if the flowers were shattered over and over again, they would knit themselves back together, grinding all beneath them to bone under that relentless flood of desolation. Then he resolved to call it the Endless Spirit Sea. The flower stood majestic, as petals drifted lazily around it beneath the moonlight. The system instantly alerted Fang Yi that the spirit flower had completed the inscription of the desolation attribute art, Endless Spirit Sea. He then caught sight of the flower drawing a new energy. He addressed it once again and declared that now it was their turn to evolve. At the Spiritual Association headquarters, one of the members mentioned with unease that an A-class anomaly contamination had surfaced, and another commented that they should check it out since two clashing spiritual energies had just erupted inside the polluted zone. The Wolf King's evolution had stirred up a dark attribute, yet out of nowhere, another desolation type had emerged. The president inquired in a measured tone about where it had taken place. One of the men replied that it was in the low mountain forest, the same area she had been supervising earlier, and the president pressed if the Demolisher squad hadn't been sent to deal with the wolf pack. He was then connected to a live call with the Demolisher squad. They reported that at the site of the wolf pack's mutation, a colossal burst of desolation energy had detonated. Levels were off the charts, and it had completely wiped out the A-class Wolf King anomaly. But instead of rampaging outward, the surge had burrowed deep into the mountain. Now, strange blossoms were blooming everywhere across the mountain, an uncanny scene, and they couldn't advance since no one could predict the kind of after effects that desolation energy might unleash. The captain warned with tension that if that unidentified anomaly erupted, the devastation could easily surpass the airborne ghost vines from before. And while urging if they shouldn't call for reinforcement, he admitted they might not make it even with every pioneer gathered if things turned ugly. The president concluded bluntly that in that case, they should dispatch 2 elite units. Meanwhile, she was brooding over the possibility that if it was the back mountain, her instincts kept nagging that it had to be him again. She then declared firmly that they should wait, because right now, the source of that desolation energy had to be him since his home lay within that area. He would protect everyone there. Over at the back mountain, petals still drifted in the air like glowing embers. He asked the flower if it was evolving again, gaining a second attribute after devouring the Wolf King. The flower's petals flared up with firelight. He questioned if it had gained the fire attribute and muttered that he hadn't seen that twist coming. To think it could evolve through devouring, that was an absurdly effortless route to power. The system then announced that the Desolate Flame Spirit Flower's evolution was complete. It was now an A-class anomaly carrying both desolation and fire attributes, hungering ferociously for spiritual energy, and could be cultivated within the boundless dark realm. He wondered curiously about the boundless dark realm. He remarked with a click of realization that he couldn't believe he hadn't considered that before. Setting the spirit flower inside the boundless dark realm. The realm's soil and anomalies were drenched in darkness, so if the spirit flower absorbed that energy, it might evolve once more and develop a dark attribute. Suddenly, he caught sight of golden lightning, shredding through the dark clouds swirling overhead. He questioned if he was already breaking through to the spirit forging realm, 2 stars. He realized the surge within him. His power now coursed smoothly like instinct. Heaven and earth's spiritual chi streamed into his body as though they shared a single pulse. Elsewhere, he declared with fierce certainty that he had tracked him down and that he'd been hiding there the whole time. He pressed if he was the legendary Heavenly Firestrike, Spirit Forging Realm, 2 stars, and he admitted the idea sent a rush of thrill through him. He recalled that earlier moment when he pressed if he was a fire attribute pioneer and muttered that he would crush that smug pride, showing everyone he stood as the top fire attribute pioneer. Back in the present, he barked out, demanding to know who was there. He suspected it had to be a fire attribute pioneer. He swiftly summoned the boundless dark realm without hesitation. He wielded it to swallow up the flames that were hurled at him. He realized he had finally exposed himself because he'd been lurking there the entire time, not even trying to restrain his chi. He was a newly advanced spirit forging cultivator with no clan, no faction, just a lone pioneer addicted to battle. Zhang Lu remarked with a faint grin that Fang Yi was pretty interesting since he could feel the crushing spiritual pressure pulsing from him, and he pressed how he managed to dodge his flowing flame burst earlier. But Fang Yi kept his stare fixed, offering nothing back but cold silence. Zhang Lu muttered that he probably skipped the introduction part. His name is Zhang Lu, and he figured Fang Yi would remember that soon enough. Fang Yi unleashed his divine thunder with a crack of power. Jianglu lunged in full of confidence, completely blind to the storm he was charging toward. He wrapped himself in blazing fire, while Fang Yi gathered an explosive surge of lightning force. Then he froze mid-motion as he caught the side of that lightning bolt curling straight toward him. He blinked fast, unsure what the hell that thing even was. The bolt crashed into him head-on with brutal precision. He hacked and wheezed while smoke rolled out from his mouth. He dropped to his knees, drained and shaken to the core. He tried to process what just happened, questioning if he wasn't supposed to be a fire attribute pioneer too. Fang Yi stood over him with a sharp glint of danger sparking in his eyes. He gripped the back of his head tight. Then he smashed his face hard into the dirt. He remarked flatly that he didn't quite catch it and pressed again what his name was. Jiang Lu clenched his teeth through the pain, words failing him completely. He kept denying the scene before him, wondering how this could even be happening, reminding himself he was a one-star spirit-forging realm, the fastest among every pioneer around. And with his trump card, that rare high-tier fire attribute, he believed his strength and rank made him untouchable. Everyone should have been kneeling, flattering, and only then sharing the spoils of that spiritual awakening. Fang Yi clicked his tongue with impatient irritation. Jiang Lu screamed, spitting out that it hurt. He figured Fang Yi also carried the fire attribute, but when he realized the lightning devoured his flames, he couldn't even lift himself. Fang Yi stated that this was his real power, and while he taunted if that was all, he remarked that kids these days were way too sure of themselves. Jiang Lu realized Fang Yi hadn't even hit the spirit-forging realm 2 stars yet, and he panicked hard, wondering how his force and pressure felt 2 or 3 whole realms higher. He kept repeating that he was about to die. He was really about to die, right there. Jiang Lu refused outright and begged that he not take his life, desperation leaking through his voice like something raw and cracked. Fang Yi regarded him with quiet calculation, weighing his choices with a calm that bordered on detached amusement. He remarked that he might as well hand over a bit of advice. A pioneer's power wasn't built for turning on people, but for something higher. If he had the free time to stir up pointless brawls, he should burn it instead on clearing the rampaging anomalies tearing through the world. He clicked his tongue with a sharp sound, one that carried pure disdain and a hint of boredom. Jiang Lu wondered what the hell his problem was and how anyone's spirit energy could slam into him that brutally. He questioned whether the guy's power was just that insanely high or if he himself was simply that pathetically weak. After a few heavy moments, Jiang Lu trudged back into the city, shoulders sagging under invisible weight. His friends froze when they caught sight of him, their faces flashing confusion and concern in equal measure. He looked wrecked, drained to the bone, hollow-eyed, the spark in him dimmed to embers. His red-haired friend remarked that he was back at last and cracked that his new haircut wasn't half bad, while the black-haired one reminded him that he'd warned him before. Picking fights never paid off. The red-haired friend carried on that even if his temper was still hot as ever, he'd repeat it. He couldn't keep charging into trouble when the spiritual resurgence hadn't even fully started, because they were just dust compared to what was coming. Yet he was out there acting like making enemies was a hobby. He pointed out that Jiang Lu was always itching for a fight, friend or foe alike, and one day that habit was going to blow up in his face. But the black-haired friend muttered that something felt off and wondered if he hadn't finally snapped from all the nagging. He pressed to know what was going on, tone sharpening. He demanded to know what happened, if he got possessed or something, and if he was still the same Jiang Lu, the guy who threw punches before even greeting anyone. The red-haired friend recalled that he'd gone to challenge the heavenly firestrike guy that day and asked how it turned out, and Jiang Lu admitted through clenched teeth that he got one-shotted. The black-haired friend blinked hard and pressed what he meant by one-shotted, pushing for clarity. Jiang Lu repeated flatly that he got one-shotted. He should have sensed something was off from the start, and if he'd just backed off sooner, he wouldn't have had to choke down that humiliation. The red-haired friend asked if that single strike was truly that devastating, noting that the guy was a top-tier fire attribute prodigy who hit the spirit-forging realm within a month of awakening, and across every province, almost no one could even come close. Jiang Lu muttered that it happened in an instant, one hit, and his proudest move, Flowing Blaze Flare, got obliterated by thunder before it even took form. The black-haired friend wondered if he'd picked the wrong target, and pointed out that his fire attribute was absurdly pure. So unless the opponent came from a high-tier combat zone, no one should have been able to crush him, especially since he had already stepped into the spirit-forging realm. The red-haired friend mentioned that back when he'd first awakened and fought them over resources, he'd flattened 2 wild pioneers at the ghost-carving realm, 3 stars, both with the same attribute. So maybe the heavenly firestrike he met wasn't even as a pioneer at all, since their old assessment said his power wasn't above Jiang Lu's. Jiang Lu countered firmly that there was no mistake because that was exactly where heavenly firestrike showed up. It was definitely his turf, and since they hadn't seen it firsthand, they couldn't really get it. He described him as a monster, the violent thunder attribute roaring beside his ears like the heavens themselves until his skull throbbed, ready to crack under the force. His instincts screamed that it was him. He's a dual attribute pioneer, fire and thunder, both maxed out in grade, and his lightning tore through flames by several magnitudes. So he's definitely concealing his real power because that was at least Spirit Forging Realm, 3 stars. The red-haired friend gawked, barely wrapping his head around the idea that some wild pioneer could chill at 3 stars, throwing out that the claim sounded flat-out impossible. While the black-haired friend countered that if he had nailed that guess, the guy was basically every other pioneer's walking nightmare. The red-haired friend muttered that power and talent like that made his skin crawl, and Jiang Lu remarked that the guy had flattened him with just one move. They tossed around that someone better tell him if he should go study under that freak of nature. Meanwhile, Fang Yi couldn't shake the weird feeling gnawing at him, since he was right on the cusp of breaking into the Spirit Forging Realm. 2 stars. Yet the sudden flood of opportunity had just blinked off like a bad signal. He insisted the snag wasn't coming from his body. He reasoned it had to be something from outside messing things up. He caught that the nearby spirit energy had gone eerily quiet, refusing to sync with the astral pattern for advancement. He got uneasy, a sense crawling up his spine that something big was starting to stir. He questioned whether the spiritual resurgence had kicked off early in his city. He decided he'd better call Jialan to confirm with the military, but the phone flashed coldly that the number was out of reach. He muttered about the deadline, and as he pressed on, wondering if the military had already shifted to the front line, he reasoned that if a major anomaly had hit, they'd have warned him, leaving only one option: a blackout. Then Su Ching-Ying's voice broke in out of nowhere. Her signal kept stuttering as she pushed out that the situation had flipped and they needed backup if he could manage it. He pointed out her bad connection and pressed whether the city was crawling with anomalies, but she snapped that it wasn't that. It was worse. Right before the call cut off, the warped creature on the window splintered the glass. Fang Yi's focus locked on it in a flash. The pain exploded and the thing lunged in. He called it reckless, almost mocking. Lightning crawled to his fingertips. He hurled it and blasted the anomaly clean. Right then, Lin Yi cut in, reporting that a bat-type anomaly had popped up. She pressed him, demanding if something had gone wrong. She remarked that anomalies never cluster like this, not inside homes and definitely not in groups. And he agreed, grim-faced, saying it looked bad but hopefully still fixable. If luck turned on them, that place could blow up into chaos like the cataclysms flashing across the news. A ghost-carving realm 2-star anomaly should have stayed buried, not tearing through streets or smashing into a pioneer's place. They were staring down a real fight. And though he had no clue what storm was rolling in, he told her to gather every pioneer she could reach, and she confirmed she would. He climbed up on the table. He checked if she was near the spirit forging threshold and told her he was counting on her to hold the house for now, to guard that window and keep every anomaly out. And when he asked if she got it, she affirmed it. Meanwhile, Su Ching-Ying warned that their signal was already collapsing, and Fang Yi couldn't catch their coordinates. If a disaster-level event hit, they'd be stranded. And one squad member nervously guessed the instruments were just glitching, since she couldn't even picture what an unclassified level anomaly meant. Su Ching-Ying admitted she was praying it was all a false alarm. She addressed the patrol, ordering them to check in since Area A's contamination had spiked to 4, and told everyone to stay sharp and track the pollution flux. Then, a heavy boom rumbled through the sky. She repeated, voice cutting through static, that multiple anomalies had been confirmed. The city braced itself for the fiercest downpour in 50 years. Multiple red alerts had already screamed across every channel, and with the storm tearing closer, all public events got shut down for the day, as officials urged everyone to hole up inside and protect their safety. One of the citizens remarked that it felt like the sky was about to rip open. It was terrifying. Another muttered that maybe something truly awful was coming, and another wondered if this was the world's end, and what in the world had been happening lately. Meanwhile, the red-haired friend cursed under his breath. griping that the weather was completely deranged, then questioned if they were really that cursed. He pressed whether they should bolt or stay, and demanded that Jianglu at least say something already. Out of nowhere, he caught sight of an anomaly lunging straight at him. He snarled that it was practically begging for death. The red-haired friend barked what was wrong with that thing, and pointed out that with Jianglu's fire attribute blazing around, the smaller ones usually stayed far away. He then scoffed, wondering why those bats refused to burn. Jianglu replied that they did burn, but they just revived again, so that place was completely insane. It wasn't only the people who were monstrously powerful, even the anomalies were nightmarish, so they'd better move fast and head home. A few hours earlier, Su Ching-Ying insisted they needed to summon the Spirit Association's top brass immediately and lock in coordination with Fang Yi. She stiffened the moment one of the surveillance feeds glitched out. The man announced it was a special anomaly alert and that an A-class anomaly was expected to descend on the city center within 24 hours, with a massive swarm of anomalous bats already swarming on the outskirts. Su Ching-Ying ordered that the teams deploy at once, and she was joining the operation too. The man reported that the latest forecast showed the descending anomaly had jumped to S-class with no upper limit. He was then slammed by the bat anomaly. Over in the military district, alarms wailed through the compound. A colossal wave of bat anomalies churned across the sky. Jaelan was locked in fierce combat with them. She moved with razor-sharp precision. She unleashed a barrage of slicing strikes, cutting through multiple bat anomalies in one explosive sweep. Her ability, Spiritual Energy Mutation, Advanced Metal Attribute Variation, let her mold spiritual energy into any shape and amplify its power, doubling its force to 200%. She realized those dark attribute bats just kept spawning, and she couldn't wipe them out. It felt like they were trying to block them from something crucial. Her subordinate mentioned that her wounds had already healed nicely and her power had grown even stronger. But the situation was dire, because only the two of them, both senior officers, remained holding that district. So he urged her to issue the next command. She stated that their district signals were jammed by the anomaly and the interference systems were dead, cutting them off from the field units and the other districts. She figured they were probably stuck in the same chaos. Teams 1 and 2 were to dig in and not let the enemy breach the restricted zone. Everyone else would move with her, break through, and link up with the breakout teams from the other districts. The anomaly's real target wasn't the restricted zone, it was the entire city. Meanwhile, one of the citizens hollered that they should bail right away because the rain was pounding down so hard it felt like the sky was dumping buckets straight onto their heads. A live streamer groaned that the weather had gone completely off the rails, insisting they throw on a raincoat and keep filming since that freaky storm was blowing up online. Just like before, they were all in again, risking everything for that one viral shot. But she went stiff with horror the instant her partner stumbled into sight. She unleashed a bone-rattling scream as she watched him being ripped apart alive by the anomaly. She demanded to know where all that gunfire was blasting from and wailed that too many bats were swooping everywhere, sinking their teeth into people and draining blood, pleading for anyone close to help. She then howled in pain as one of the warped anomalies clamped its jaws deep into her shoulder. Luckily, Su Ching-Ying showed up just in time and carved the monster down before it could tear through her flesh. The live streamer stumbled hard, slamming into the ground with the mangled anomaly collapsed beside her. Su Ching-Ying barked that her teammate would make sure she got home safe. She turned to the pair and ordered them to see the girl back in one piece, while one muttered that those C-class mutant bats were breeding fast and starting to show signs of another evolution. Su Ching-Ying snapped that if those freaks really leveled up by feeding on human blood, then they needed to hustle and clear every last civilian out. After that, she told them to regroup with her at the designated zone since that sector was drowning in the worst anomaly pollution, and both confirmed. Meanwhile, Fang Yi was sprinting across rooftops, vaulting from one building to the next without missing a beat. Suddenly, the bat anomalies locked onto him mid-air. He figured those beasts might have already climbed close to a Ghost-forged 3-star rank. He tightened his grip on the sword, igniting the flames until they roared like a furnace. He slashed through the air, the blazing blade cutting clean through the swarm in a fiery sweep. He realized this horde was nothing like any he'd faced before. The bat clusters just kept spreading and twisting, mutating non-stop. They refused to stay dead, damn near impossible to wipe out completely. Worse, the city's jam-packed zones were crawling with dark attribute anomalies oozing monstrous power. It looked like endless contamination zones had burst open all over the place, each one ready to blow into disaster, meaning tracking down the Spiritual Association's operatives would take time, so he'd have to handle this mess solo for now. He unleashed his boundless dark realm, growling that they'd feed his spirit blossoms, but he couldn't waste a second. He figured most of the other pioneers he used to fight with had already made it home, and with his cousin's power, plus those veterans and the shelters, they should be somewhat safe. But if this madness kept climbing, the nightmare would hit full swing, and survival would turn vicious. 10 minutes later, Su Ching-Ying cursed low, snapping that no matter how many she cut down, more kept pouring in. Her spiritual energy crawled back way too slow, and at that rate she'd be drained dry. Not even sure if her two unlucky teammates had landed in the same mess. Then a desperate scream ripped out from inside the building. She cursed again, spitting that if those anomalies kept beefing up, their strength would break into the spirit creation realm. And even though they'd split to save civilians, it wasn't nearly enough. They'd already started tearing people apart indoors, just like what nearly went down in the capital before. She charged head-on at the bat anomalies to block them from getting inside. They whipped around instantly, striking her in a vicious, frenzied cloud. She froze for a split second when she spotted the sky overhead. She realized with a sinking gut that if this insanity kept going, a king of anomalies was about to be born. The city was collapsing piece by piece. That anomalies level packed the same ruinous weight as the cataclysm that nearly took down the capital. And the worst part was, no one seemed able to stop it. Even the Spirit Association and the military didn't appear to have anyone capable of flipping the situation, and the entire city teetered on the brink of annihilation. Reports came in saying a pioneer squad in Sector A burned themselves out for the city. They blasted a fog of spirit energy to stall the bat's advance. Another report told that a team in Sector B trapped the anomaly and detonated another fog, perishing with the swarm. Another update declared that the dark attribute anomaly codenamed Cocoon had hit the Diamond Realm with an S-class danger level, edging close to becoming an anomaly king. At the Spirit Association headquarters, one of the guys mentioned their pioneers and staff were taking brutal losses, but the bats kept multiplying faster than they could handle. The president mentioned activating Emergency Plan S, but even with rerouted reinforcements, they'd never make it in time. The guy added that a massive black mist sealed the city. The military and rescue teams couldn't break through. They had become a city cut off from the world. The president declared that this was the breaking point, and as pioneers he was ready to rise or fall with everyone, to live and die with that city. As family of the city, if the anomalies wanted to destroy it, they'd have to walk over their corpses first. They should try transmitting the final status code to HQ because their spirit reserves were basically dry and nothing was left to give. Meanwhile, Su Ching-Ying shielded herself with a barrier while the anomalies tore at her defenses. She figured that if the cataclysm couldn't be stopped, they needed to trigger scorched earth strikes fast to keep the dark attribute from spreading. She hurled her attack straight at the anomaly hovering in the sky. One of the bats smacked it aside with its wings. She muttered that there was no way and pressed if that thing was Spirit Forging Realm 3 stars. The bat's claws slashed into her barrier and shattered it to pieces. She cursed inside, realizing their spirits were nearly spent. Blood filled her mouth as the bat's claw slammed into her. She plunged toward the ground with nothing left to cushion the fall. She murmured that they had no other way. She swore that even if she was going down, she'd fight to the end. Then, Fang Yi's fire roared past her. It burned through the swarm, shielding her from the bats closing in. She blurted out if it was the boss. His eyes glowed, lightning flaring on the left, fire blazing on the right. He swung his lightning-forged sword. The massive bat survived his flames, barely. He unleashed his divine thunder, tempered 100-fold. Then came his core burst. He admitted it took him a while to reach her, and apologized. There were too many identical anomaly packs clogging the route, and Su Ching-Ying warned him to watch it. They could revive. He replied that he knew, but she shouldn't worry because when he claimed he'd do something, he meant it. He expanded his boundless dark realm, domain unfold. Su Ching-Ying figured he was right, and she couldn't believe she forgot that the city still had Fang Yi, a legend among pioneers who made the impossible look routine. The domain devoured every trace of anomaly in the vicinity like a silent storm eating the night. He then tightened it down to a small sphere glowing faintly in his palm. He checked if she was all right, and she replied that she was fine. She thanked him for saving her, mentioning she still carried some hemostatic meds that could help patch things up. But then he caught sight of how deep her wounds actually ran. He remarked that he had already cleared away some of the dark attribute residues clinging to her, advising that once she got the chance, she should wrap those wounds properly. She agreed it was good and realized it made sense. The high-order lightning attribute worked fast, dulling her pain and speeding recovery better than the Spirit Association's top-tier stop-bleed formula. At headquarters, one of the men remarked they should look again since the anomaly packs appeared to be thinning, wondering if maybe the creatures had broken out. But another countered no. All rescue pioneers stationed around the city had been ambushed, gone silent, and the blockade still held firm. The numbers outside weren't dropping at all. Inside, however, pioneer counts kept falling, with no unit reconnecting, and they suspected an anomaly king was nearing its birth, drawing the bat swarms inward. He admitted he wanted to go home and see his parents, but figured he couldn't anymore, so they might as well make the time left count. Back in the city, Fang Yi pressed if she had solid intel on what that thing really was, and Su Ching-Ying explained that it was a super S-class anomaly that fed on entire cities. Its power no weaker than the one sealed within the Star God war zone. People called it a cataclysm, and that cocoon served as its grim herald, an omen they could sense, but never stop. Like humans feeling disaster approaching but powerless to stop it, something monstrous was forming within. And once it hatched, the city would be erased. Still, research offered a sharper lens. Anomalies, even of the same type, cannibalized each other, and Devour to Evolve stood as their fastest road to ascension. Dark attribute ones, though, were different. The bat anomaly's hive instinct proved it. A perfect evolution specimen exerted a kind of bloodline dominance, forcing the lesser anomalies into servant roles. They called that apex creature the Anomaly King. She knew he was absurdly strong, way beyond her comprehension, but he hadn't reached the Diamond Realm yet. Even the mightiest pioneer who once sealed a cataclysm ended up bedridden, relying on others to gather tempering flowers to keep him alive. They couldn't afford to lose another genius, so she urged that if possible, he should escape now. Break through the blockade, reach the outside, link with the military, and tell them to abandon the city. But he pressed back, wondering if decades of their study would just vanish because of the spiritual resurgence. He said this was his home, and no matter the price, he wouldn't regret staying. She felt something twist inside her at his resolve. He then stepped forward. He summoned his blazing sword and strode straight toward the anomaly's heart. He unleashed his golden radiance and demanded whether the city itself was being used as a sacrifice to welcome the king's rise. He turned to Su Ching-Ying, asking if her wrist instrument could still scan for anomalies and reach the Spirit Association, and told her to lend it. She passed the instrument to him without hesitation. He declared that he would climb up there and end it before it began. The bats spiraled tighter above the anomaly's core, gathering in a frenzy to greet their king. Back at the association headquarters, one of the staff mentioned that the signal from a missing pioneer flickered back online. It was Su Ching-Ying, and the chief immediately pressed her, asking if she could hear them. The staff remarked that her speed was insane, and she was bolting straight toward the most contaminated zone, urging they pull her back right away because charging in solo was just begging for death. The chief called out to Su Ching-Ying, ordering her to respond and halt her advance before she caused more casualties. She should stay put and wait for support from the Spirit Association HQ and the military since a plan was coming, and she had to hold her position. Back in the city, Su Ching-Ying's device strapped on Fang Yi's wrist started buzzing. He muttered that he finally cracked how the thing worked and shouted if they could hear him. The chief demanded to know who he was and where Su Ching-Ying had gone. Fang Yi barked that they better listen up because he needed everyone linked to him since he was about to take out the king buried in the anomalous zone's core. The chief snapped, asking what he just said, and Fang Yi shot back that if he didn't want the city wiped out and turned into monster chow, they had to hand over every bit of gear and data to help him strike the Great Cocoon and destroy it. The chief froze, weighing the call for a tense heartbeat. Then he relented, commanding everyone to drop their current tasks and sync with Fang Yi immediately, using any working satellite radar to track anomaly sources and feed him everything they had. He directed Kaz to act as the main contact and steer Fang Yi to the precise coordinates, and Kaz affirmed that he was on it. Satellite feeds revealed the Great Cocoon was surrounded by swarming anomalies, their density thickening like a storm wall toward the center, but the northern sector had thinner clusters, making it the best breakout route. Major roads were clogged with creatures, so Kaz suggested breaking through the southeast side roads. Fang Yi soared skyward, following Kaz's directions. Kaz alerted that incoming anomalies had spotted him. 2 of them, both tagged as AS class, their strength matching 2 stars of the spirit forging realm. So he should dodge immediately. The chief wondered aloud if escape was even possible, and realized retreat wasn't an option anymore. Everyone flinched as a violent crash ripped through the monitors. At that instant, Fang Yi cleaved through both anomalies in a single slash. He calmly asked for the next step. The chief questioned whether the anomaly source was gone, and Fang Yi replied that he was one-shotting S-class dark attribute beasts, hinting he might be the Tyrant. One staffer gasped that they were saved. Another chimed in that he'd been a hidden powerhouse all along, and the chief admitted he never dreamed a pioneer that strong was right in the middle of the city. In the city, Fang Yi glanced back. He figured that after enchanting the Tao, the flames now dominated dark attribute anomalies, slowing their regeneration drastically. But if he had ascended earlier and boosted his strength, one clean slash would have fully stopped them from reforming. Since it wasn't so, they'd have to rely on relentless speed and unbroken high-frequency strikes. The endless swarms drove him mad. Suddenly, the cocoon pulsed violently. It seized every anomaly's attention. They all rushed toward it. One pioneer yelled, demanding to know what was going on, and another reported that the bats had halted their assault. The association president grimly noted that this was bad news. Bat types only stopped when recalled by the Anomaly King, and wondered if it meant the creature was speeding up its descent. He questioned if they even stood a chance now that the outer bat flocks were being drawn back. Meanwhile, Jilan and her troops sped toward the city in a convoy. She stood atop a vehicle, cutting down anomalies as they advanced. She asked her subordinate how long until they hit the city center, and he replied that instruments projected another half hour at least. She gritted that in half an hour the Anomaly King would hatch and the city would be gone, demanding how they were supposed to stop that. He answered bitterly that they couldn't. The bat numbers were tenfold higher than predicted, their S-class count off the charts. Even heavy thermobaric bombs wouldn't wipe them out. She warned that if that continued, nearby cities would drown in dark attribute, then pressed if they were still short on manpower for a breakthrough. He admitted they were critically short, with some pioneers acting like the fire would never reach them. Suddenly, she spotted a shift in the anomaly swarm. She told him to look, and questioned whether the city's bats were all swarming toward the Anomaly King's birthplace. A blazing light burst from the towering anomalies overhead. She muttered, wondering if that fiery pillar belonged to Fang Yi. Then she brushed it off, ordering all units to ramp up fire support and ignore losses because they had to breach the city. The Star God sector would never abandon a single one. A colossal fire dragon then consumed the entire anomaly column. Jialan froze, wide-eyed. Elsewhere, Su Ching-Ying murmured that it was a sea of fire. Lin Yi exclaimed that it was her cousin's blade technique and swordsmanship. Back inside the city, every remaining anomaly charged at Fang Yi. He grinned that they were all rushing to stop him. Perfect. That was exactly what he wanted. His flames exploded at the swarm's core. They sliced through the masses. Fire blazed from his eyes. He realized that sensation again. Even in the thin spiritual air, the feeling of breaking through. A beam of light from the heavens shone on him. He muttered that he needed to speed things up. He then summoned his dark attribute. He unleashed his boundless dark realm. He called forth the Spirit Blossom. A fracture split the boundless dark realm, bleeding red light through its cracks. The Spirit Blossom emerged swiftly as if hatching. He willed it to drain them dry and push him past his limits.